have been swapped bans. I think pretty much the exact same on red side. I think it was Pantheon, Varus, and something. It might have been the Azir, I don't know. But on red side, they took those away. But the Gwen is open, and that means it's going to bowl.
I mean, I think they had what for ADC, maybe something like the Lucian, but the Lucian is being banned now from the blue side. Now, Gwen, I don't love it as the blue side first pick. I think it's still kind of a flex, but not too much. I think it's been demoted to just being a top lane once again. So are there no answers? Like, is there no Galio? Is there no, I don't know. The Rumble is off for sure, but Aurora is still a thing, and we saw Aurora decimate a Gwen yesterday, at least in the laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the answers are definitely out there. And Robo especially, right? If there's any guy that you would say, all right, this guy's got, tools in his toolkit to be able to do something about this. Shoot, the guy played Tristana top back in the day, right? Do you take just a ranged matchup into it, sort of opt out of it? Yeah. Robo's got that in his toolkit. It will be Orianna B1, though, or R1, I should say, for Jewel. And Senna, pretty blindable, will be in game 2. Rev, I don't know if you saw the tweet from ThinkCard about how the Seraphine was an accidental lock-in. They just had to build a composition around that. What a flex. I mean, if you're Fluxy W7M and you go, oh, we got beat by an accidental draft.
I mean, what's new? Like knife found in kitchen or something. I don't know. Thing is, right now, I do love the Senna. You are playing scaling, but right now maybe you are locking yourself a little bit out of the early game unless you get a very, very strong jungle support duo, so that Griffin will be enabled. But what's left? Jarvan is a great skirmisher. Wukong is out. Jin Zhao is out. Pantheon is out. Jax is out. Pop is out. Will you go with something like the Lee Sin to try and flex on the enemy team, or will you just go all in on the team fight? Because Nocturne is still a pretty good option right now.
I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, you have that open, right? You could just go full Nocturne Ori and just give Griffin a chance to really flex, really become best buds with his new mid laner. So the Brahm's still there. It'll be tougher to pull that off. I imagine Cade will just ban out the Nocturne, but you've got other options. I mean, Orianna, there's a reason she's been just such a pro play staple for as long as she has. You can do so much with this champion, right? I mean, you've got, if you have, just any sort of ball delivery system, right? Now, I guess, no, in the jungle, you've got plenty of those, right? You could go Vi for all I care.
Rek'Sai, by the way.
That was not what I expected you to say.
She's also getting another mini rework. I don't know if you saw.
I actually didn't, but it doesn't surprise me.
She's going back into the assassin side of things. So, you know what I miss? I miss the tank Rek'Sai, like full tank Rek'Sai, just building a random Hydra. Because it had the most fun effect was the old Hydra effect. Remember, like the little orange circle around your champion?
Yeah.
When she's burrowed, it's like she's farting. And I know I'm not even pushing 30. I'm just 30, but in my head, I am 12, and farts are funny.
Well, no, farts are never not funny. If you're going to sit here and tell me that farts are not funny, you're lying. There's two types of people in the world: people that think farts aren't funny, or farts are funny, and liars. Farts are always funny.
People that are wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Galio was taken away.
Vi is an actually very nice option over here. I do love the Olaf takeaway from CL and Smiley. I'd love to see the Vi also being taken away. Although you haven't locked in anything that the Vi would love to just lock in right now, because the alts are irrelevant. The Jarvan can flag and drag himself away, and the Gwen can protect herself from anything more. You should be getting a mid lane and a bot lane, which should be kind of immobile, right? Which is the most mobile bot lane right now? It's Corki and Lucian, and both are out.
Yeah, we'll see what they end up going with here. I mean, look, you could. No, I was gonna say no. Never mind. I was gonna say the Seraphine, but no. Support is picked. Mid lane is picked. Yeah.
Go mid lane.
Yeah. No. We'll see. Ambessa into the Gwen. Okay. I guess that's an answer. Doesn't fill me with excitement, but Ambessa's fun, I guess. And now you are just left with jungle, essentially. So you've got, quote unquote counter pick for Griffin. Let's see how he ends up wanting to take that. But I think taking away, the Trundle especially, I think was actually a pretty based ban there, into the Alistar, into the Jarvan, and champions that can stack a lot of those resistances and be that beefy front line. If nothing else, just take away something that Griffin can just kind of ego you on, which would just be embarrassing. And he loves that. Griffin, he's a confidence-based player.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think most players playing in LTA South right now are confident players, and especially I think top laners. There's not a lot of top laners who will say, okay, I'll just blind Nord or blind, I don't know, Sion, and just play for the team, suffer in lane, go choo-choo with my ultimate and win the team fights. No, they all want to prove something. We saw like the Quen slam B1. We're now seeing the Ambessa answer. You could just go for a tank, like win the lane early on, lose the lane later on, but just play for your team. You already have two very, very well scaling champions. Oh, that's Gragas. When was the last time we saw a Gragas in the jungle?
It's been a minute. Yeah, Gragas jungle, actually. It's been a long, long time. I think literal years for me. So that will be what Griffin is going to try to get it done on, unless it is Gragas top and Ambessa jungle and he's cooking here. Let's see.
I don't think Ambessa can actually jungle. I think her
not with that attitude.
I mean, for sure. I mean, I'm a quitter, it seems. That's why I'm playing support. And whenever I'm filled jungle, I go into the Maokai, just toss saplings. Yep. If the game's good, I'm just
toss saplings, press R, just let your team do the rest.
Yeah, be annoying as like I'm just making sure that the environment thrives and placing vision. And is it Ambessa jungle actually?
Dude, I was half joking about that. I thought they were going to do a late swap here, but it might. I think it's Ambessa jungle. It's Ambessa jungle for Griffin. I mean, let's go, baby. All right. Wow. Now you can show us some new tech here. Some cook from Griffin.
Is that the world's first, actually? I need to check it out right now.
Please go, please go look that up. And meanwhile, I'll try to tweet this out. I'm also the man on the socials. If you hate our tweets, blame me. If you love our tweets, blame me.
Okay, jungle, Ambessa. Let's see.
Yeah. All right.
It is clickable, by the way, so it should be. There should be some games, but it doesn't want to load. Okay, so there's a 0.9% smite pickup.
Okay.
So it's not that it's never been played, but I can see in which league right now, because it really doesn't want to load.
Are you on Games of Legends?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Damn, okay, so it has been played before, but for all intents and purposes, I don't
One jungle game, by the way.
One
win, 3.7 KDA, and less than 400 damage per minute. Just saying.
Okay. All right. So you got a little bit of a you get both sides of the Ambessa experience, I guess, in one pick. That is fascinating. I mean, look, yeah, this is going to be quite the test here for Griffin, and I mean, just showing that. I mean, there's a lot of trust placed in him by his coaching staff. This is quite the task to pull off here. If nothing else, trying to get him a little bit of a head start here on how this is going to go.
Okay, so it was played in Hit Points Masters.
Nice.
So the build is the same: Eclipse, Spear of Sojin, going into some penetration. Again, Conquer. I'm not sure if it was a Grain Smite, because, like it needs some time to load and it doesn't show what it started with right now. But I don't think it was the most impactful thing, as I see all of the lanes winning out, and he had the most deaths in the game.
Okay, so a lot of important context there.
Yeah.
The 3.7 KDA probably just all off assists. You could see that being like a 1-3-10 sort of game. 5-3-6,
5-3-6, and the rest of his team was 5-1-1, 2-1-5, 3-1-3.
Okay, so so it was a stomp all around.
Yeah, more or less it was a stomp. So I'm gonna be looking right now at what Griffin does. He starts from red. I see him jumping around from camp to camp, but the red buff at least was quite quick in the clear.
Ambessa jungle. Beautiful stuff, man. Meanwhile,
world second, by the way.
World second Ambessa jungle from, of all people, Griffin, the promised, the prince that was promised. And if they can win with this, man, I mean, then you put the whole rest of the league on notice. Like, okay, I mean, it's the draft flexibility it gives you if you're just willing to pull out kooky stuff like this, and because your fundamentals are so good, then the rest of the league might have an issue here, as Bull taking it right to Robo, stacks up the Conqueror, but a little too close to the tower to do anything about it.
By the way, are we back like to season 5 where every top lane champion can play jungle? Because look, right now Gragas can play jungle, Gwen can play jungle, Ambessa, it seems that she can play jungle. Darius can play jungle. Garen, we see play jungle. What is okay? Renekton might not be able to play jungle, but I might try it.
Renekton is the one top laner that I can play, and as someone who plays jungle support, I mean, I think it'd be could be kind of fun.
I mean, you start Raptors with your Q.
Right, exactly.
Pretty fun. No, just go E second, so you can have 3 spells instead of 2, and also play penetration. You don't need the healing, I think. Jungle item deals that for you. And then you just start the gang. I mean, you're missing, what was that lethality item called? Where you point and click the enemy, the carry, you go on top of him and
Prowler's Claw?
They die. Yeah, I mean, if Prowler's Claw was still a thing, I'd see Renekton be viable in the jungle, and ironically.
Dude, I mean, we had, back in the Prowler's Claw days, that was all that Robo would do. He would lose lane, build Prowler's Claw and Renekton, and just assassinate the AD carry, right? Flash EE, Prowler's Claw, good night.
I mean, extremely base, no?
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
If you have also...
Talk about, getting fisted in lane, and then just like, okay, well, I know what my job is. I know what I can do, and this is how I'm going to have an impact on the game. Gang coming in here, dive onto Robo, potentially. He's going to flash away. Dasama's taking a few tower shots here. Surely they don't try this again. It's up to Bull to hit the center of the snips, but he will pay for it with his life. It's a 1-for-1.
I mean, 1-for-1. You are denying a couple of CS from Robo. The wave state, though, it will allow Robo to control the lane right now. Dasami's not spending any summoners, and Bull as well might mean that we are going to see a repeat in a couple of minutes' time. But that repeat will have to be on the other side of the map, which I don't think that VKS mind too much. The Drake is up. They'd love to grab a couple early in the game.
Yeah, it'd be a little bit of a reversal from last game where Loud, Griffin just was on every single objective, able to pretty much run the game from there. Get another look at this one. Robo flashes out of the flag and drag.
Yeah, I mean, I expected the body slam there because if you get hit by the flag and then you body slam before you get knocked up, you are already killing the enemy Jarvan. You are getting that extra bit of gold, but it seems it was on cooldown. Robo flashed away, still gets a 1-for-1. Not too shabby. The kill goes into the Gwen, and having a Gwen accelerated is always very, very scary.
Yep, absolutely. And Bull, for all his ups and downs, he is good on champions like this, but Robo... so good at being just a negator and just someone who's going to just deny momentum, right? Again, just be a very self-aware player, despite how the early game goes for him. Now, Bull, did he see him?
Yeah, I think they saw him.
I think he saw him.
I don't see a ping though, so maybe he wasn't looking at the minimap, but he is paying respects over there. He's also a level down right now, and Robo is looking to cheekily deny as many CS as humanly possible, while Griffin starts the first Drake of the game once again, very close to the spawn timer.
Yep, right on spawn. Griffin always right on time. As Robo with no mana goes right into the W, and now responding right back here is Bull. It won't be for anything.
How is Bull so behind in XP? If he was level 6 there, he would have killed 100%.
Yeah, I honestly don't know. Because the stat lines look exactly the same, right? 1-1-1. He's got the same amount of CS. I don't know. Maybe Robo took like Inspiration Tree second and got something. I don't know.
There's no such thing, no.
Dude, I'm just.
How are you getting XP?
I don't know. I'm just making stuff up because I have no explanation.
So
maybe there's something I just don't know.
Always with a zillion in the pocket.
Yeah.
A cheeky one. Anyway, still very close. VKS with a slight gold lead once again. The early game Trimby trying to make something happen, and Miryu is level 6, so I would see a flash onto Jewel right now.
And that's exactly what happens. Jewel might be in a little bit of trouble here. The Between Two Worlds popped. Jewel, a couple more autos should do it. The heal down will not get a return kill, even though Dasamis made it very, very interesting there at the end. So a 2-for-1, or a 1-for-0, I should say, to make it 2-1 in the favor of VKS. They got that first dragon as well. Dasamis capitalizing off that pretty quickly here. 100% KP so far for the boy.
Yeah, I love what Trimby is doing in this game. He's everywhere on the map except where Morteus is, because you can't really play with the Jin. Jin is fine, right? But he's not that he outranges that much the Senna, and it's very hard to play into the roam, so try and move the map around, especially when you're just swapping lanes time and time again. So Trimby is active, gets that first kill, gets the Swifties as well, so he can move on the map around as fast as humanly possible or as calmly possible right now. And VKS off to a very good start in game 2.
Griffins and company still within striking distance, though. Kind of broadly speaking, though, let's talk about how these teams want to operate in the team fight. I mean, Cade have drafted themselves a very, very nice composition here, right? You've got Jin just to be Mr. Helpful, hit those deadly flourishes, and just allow Miru and Bull to kind of run riot here. And you've got Alistar be able to peel, a reliable engage in Jarvan, self-sustain here for, a little bit of mobility for Miru, self-sustain for Bull. On the other side, this is a composition that likes to be fought into, but can also push go if they would like here. As the stun comes down there onto Trimby, the root will hit both of them, and in goes Griffin, sees the opportunity, and just like that, a lot have tied the game up on kills, but just like this, maybe, unless Redbird can stay right in front of Root and eat all the shots, exactly what he does, and it will be just a 1-for-0.
Very nice angle. Redbird with a disengaged champion finds the engage, and Griffin doesn't let the chance slip away. Equalize the kills, makes the goal be very, very close to even as well. And I'm not seeing any great advantage. Maybe Miru will manage to do something more with the Aurora we were talking about yesterday. If she gets ahead, she can 100-0 everyone.
Hey, Robo. A lot of sustain, does nothing with the explosive cast. That's Miru's cue to go in, and he does exactly that, but Robo will get out with the flash. Non-committal there from Miru, perhaps anticipating the body slam. Big old flash, or the headbutt, rather, comes in, and now Griffin able to grab the kill on the back end. How about that, man? Unbelievable stuff, but counterplayed so well, but a double kill on the other side for Desamis. I want to get another look at that. That one kind of caught me by surprise.
I mean, the AoE from VKS was so nice. Desamis finding those 2 kills, but 2 more kills into the pocket of Griffin. He already completes the Spear of Sojin, and he's gonna be a scary beast. Look, Bo here.
Oh yeah.
He survives for quite long, and Redbird knocks up everyone up as well. But the 4-man Cataclysm Desamis, he took last game personally, I think, and getting 2 more kills right now shows that he is not one to be pushed aside.
No, looking really good on this Jarvan. And this is kind of I guess this is kind of the style of champion he might feel the most comfortable on, right? Something that you just kind of go in and just beat the snot out of people. But we'll see kind of how the rest of this game plays out, because Griffin, like you said, Rev, 3-0 as well. So he's very comfortable in the spotlight. We know this, and certainly putting it on himself here early on. K just a 300 gold lead. As this game plays out, I mean, Loud, they've got the tools to kind of respond in a team fight, right? Into a Braum Senna lane, where you're not going to be necessarily the aggressors, but Loud have the ability to, like, their counterpunch, I think, is very, very effective.
And once again, I think they are so heavily outscaling. I see one champion from the side of EKS outscaling, and that should be the Gwen, and then you're playing into an kind of tanky yet AP heavy Gragas, which will deal a lot of damage. If he catches you unaware. E-flash into an ultimate will make sure that at least half of your HP is good as gone. The Ambessa scales so nicely into the late game, and Jarvan does not. He falls off a cliff. The Orianna is such a strong champion. I don't even need to talk about the Senna, and it's going to get harder and harder for the Alistar to find angles into the Braum in order to allow his team to find the engages.
And kind of to your point, right, the Senna into the late game, obviously, you don't even need to mention it. She's going to become an absolute demon. And with the healing and shielding on top of that, it's like, what are we doing, right? But that's been the book on this champion since it came out. But Griffin, as far as physical damage, right, he allows you to kind of be that bridge into the late game. As far as, the physical damage threat, because he's going to be all up in your guts. I mean, he got that Shojin pretty much immediately, and Robo going with like you said, he just gets a lot of just natural tankiness, but it's going to be that Roa into, let's see if he goes Cosmic Drive, or, I don't think Riftmaker is a thing on the Gragas, but maybe he hasn't gotten a tier item here early, so probably that's off the menu. Now a 5-man dive coming in onto Jewel, but the TP coming in as well. If Treatment Company can get this off early, that is exactly what they do, and the TP for Redbird and the Unsealed Spellbook will be basically useless.
Yeah, if he was there a little bit earlier, or if Jewel could have gotten a 2, 3, 4-man Shockwave, the situation would have been different. But right now, VKS find a nice play, but some resets are getting denied, and Robo has so much time alone in the top side. He's collecting so much gold for himself, where suddenly Bo isn't ahead anymore. He's 300 gold behind, and it's gonna get even farther behind as they are looking to collect the third card.
Well, that wasn't good. Redbird just kind of hung around and waited to die. And that's kind of exactly what happened. But on the other side, I guess you drew enough attention to where Griffin and company could get a tower up on the top side. So, hey, all's well that ends well, I guess. But
wait, round 3?
Yeah, I was going to say, we've seen this movie before.
Never mind. It's a remake, a different ending over there.
Yeah.
Joel clears the wave. He's fine. And I've seen that movie before as well, because look at the individual gold disparities, right? It's Miryu, 1,700 gold ahead, but the rest of his team are kind of struggling behind, and there's 300 to 500 gold disparities everywhere. And that might actually equalize the game, because if I'm looking at the mid lane, that's just the boot completion plus double book. That's not too great. Where Redbird, he did walk up a little bit too far.
Yeah.
Gets rabbited away.
Yeah, the ward a little bit unnecessary. And Miru, he's fired up, man. Just walked right into a kill, kind of for 0. Like, look, I get that that's your role as a support, but you gotta be self-aware, man. That just felt like a really greedy ward to go for. But again, like you were saying, Rev, 300 gold leads just kind of everywhere. But in the mid lane, yeah, we've seen this movie before. Miru is just absolutely slamming Jewel right now, 3-0 as well. It is a bit of a replay from last game, but again, you're Orianna, right? You can be just an ult bot and still be extremely useful and make game-winning plays for your team. Maybe that's just the formula for Loud and Jewel. Like, now we'll see how that formula can, translate into a 5-game series later on into Fearless. But for now, all good in the hood, as they say. 250 gold up as far as gold from plates is concerned. In the top lane is where the biggest discrepancy lies. Robo, it wasn't a amazing lane for him, but he got the job done as far as just dumping gold into his pocket. Maybe that's where all that extra gold came from. An experience.
I mean, yeah. Also, this pops a question, because we were discussing about Mirror's addition to VKS, right? And we were talking that he brings stability. We never once mentioned, or at least nobody, as far as I heard, mentioned that he brings the X factor. And right now, for the second game in a row, he is in a place where he needs to be the X factor, right? Yeah. He needs to be the difference maker. He needs to be the big carry. And so far, he hasn't found the angle. Oh my God, Crimby.
Yeah, he might be in trouble here. Big Cataclysm, though, able to just pop root immediately. And now Miru with another kill. He is on fire here, Rev.
I mean, those circles did really hurt, and Route flashed into the wall, instantly gets popped. The barrier doesn't matter, the flash doesn't matter, but that teleport brings the fight back into the top lane.
Jules got his ultimate, Robo's got his ultimate, so does Griffin, able to pick off Redbird. They got one, and I don't think with 3 members, one of them on half HP, you can do this. Loud might be one at a timing here. They're throwing the game here, Rev. They get onto Robo. The damage will eventually whittle him down. Dawning Shadow over the top. In goes Griffin. Will it be enough? It will not. Or, well, actually, I mean, maybe not to turn this fight around, but it, Trimby, able to get the headbutt down, that is just enough. It was enough. All right, I was completely wrong.
It was enough indeed. They're finding the angle, they're trying to get turret for it. But look at the gold difference. It's again back to 0. 300 gold equals nada. And the only thing that VKS actually get from this whole fight is a Rift Held. So I'll be keeping my eyes peeled on that usage. Griffin last time around, he fat-fingered it, I think. This time, Disamis needs to make sure that this objective will be the difference maker, will open up the map, because they started up so well. Look at the engaged road. That must hurt so much. And you're getting a kill into Redbird as well. It's going all well, all good in the hood, as you mentioned. But now, with a man disadvantage, Loud does find the angle. A nice ultimate from Joel onto 2. That Cask was doing nothing there. But the crowd control chain is so good. And Griffin finds the angle, finds the damage, gives over a double kill to his mid laner.
Will it jungle? That is the question, and seems like the answer is a yes so far here. Cade did grab that Rift Herald. They're going to slam it into this mid lane tier 1. What will the response from Loud be, if any? Immediate Glacial Fissure down, and now Miru is just toast. Root getting on the board, huge. You had a big Dawning Shadow in that last fight. Exhaust comes down on a bull as well. Ripping damage out, trying to get somebody with the W. Robo over the wall. Cass gets nothing. He gets bonked into the tower, but it doesn't matter because he's got himself a kill. The Flourish not going to land either, but Tasamas finally gets into the back line to make sure that he meets his end. Bull, meanwhile, joining the game for what feels like the first meaningful time, but Root is still free fire. He's not in his final form just yet, but it doesn't matter. Griffin's got his ultimate back up. Loud, pull a rabbit out of a hat. Griffin is 5-0-5. Welcome your new overlord.
And yeah, kill the Arctic Monkeys because Griffin is going back to 5-0-5.
Oh my god.
Undead in this game. 5 kills, 5 assists, doing whatever the heck he pleases. Second item completely. Let's look at the reset because VKS tried to do the same thing, right? They try after getting the tower, but Redbird with a nice ultimate, he keeps Miryu on the turret. That all doesn't matter. And then it all starts. Bull just running away. Very nice flash, getting Robo out as well. Robo almost dies to the turret. Managed to survive for long enough to get Disamis very, very deep. And the moment he gets deep, Griffin can just turn. Bull also comes back. He ends up dying. And Griffin, he shows why Ambessa is a season 15 champion, ladies and gentlemen.
Truly, I say to you, yeah, don't let the Ambessa do that, man. On 2 items. Fantastic reference, by the way. That is one of my favorite songs by them. I was late to the party on that one. I only discovered it like 2 years ago, but I'm very glad I did. It is very, very good. Drag it up here in well, right now, but we'll see whether it's on the menu right now. I think that is the question here. Trim be able to Hex Flash out of the pit. And now Cade a little separated here. If Robo can get the pick there, what's the word? Curtain Call? No, the W. Deadly Flourish. Stupid. Changes to Rod of Ages. More mana per stack, and more max mana as well, as if this friggin' item needed more buffs. But I am glad that they just touched the mana, because that seems like the most, innocent of the things that you could, of the levers that you could pull. Hex Flash over, Trimby gets a headbutt onto 1. Jewel able to do damage from the sideline, but Bull looking for a flank. Can he get in there quickly enough? Gwen is immune. Are they able to turn on her quick enough? The first 2 kills have gone over to Loud. Morteus opens up the curtain call, able to get a couple shots there onto Root. Robo says, get the F out of here. Throws a barrel onto him. The cask interrupts the Jin ultimate. Is it enough? Miru running riot. In and out, just flipping and flopping, and pulls the rabbit out of, well, himself, maybe? Now Drool in some trouble, gets force-shotted from Morteus. A couple more autos will do it onto Robo, but he's able to body slam himself out of trouble. Deadly Flourish, flash forward, 1 more auto! Morteus and Miru clean up the fight. It's an ace for Cade. They get the dragon off the back of it, and now they find themselves in the driver's seat. And if it's simple how to deal with Loud, then maybe we've got bigger problems here. But I'm just happy that Morteus got into a fight there, man. I mean, what he was able to do in this fight was fantastic. It was too little too late when Robo, called off the ultimates. Morteus, he's just right-clicking kids. Yeah. No. Now, very, very interesting here, Rev, because now, I mean, again, you've still got the looming threat of Bull, right? He can still be an absolute menace in a team fight, but now Morteus, 3-0-8. He's got the LDR as well to be able to chew through some of that extra health, some of that extra, I mean, not that anyone's really slamming armor here, but into the backline. Oh my God. Miru pops them between 2 worlds, and now he might be in trouble here. Speaking of trouble, Robo might be caught in the chicken pit. Root able to deal healing and shielding over the wall. They get the tower, they get Alistar, but Robo does go down. There goes the curtain call from the safety of the Raptor pit. The Samus laying down more CC. Dawning Shadow over the top helps out a little bit. Will it help out enough? Bull gets 1. Bull gets 2 now. Griffin into the back line. Is he able to do enough here? He is monstrously strong. Gets 2 for himself.
A triple for the rookie. We've got a banger on our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
9, 1, and 6. He got half the kills of Loud right now, and that's his first ever Tier 1 competitive series. Goes for the Atakan, gets whatever he damn pleases, just to item strong. But the moment he is not the main target from VKS, I think it's very, very hard for them to play, because who will actually deal with him if you're spending your burst to just deal with Redbird, to just deal with Root?
Yeah.
I think that Griffin is too huge of an issue to deal with.
Now they've got themselves the Atakan. Give themselves that little bit of extra power. Let's see if they can take advantage of it. I mean, yeah, you've got kind of the protagonists emerging for everybody, right? I mean, look, it's been Griffin since the beginning of this game, but DeSamus, 559, right? Morteus, once he gets that third item, then it's, oh my goodness, right? You might have an actual issue here. Let's get another look at this fight. They jump onto Miru, Redbird and Griffin just taking no prisoners with these engages.
Yeah, and they're getting the tower. At the moment they go onto Robo, and Robo tanks for so long, you know, that you can play the game. That engage was fine, but look, Griffin is untouched. He's on the side. He's flanking in a straight team fight. And you can see the confidence, right? You abandon ball as well. You're like, okay, I don't care for this guy. I want more. I know I can get more. And that's the confidence of a good player right now. Fire, but that's how you learn your limits.
Yep. And again, right, it's not like, I mean, look, with Griffin, right, he's played competitive. He's played in the best tier 3 league in the world, but he's doing this on a completely new roster, right? And I mean, I trust his Korean is good enough. You know, he's happy to adapt in other ways, right? To play on a, you know, they're not going to make the whole T1 Challengers team speak English just for Griffin. Or maybe they did, because, you know, English is a bit of a lingua franca, but you know, that's a conversation for another day. But Griffin, man, I mean, just, I mean, what a debut for the boy.
I mean, it kind of makes you wish that Griffin, the team, was had such great continuation, right?
Ugh.
But rip to my boys.
The greatest what if in competitive League of Legends, dude.
True. Also G2. But,
true. Yeah, I don't cry as much about that one, but Griffin makes me sad.
I mean, true. But I'm European, you know. I have to.
No, you have as you should. As you should. Weep for the fallen.
We're getting over our NA arc right now, and you're getting over. You have your own G2 right now in FlyQuest.
Yeah. They are the promised baby, the sweet, sweet angel, perfect children. That's what they are.
Yeah. You have the team that can challenge the Asian teams, go into 5 games and then lose horribly in 5th game. So you know how that feels right now.
Yep.
Welcome. It sucks. Yet it's nice to have hope.
Yeah. No. Look. I'll take hope. Between hope and nothing, I'll take hope. 18 to 18.
The Baron is up.
Is a score in this one. Like you said, the Baron is up, Rev. Last Dragon for the Soul up as well. I can't imagine it would be an objective trade, but maybe, like you said, maybe one of these teams doesn't value the Cloud Soul as much. Jewel having some one-on-one time with that bottom lane tier 1. Cade gonna start up the Baron immediately here. Jewel gonna back and then probably TP over. Griffin gonna grab himself the Cloud Soul really, really quickly here. Maybe they can get a fight off the back of this. I think they've kind of sacked the Baron, but if they can win the fight, it will be worth it.
Yeah, Griffin is way too late. Trimby immediately pops the ultimate. The Baron is there, but now they're looking for the fight, and Griffin is kind of close.
Oh, 5v4 Robo gets deleted. Curtain call popped. Yeah, they got in. They got the Baron. They got out. And it's not Soul, remember, for Loud, right? It's just that one Dragon. I don't know how I feel about that trade, because the team fight is still... Oh, excuse me. Still really, really potent for Loud. So, I mean, they could have taken something from that, but instead, it's a Baron and a kill for the Cade Stars, for the Guerreros.
I mean, you're at least getting a minute out of the Baron, because look, right now only Ball has reset and is back to the fray. The rest are kind of dealing with camps, dealing with waves, so you're not really setting yourself up to do something extremely potent with that Baron buff. You're just equalizing the map state and equalizing it into a Senna with a static shift. Doesn't really mean too much if you can then deal with the wave immediately 10 seconds afterwards. Miryu tries to apply some pressure. He is 3 items strong, and he has the range and AoE to just deal with any other carry immediately, maybe bar Griffin, because Griffin once again bought the Spirit Visage, but the rest should always be scared of where Miryu is on the map.
Yeah, still really, really strong, and again, just so many tools in his pocket with this Aurora, man, to be able to deal with just different scenarios, right? If Griffin gets onto him, you can between two worlds and just pop over to the other side. Third item completed here for Morteus. The death cap almost completed for Bull. Maybe that's the next big spike they wait on. I mean, the death cap would be an absolutely massive spike for the Gwen here for Bull.
Thing is, he hasn't found the angles for way forward. I feel like he's coming into the team fights, he's doing some chip damage, and then he's getting turned on and mauled by Griffin, honestly. But now Griffin might be in trouble. Trimby, hello?
Just a little supportal combat, 2 ships in the night.
Yeah, it's the 2 trains, like, driving right next to each other. The driver's just waving, the buses just honking. Griffin tries to get away. He's a level up.
Has connected there onto Griffin. Able to deal decent amount of damage there. Cass goes out, interrupts the ultimate from Morteus, and now to the back line goes Griffin. Able to get out of Desamis. That is a big old shield they got from the Sterix, but the ultimate blown there as well. Trapped down. Robo gonna buy himself some time with a stopwatch. Dawning Shadow over the top. Morteus free firing. Redbird trying to play bodyguard here. Jewel is joining the fight. Bull comes in as well. It's a 1-for-1 so far. It's a bloodbath in the top river. Miru able to get the damage down. Big knock up there from Trimby. Is it enough for his team to follow up on? Morteus is free firing. Stopwatch pop. Griffin is down, and that might mean the end of the fight or Loud. Cade come up big. Morteus again pretty much untouched in that fight. They come away with a massive dub for Cade.
Oh, and unfortunately for Cade, there's only 5 seconds worth of Baron buff left, but they can at least open up an inhibitor or 2 and try and get complete control of the game. This fight was so close until it wasn't. We talked about Griffin going for something more every time, but now he found his limits, and at least this fight might not have been a huge win for him, but it's a lesson learned.
I think that lesson is that Miru, you've got to get the hard CC onto him, right? I mean, because he's too shifty. He does too much damage. Oh my! Case in point. I mean, him and Bull, right? Bull doesn't even have the death cap yet. That's kind of what I'm worried about. Look, we talk about the scaling of both these compositions and how you've got an Orianna and a Senna, and you've got really good scaling on the side of Loud, but dude, Miru's gonna get himself a death cap. Bull's gonna get himself a death cap. And it's just, it's a lot of damage on both sides, man. I don't know who would come out on top.
Yeah, there's only one person who has bought into the MR trend, and that's Griffin. He survived for quite long, but he was the only one. There's nobody else. Robo might have a lot of HP because Gragas is tanky as a champion, a lot of Aegis, a Cosmic Drive, but still, 0 magic resist. Gwen already deals true damage. We have 2 death cap AP champions right now. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal for Miru. If you get into the targets of Miru and Bo, you are good as dead immediately, and Desamis is just there to facilitate that, create some space for Morteus as well, who Morteus, very, very silently, he has reached 4-0 and 15.
Quietly, just a really good game. And a really good Jhin game as well, right? I think it was a great place to draft Jhin because you've got a close range composition with a Jhin over the top, right? But the close range carries have a lot of agency and a lot of ability to shred, right? And be tank shredders, right? Like you said, the Gwen does true damage. Miru. Oh my goodness, Robo is just toast here. He can't buy himself enough time. Couldn't even get the cask off. Disaster start to the fight for Loud. Griffin is all alone. The fight is split into 2. There's no way he gets out of this. Maybe takes someone down with him, but Miru able to rip through him. Redbird trying to play bodyguard and bail out Root and Jewel. Bull getting himself a kill. Cataclysm onto Jewel. Buy himself some time with a stopwatch, but that just allows enough time for Cade to catch up. Dawning Shadow over the top. Jewel can't get anything else done. Root is next on the menu. Flag and drag forward. He is toast. Gets the Alistar, but that is it. VKS looking to force a game 3 with this ace, and I think they will.
Yeah, we talked about these games being closer than yesterday's, and they do deliver 50 kills in a 30-minute game.
Hell yeah.
And VKS will not go silently into the night. We're going to a 6-game day.
Awesome stuff from Cade. Way to bounce back and find a way to deal with the threat of Griffin. And if nothing else, and you got everyone involved. I think that's what is like the most kind of, the most, hopeful thing for me, if you're a Cade fan, is that everyone played their part and everyone played their part really, really well. Everyone had their moment as well, right? Good draft, executed on well. I don't know, man. No notes on that one. That was just a really, really good game from Cade.
I mean, I really loved how they adapted to the game because they started up kind of good again, and then everything started falling apart. Griffin was having the time of his life. Nobody ever dealt with the Senna after a point, and they took a 5-minute break. They went, I don't know, for a smoke, and then they're like, guys, what's wrong? We need to find what's going on wrong. We need to find an angle. And they did find the angle. That shows a team with tenacity, at least for me, and that shows a team with adaptability, and that's two of the greatest strengths a team can have in a series, at least.
Yep, and now it's a winner-take-all for this 4-5 series for Cade and Loud. For Loud, I mean, look, again, it was the Griffin show again. Root really, he had a bit of an impact kind of in the mid-game, a couple good Dawning Shadows over the top. And Redbird, a couple nice moments here and there, right? Big knock-up in that mid-lane or mid-game fight in the top river. But it wasn't all cohesive. It felt like they were reacting a lot to a lot of these fights. And once kind of, once the puzzle fully came together for Cade, it was really, really difficult for Loud to react to it. When they were the aggressors, right, I felt like they found more success. But even then, if they aggressed onto the wrong target, it was good adaptability, I think, shown in game, like you said, Rev, by Cade Stars.
I mean, and now we just need to learn what's wrong. Is that the red side so strong right now in this series? Do they really need the counter pick for the top lane? Because it wasn't used, right? Where was the counter pick at any point of the game or in any point of the series so far? But maybe just control of the Drakes, which should have been from the rest. I don't know, actually. Everything I was saying, it kind of makes sense in my mind until I blur it out, and then nothing makes sense anymore.
Well, we'll have a little thank you guys. Grab a little snack, grab some water. I'm going to do the same before we get back for our last game of the day. Cade and Loud in game 3 of this Fearless Best of 3. Should be a slapper. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. 4x4 and Rev back with you for game 3 of what has been a very, very entertaining series, Rev. And it's been about what I kind of, maybe not expected, but I think what I hoped for when I was kind of thinking, oh man, this is awesome. I get the second series on Sunday. What is that? It's Loud versus Cade. Excellent. I have no idea what's going to happen in this game, but I expect a lot of fighting. I expect a lot of star power to be shown. I'm very excited for the debut of Griffin and Miru, respectively. And we've gotten some absolute shows from those two so far through 2 games.
I mean, for sure, both of them have been stepping up. Both of them have been carrying some individual games. And I'd love to also zoom out a little bit and talk about the quality of the games because, yes, they've been absolute bloodbath, but it's not being, oh, I see an enemy, I just smash my forehead on the keyboard kind of bloodbath. I've seen some tactic play, I've seen some map play, and I've seen 2 teams who respect each other and try to play the game proactively. And honestly, I, as the one who always nags, I'm pretty satisfied with the series so far.
No, it's been a treat. Yeah, no, and to your point, right, we have seen kind of good adjustments, right, kind of in-game. We've seen good, very self-aware play, good macro play, right, objectives being taken and traded, right, across the map. When one thing's happened, there's a response on the other side. No, it's been very, very nice to see. Look, far from perfect, but steps in the right direction are being taken. And neither one of these games has like kind of gotten into like blowout territory either, which I think also helps, right? But like even then, it has just been on the back of like, oh, you lost a team fight. It's not some horrendous setup or just some epic blunder that has lost you. It's been kind of you lost the team fights fair and square.
I mean, wasn't it like the first game after a point was pretty much a blowout with that Yorick from Robo. He was just popping the maiden.
Yeah, I guess that one ended up a little bit of a blowout. Yeah,
go my little Pokemon. Just I don't know what she does, some spells or sucking the energy from the enemy. But Loud is back on the blue side. Once again, they are selecting that, and I do love the adaptation with the Volibear getting picked away from Griffin, as it is one of his signature picks. I saw some people in the chat as well being very, very impatient to see it, but today is not going to be the day as he is going into the EU West side of jungling and into the Sejuani duty.
Yeah, that no, the Griffin Volibear, that might be something that we see if that ever makes it through. I think he's just going to have an absolute field day on it. I mean, there was a clip that went viral a couple days ago from Grevthar, former Red and Cade mid laner. He was just playing on, I think just solo queue, and he was playing Aurora, and he got dope. Now, the other Volibear, the Volibear was monstrously strong, but it was Griffin. It was like, it was like Cosmic Drive, Iceborne, Sundered Sky, like Death's Dance, Spear of Shojin. It was just this smorgasbord of items. But that's Volibear, man. You can build him like 20 different ways, and he just moves at 10,000 miles an hour. He's got gap closers. He can disable the tower and just beat the ever-loving snot out of you, and there is very, very little you can do about it.
Okay, what's the champion with the worst build variation? Is it Volibear or is it Kai'Sa, as we say right now? Because I feel like those champions, you build whatever you want. I remember there was a patch or 2 where the Kai'Sa mains were building Stridebreaker.
Kai'Sa was?
Yeah.
I must have missed that or scrubbed it from my memory. When was that?
Also, Zeri as well. She was building Stridebreaker at a point.
Maybe I remember that. Maybe I'm thinking of Ravenous Hydra Zeri.
No, I mean, Kai'Sa was also building Stridebreaker because she likes stacking pickaxes. The 25 AD made her go into the 100 AD breakpoint pretty quickly. So it was one of the items of all time, and I remember some mains just flying into the enemy backline, Stridebreaking to break the ankles, and it was an experience for sure.
Yeah, that was like the old Stridebreaker, right?
I mean, it was post dash, so it had no dash, but it was like an enhanced slow as well. Please don't pick Nico. Okay, maybe the Nico will be in the mid lane, which will be kind of fine. Yeah. But it was such a good angle to pick the support here as well. At least you're getting a Nico for into the Victor. You should be dominating the laning phase. And finally, we're seeing Robo on a tank, but that's also Griffin on a tank. So I think they're going way too many steps backwards right now after just a single map loss.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by it, right? And maybe the the Volibear and the Pantheon, right? That was your answer, and with both those banned away, right? Because I could see Griffin, obviously the Volibear, like you said, it's a pocket pick of his, but Pantheon, very, very strong, as much as I hate to say it, really good champion, something that Griffin, I think, could just absolutely dominate the early game on. But it does feel like for Cade, they're just drafting just this wombo combo composition, right? This just dive, get forward, turn out the lights, pop blossom sort of composition. Now, the Nico could go support, right? Kaisa Nico, I don't think I've ever seen that together. It's not a combo I would expect, right? You can go Kaisa Nautilus, Kaisa Leona, right? Stuff like that. But I think what I do worry about a little bit is kind of, and tell me if you share this or if you think that Kaisa will be enough. There are some big bodies to chew through on Loud. How do you rip through the Scion and the Sejuani with Kaisa Nocturne right now?
I mean, I think you're going just the hybrid Kaisa, right? Because let's not forget that her plasma starts shredding max HP. The more you kind of chip away damage, the more it deals. I know the meta right now is just going Yuntal into full critical, and that's also kind of fine, but going then AP, making sure that you can clear all those negative spaces just by throwing out your W, and suddenly you get a couple of crowd control procs from your team, you're proccing the 5 plasma stacks, the enemy loses 10% of his max HP. I think you're kind of fine. The biggest question for me is not the big baddies, is the big space control, because Kaisa has relatively no range, right? He's outranged by Vayne of all champions. So how are you playing into the Chaos Storm and the Gravity Field?
Yeah, no, that's fair, right? Yeah, no, the space control here from Griffin is very, very good, and this is a very short range composition. Aside from the Nico, right? You can clear a screen in a hurry. We'll see how much damage she's able to do. Again, we don't know whether she's going mid or support just yet. But like you said, the Nico into the Victor, that's not a terrible matchup. Maybe you just take that. But you also said that you would have liked them to pick up the support in the first round. And honestly, maybe that's what they end up doing, right? I mean, like you banned away the Akali and the Rise if you're Loud. So you're kind of calling Cade's bluff here in draft.
I mean, you are, but I think Cade still will go into the support counter pick. Ezreal pick into...
Yeah.
Wait, but who picks Ezreal into Kaisa? Isn't Kaisa supposed to be like one of the premier Ezreal counters? Because you have one dash over, you can you have the mobility buff to escape from a couple of Qs, and then you just win. And that's going to be a Nico support, no? Oh my god.
Ooh.
I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like we started playing chess, and now we're not even playing checkers. We're playing something with dice in it.
Yeah, now we're playing craps.
Yeah.
Silas.
And
look, some really, some awesome ultimates to steal, and I think that is kind of half the calculus here when you pick Silas, but it doesn't really solve the range problem. The bottom lane, I mean, I was stoked because I saw Bard, and I always love Bard gameplay, but it can giveth and it can taketh away, right? But you have tremendous amounts of damage in this composition for Loud. You've got really only one kind of tank to deal with here. Good team fighting composition for Loud, so this seems kind of you're going stock standard here. But for Cade, this comp has a little bit more of an identity, a little bit more of a dive identity.
It does, and you have to follow up. I mean, the Silas does work with the rest of the dive identity. I'm not sure how you will follow up a Nocturne engage, because that's usually the Nico's job, and after the 15-minute mark, the Nico will be just a glorified knockup bot. Especially in support income, you don't expect to be dealing enough damage to facilitate the guys as well. I mean, if you reduce the enemy tank's HP by 25-30%, then the Kaisa, especially hybrid Kaisa, can start popping off. But if you just, chip 5%, that's not enough max HP missing, so that your plasma starts to actually hurt. And thing is, okay, I'm a nerd right now, and I'm thinking in numbers.
Good.
And this is Latin America League of Legends. There's no numbers. There's only vibes.
It's only vibes.
And the vibes can be immaculate for either of those teams. So I'm going to plead ignorance. I don't know what's going on, and I'm just going to wait to see how will stuff happen.
Yeah, this should be very, very interesting to see how this plays out. Because like you said, I think the Nico especially, right? I mean, when you index into a Nocturne composition, right, you're playing your hand.
Welcome back to the LTA. Summer is here, and it's time to kick off Split 3 as our teams return to the Riot Games Arena to pick a fight in our pick-and-play phase for the first 3 weeks.
Fired and the rest of FlyQuest invading the jungle. They don't even have Whippo or Quad with them.
No, FlyQuest just wants to scrap at a 3v5 here. Ton of damage on the castle, gonna kill him before anything else even starts. Masu, the target for disguise, but they can't put the pressure onto him. Who he ends up knocking the Tibbers away. Quad's on a killing spree. Rahel tries to flash up the wall, but Whippo's got him. The power of the Rylai's, no amount of spell shield will save you from that. Whippo picks up another one.
Nice job. Yeah, we killed them all. Nice. Huge. Well played.
Fed Yone with the Blade of the Ruined King can solo this down very quickly and take no damage. Masu getting away there. Nice cleanse of the Glacial Prison. FlyQuest doing just fine here in a 4v5 as XU has to try to get away. Ton of damage to Darkwing's there. Masu's already killed him. FlyQuest in a 4v5 like those odds. Bustio trying to get away from the counter-strike here as Castle at least picks up a single kill. Infernal Drake, Infernal Soul going away to FlyQuest here at the same time as Gakkos and Quad have more than enough damage. It was a 4v5 for most of it, and almost everybody on Disguised is a corpse.
The newcomer versus the veterans. The upstarts versus the establishment. Lyon versus Cloud9.
Loki as well as Thanatos are just miles ahead.
Okay, Lion's gonna make a play here onto Loki, but Saint can't quite get close enough, and the rest of C9 are here, and again, they're just gonna say, you won't go for the engage, we'll engage for you! Thanatos with the teleport in and equalize it. There's just no hope for Lyon! They're gonna get clean aced, a triple to Thanatos!
Hard engage. Henna's just going to be left out to the Wolves here. Saint is on the side. They've got to try.
Engage from Lyon. They're trying to capitalize while C9 are not all together, but the Impale pulls 2 back. Lyon cannot find the engager, looking for Thanatos, pushing past Yayo as Lyon don't hold the front. And that is the Otagon actually taken by Lyon. Adi's able to take that, but they cannot win the fight. C9 dominated with a clean sweep. They'll take that trade.
That was yesterday. Now is Sunday for LTA North Split 3.
Put it down!
Opening week presented by MasterCard. We're here for some, hopefully, closer matchups today. We have the 4 seed playing the 5 seed and the 3 seed playing the 6 seed. Yesterday was a little stompy, Kobe.
Yeah, it was. Sometimes that happens when you put the 1st seed versus the 8th.
Occasionally it does,
split.
yes.
Yeah.
It does tend to happen.
Who could have predicted? Wait, we all predicted it.
Yeah,
Yes.
we did.
Yeah.
By the way, these are all out. And I love going to the after parties because, look, I'm a bit of a bum. I don't know if you know this, guys.
Okay,
So,
and?
when you're telling me I can get free tacos when I go to the Lion stand, or I get free boba if I go to the Shopify Rebellion
yeah.
stand,
How much did you clean up yesterday on free stuff?
oh, I went to town. I didn't have to eat dinner. I had dinner right at the after party. There are pictures out there of me just like juggling tacos while also having the Shopify boba. And there was yakitori, but
Okay, just between us,
Yes.
rate Lion tacos.
it's actually great. It's actually great. Out of 10, I would give it a solid, I'm gonna be kind. I'll say an 8.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. Look, we're in Los
to know.
Angeles. It's Taco Central.
Yeah, it's pretty tough.
So yesterday, we know FlyQuest Cloud9 dominated. Production put all 4 of the goal graphs together. Pick the games.
Okay.
Oh,
was
Okay, the green one
okay.
should be the easiest. Which one was that? Anyone remember?
How do you
the
see?
dip?
If it's the easiest, tell us.
How do you not know?
I said it should be because it
Rattle them off.
it's most
Rattle
distinctive
them off.
with a little dip at the end.
The red one, I think, is
Isn't the blue
FlyQuest
one-
Game 2. The
Isn't
red
the
one,
blue one the most distinctive?
Let's
with
just
the
check. These
full-
are too similar.
full
red
blip?
one's FlyQuest
Yeah.
Game 2.
Oh, they're now labeled.
Yeah, but there's no.
Yeah, they're telling us it's labeled in the color of the team. There
Oh,
we go.
there we
That's the
go.
correct
Okay.
one. Now it's
There it
updated.
is. Versus DSG Game 2. I was right about that one at least. I was right about that one at least. They
And
had
the
a fighting
biggest.
chance.
Oh, we should have looked at the gold discrepancy because I did know that first game, C9, they ended with like a massive double-digit
they're all about
gold
the
lead.
same.
When this was, yeah,
But
when this
one
was
of them
pitched,
is way more than the other.
I thought I would have a chance, but there was no chance. The
No,
fact that they were all the exact same
very-
15 minutes.
Guys, I got the one right, and I knew
Did you?
why it was. Yes, I said the Game 2 for FlyQuest because Gakkos was getting bullied. That one was the lowest one.
All right, I'll have to check the tapes. Here's the standings. Double 2-0s.
Producers got me.
Today we got TL 100 Thieves and Shopify versus Dignitas. And a reminder, of the format. We have never had this format before. So the reason for these matchups is the number 1 team from Split 2 and the number 8 team from Split 2 match up against each other. Now, what's going to happen next week is the worst teams are going to be able to pick a team that is better than them. They have to pick a team with a better record. So that includes game score.
And they can't be tied.
A 0-2 can't pick another 0-2, but a 0-2 can pick a 1-2.
You know what the problem with this graphic is?
Yeah.
I can't read.
After 3 weeks, Raz, it's going to move.
That sounds like a skill issue.
That's the problem with you, Raz. That's not the problem with the graphic.
Issue.
That is not the graphic's fault.
There's too many words.
All right.
Raz can't read.
Okay, Raz can't read. A revelation.
Can you help us with that?
Yeah.
So here's what's going to happen at the end of today. So we have done a little guesswork. Half of these matchups haven't happened yet. But if Shopify and TL were able to win 2-1s, this is how it would work. Pick and play going into week 2. The worst team gets to pick their opponent first. So DSG, should probably have Emily up here for writing, but that's actually not bad.
That was not good.
Not
That's actually not bad.
Some would say better than Emily.
So DSG,
Even Raz can read that.
they're eligible to pick any of these 6 opponents. Dig, 100 Thieves, Team Liquid, Shopify, Cloud9, or FlyQuest. Raz.
I'm going for Dignitas.
Okay, so that would mean that this would be their matchup next week. So now these 2 teams are out. The next worst team would be Lyon. So now Lyon is going to get to pick their opponent. And no one left has this. Whoa.
Yeah,
Whoa. Okay, Emily, get up there.
This is fine. So who's Lyon going to pick? 100 Thieves, TL, Shopify, Cloud9, or FlyQuest?
They want a challenge, right? So they're going to pick FlyQuest.
We're going Fly. We're taking on the
Kobe.
beast.
They always try
You're
to
ruining the game.
Well, okay, fine. Then they
pick Hundo Thundo.
Okay,
Thundo.
1 hundo. So
Try to have a
now
little fun, Jack.
you are.
Can't allow it.
So now what would happen is Team Liquid, because they were lower seed in Split 2, that would break the 2-1 tiebreaker. Team Liquid gets to pick their opponent. Probably picking Cloud9?
I would imagine so.
Ain't nobody picking FlyQuest.
Yeah. And then what would happen then? The final 2 matchups, Shopify versus Fly. So if
That's kind of a banger just because of how well those 2 teams know each other from scrims.
If these were the results today and they picked to our logic, these would be the week 2 matchups, but that's essentially how pick and play is going to work. But to Kobe's point, if Lyon wanted to mix things up and pick FlyQuest, it would throw chaos to everything.
I would not want to do that.
I'd be looking forward to 100 Thieves versus Lyon, whatever you just wrote. That's what I would be looking forward to.
We have a new team in the league.
Nobody's going to wake up and be like, you know what? I want an extra hard challenge today.
No.
No?
Also, though, what if they're all 2-0s again today?
So if they're all 2-0s, then Disguise would have to pick from 2-0 teams.
Ah.
So they wouldn't be able to pick any of the 0-2 teams.
Yeah.
So they'd probably pick Shopify or TL.
Yeah.
That sounds good to me.
Kobe, it actually said you were supposed to read the next part.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, we've got a secret exam that's going to come up. Are you excited? Secret exam!
Let's go!
Let's see how well we've done our homework for the newest players joining the LTA North.
Raz on phone?
You better believe I am. It's a
He's
cracked
cheating,
phone.
is that what that means? I was introduced to League of Legends by my cousin when I was 9 years old. I'm a pro League of Legends player, but I'm also a Mortal 3 in Valorant.
Geckos?
Geckos.
He loves
is a Mortal
Linkin
3 in
Park.
Valorant.
He's a Linkin Park enjoyer.
It's Geckos. We saw these facts yesterday.
I mean, his favorite team is Fenerbahce. That's easy.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
gotta
there
be
it is.
Geckos.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not Fenerbahce.
It's not about us all getting it right. It's about one of us getting it right.
That's right.
So Emily is correct. Let's get to the next one. 23, started playing League in 3rd grade, moved to LA, and I'm excited for the food and to visit Disneyland. Favorite show is Squid Game. My favorite musicians are Big Bang, To Anyone, and Baby
To
Monster.
Anyone.
Oh my
But I'm just trying.
To
I'm trying to get it from the age. But
who's 23?
To Anyone is a very.
I'm gonna say it's
as
Rahel.
is Big Bang.
I'm saying it's Rahel.
I just moved.
I'll go
Okay.
Photon. I don't know.
I'm gonna go Photon actually.
That's a
I'm
good
going
guess.
Rahel. I'm going Rahel. Let's see what the
Come on,
chat
Raz.
says.
Let's go, Kobe!
Suck it!
Next.
We're going too fast for the chat. It's fine.
I need to beat Kobe now. 25.
I'm 25. Famous.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get this correct. This is Dark
I'm not
Wings.
even reading it.
It
This
has
is
to be
Dark
Dark Wings
Wings.
because it's 25. Yeah.
Wait. Oh my God,
Yes.
you guys are just cheating.
I got it from the age.
You guys are just cheating.
How are we cheating? By knowing
being good?
facts about our players?
I'm raised by the King Cow Order in ancient Ionia.
What in the?
And farmed the Doctrine Wars.
Is that Yunara?
This is going.
No.
Kobe, you should know this.
That's for loyalty. I know no league lore.
There I'm talking about.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm the GOAT. Anyways, I'll sit down.
You got one right.
Yeah, good job, Raz.
I got
You
something in
nailed
the
it.
early too.
Yunara champion lore. Raz, that's a perfect segue. Would you like to hear about some items that have weird interactions with Yunara and could be fun for you to build at home?
Yes, I would.
I'd love to hear that,
Let's
Kobe.
go take a look. Because Yunara, they made scaling vectors for Yunara with crit, with on hit, with basically everything in the game, AP, AD, whatever you want.
I'm ready to learn.
Now, the standard build, Jack, you want to be just a meta player, right? Go Yuntal,
That's me.
have some fun, it's fine.
Okay.
Build your Yuntal into your Hurricane.
That's the build, Yuntal into Hurricane?
Or IE, you can go IE.
you can go IE.
If they are a bunch of melee champs, then you always want to, hold on, I got to resume this.
Good.
If they're a bunch of melee champs that you're playing against, you always want to go Hurricane because the Hurricane's going to also splash with your Q.
Okay.
But there's a bunch of little things. So Yunara's Q is the main thing on the champion that you want to kind of build around. The standard one, of course, is just crit, but these Q spreads, it only reduces the proc damage, as you can see. So Cole gets around this by having a proc that is not damage, it is life on hit. So you actually get full life on hit from Cole. So Cole is a really nice second buy. I would still say you probably want to start Doran's Blade and then just buy Cole on your first back or something. But Cole is a high value item on her because of the life on hit. If we get rid of the Cole, another one that is popular, if you don't want to go Yuntal, you can go Kraken. Kraken gives you a bunch of procs because the Q spreads also can proc stack up towards your procs of Kraken. The problem with Kraken though is that the procs can get used up on
really cool.
useless stuff like minions, and you don't. And sometimes it can be kind of random when you activate your Q. Sometimes your proc can go on the main target. Sometimes it'll be reduced on minions, or sometimes it can even just go into Narnia. So if you want to get around that, you can get even deeper technology. Hullbreaker. Hullbreaker has procs also. And so if you use the Q on minions, it is going to spread to the minions, and it is going to stack up towards your Hullbreaker proc. But because it is only used up on champions and towers, it actually is not going to waste your procs on anything useless like minions. So you can stack it up when you're by a tower or something like that. And let me stack up.
I feel like if Doinby was playing in Yunara, this is the build he would go.
Okay, I have my Q, so I get my full Hullbreaker, then I can use it on a tower, then I stack it on the minions, then I can use it on the tower, then I can stack it on the minions, I can use it on the tower. You can do the same thing on champions.
You're so close to dying.
As well. I play on the edge, Jat, you know.
He's cool like that, of course.
I'm an experienced gamer. So it also works, all of those proc ones also work real with Hurricane, Runons. I need some minions. Runons is just good anyway because it actually increases your main attack damage because the bolts, when you activate your Q, will also splash back to your main targets. So it's good regardless, but then it also can be really synergistic with those other proc items. So Hurricane's very good if your enemies are going to be grouped up. I always recommend building Yunara like a team comp with other champions that can group up your enemies because she definitely excels in killing up people that are grouped like that. Or having somebody on your team that is going to be able to group them up for you. So some really weird ones is that ultimate ability haste. Not only does it reduce the cooldown of your ultimate, but it also reduces the cooldown of your W that is empowered and your E. But your W is more important. That is empowered when you're in your ultimate. So
is that a feature or a bug?
It is a feature. It is not a bug. We had the designer on the dive, and ultimate ability haste is supposed to work this way. Okay. But one of the weirder ones is that even though Spear of Sojin says it's basic ability only cooldown reduction, so that doesn't work with the ultimate. But Flicker Blade does. I saw Paze and Elk in solo queue playing Flicker Blade builds, And so this is a variation on some of the other like standard crit ones for like third item or something. You can get a flicker blade, and let me get my ultimate back. And the flicker blade actually also is going to reduce the ultimate empowered W.
Oh my God.
So
what the hell?
So you can do a lot of stuff with this champion. You know, on hits, you know, critical strike, AP, AD. You could even do Malignance if you want to get really crazy and use ultimate haste there.
Would that just be terrible?
It's probably
though?
not that good.
Yeah.
But you could do it.
I'm for sure going Flicker Blade from now on. That is actually disgusting.
Both Pays and Elk have been smashing with it. They're both really good players, though, so I don't know.
That's true. They'll
Wow.
do it
Yeah, here's the schedule for today. Also, after Split 2, a lot of people don't know this, Team Liquid did say goodbye to Umpty, and they shared the full story on their YouTube channel.
Obviously, we won Split 1. We went to MSI. We had a great MSI. We took out, you know, Fnatic there. We had a competitive series against T1. Then we went to EWC. Again, we eliminated Fnatic. And then we probably should have beaten T1 at that tournament and went on one of the longest win streaks in North American history for the LCS. From there, you know, expectations just continue to grow and grow and grow to the point where when you fail, you're failing from such a height now that, you know, you probably didn't enjoy the fact that that's where you were in the first place.
At the practice time, that hard working, hard emotion is coming, like, you know, going through. Everyone is like very trying hard, and that energy was like very high, but sometimes it was harming ourselves.
Just watching Umpty fall, you know, a little bit into despair about where we were versus where he wanted to be. I think that he had sacrificed so much of his individual game to make the team game work that when the team game started to fail, that he wasn't really coping with that all that well. Then, you know, you take the stuff out of game, homesickness, everything else. That's where the person matters a lot.
We were getting through in the Split 1, and, you know, we won the championship.
Clean sweep. Team Liquid is built different.
What I was getting as a stress was, I think because of the mental issue, that not like having a clear headspace, I was very not consistent. My performance was like, sometimes it looks like best. Sometimes it looks like worst player in the world. And then there was a timing that I said, like, I'm gonna leave, guys.
And, you know, to all the fans, I hope that they just support Umpty and TL through this. This is one of those decisions that we don't take lightly, that we really worked our way through every step of the way. Umpty had all of our full support, and I hope that you continue to support us and support Yuji, as I'm sure Umpty will, and make sure that we're moving forward as best as we can as a team.
And if you want to watch the whole thing, I fully recommend people actually go to Team Liquid's YouTube channel, which is Team Liquid LOL. It's a really emotionally affecting video. Obviously, it hit me really hard because Umpty, for people that didn't know, like, I've watched his career for a really long time. But now, moving ahead, the task is Yuji is now their starting jungler, right? And so they are going into their first full split without this kind of, you know, will they, won't they push-pull between two junglers. He's had more time to practice with the team, and we'll see how it works out.
Yeah, and I also feel like the way Yuji was added into the last split, because of the way they were not being fully transparent with the Umpty news for obvious reasons, actually raised our expectations to unfair levels for Yuji. Because we're like, oh, if they're playing Yuji, then clearly they must think he's better right now.
Yeah.
When in reality, he'd had such a small amount of time to actually practice with the team to try and gel. Now he's had a more extended period of time. They got to scrim a lot of the MSI teams as well throughout the break. So this should be a better version of Yuji.
I completely agree. And at least when he was sharing time, I felt like they were doing a great job being able to play around him and play to him. Play to his strengths and away from the weaknesses. Those are the things for sure. They should be a lot more stable knowing who they're playing with around. My question is going to be the team as a whole.
Yeah.
Just because it was never going to be about the jungle. I don't think the jungle was the main issue. It was for sure, like, Impact was playing poorly. There were some issues around, like, mid lane as well. Like, it felt like this team was driven solely through their bot lane, which is not how Team Liquid found success before.
I mean, there's a famous LPL team right now that just keeps swapping jugglers. And
That's
it
true.
actually is an issue. Yeah, so if you just swap the jungle forever.
We're not going to talk about
Are you
BLG.
telling them to soon get rid of Yuji?
Yeah,
If Impact and APA don't start playing better, yes. You need to keep swapping the jungler.
Guys, sure. And also maybe like the whole, do we have a Maokai coaching situation mid-series through? I love ripping on BLG.
I was like, let's not
it's
bring
actually
that
crazy
into
that
TL.
that keeps working, that they just keep switching junglers and it keeps on working. But for TL, you brought up a really good point as well with like Impact's performance. And so I'm still pretty hesitant with this team. Excited to see what they can build on and what they can do this split. But until I actually see the improvements, I wasn't moving them up the rankings.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be one of the most interesting matchups of the day. So before we dive into that, let's check in with Azael, who's on stage with Yon.
Hello, I'm here with Yon ahead of your series against 100 Thieves. I want to talk to you a little bit about how you're feeling coming into the new split. Obviously, this is a Worlds qualifying split, and at most, only 2 teams are going to make it. TL has been at the top for so many years, but last split, didn't kind of live up to those expectations. So, how are you feeling?
Yeah, last split was for sure not ideal, I would say, but I think we're pretty excited to play. We've been practicing a lot, and we've been improving on all our things. It's boring, but we're excited.
How do you feel about the incorporation of Yuji into the team? Obviously, leaving, was a pretty big change. You guys had a lot of success with him. Yuji came in pretty late last split, so not a ton of time to incorporate into the team. How do you think he's doing now that you've had a lot more time?
Well, he's always been an individually good player, so we've just been trying to teach him like very good team concepts, especially. And it's always good to bring a rookie in, especially because you go through the basic steps once again. It's very nice.
How are you feeling about your matchup against 100 Thieves today?
To be honest, it's been so long since we played them. Every time we play them is like 50 kills, so I'm expecting it to be a long banger.
All right, it's going to be a banger. Back to y'all at the lounge.
He sounded exhausted even thinking about it.
It's like, oh, it's going to be so many kills. It's going to be so long.
Can we have a normal game?
But Raz, 100 Thieves did have some news coming into the split that this will be their last split in the LTA.
Yeah, it will be their last split, which is a big, meaningful point for them because they've had a really incredible history within the LCS and now LTA. Of course, for me, their championship win was his big one. It was during the COVID times, and it was like a really heartfelt one for this team to really try for it and for someday to win that championship alongside Closer, Abadage, FBI, and Huhi. That was a big moment, and they wanted to recreate that one more time. So that was one of my favorite moments. And another one was also talking about Someday being inducted in the Hall of Fame for 100 Thieves. That was a really big moment for him. He had a speech on stage thanking the organization. So they had an incredible run.
Yeah, they made a Hall of Fame so that they could put Someday in it.
Yeah.
We have relied on him so much. We got to make something to put him in and honor him. That was a good one. I even really liked even just their first split because they came in and they won the regular season in their first split. There was so much hype behind this organization, with Nadeshot being so prolific of a streamer and starting out that season with Meteos, and Afromu won the regular season MVP.
Yeah.
I mean, this team has had a lot of really good moments in the LCS and LTA. And so it is sad to see the brand going away, especially because the current roster is so fun to follow. They have so much excitement. Seeing Sniper walk through the hallways even, it just brings a breath of life into the LCS hallways.
Yeah, this team is so fun, and one person they've given a lot of credit to is definitely River, we've heard a lot from Sniper, the man on our screen right now as we go through highlight reels of his more insane reaction moments. But they've talked so much about how much River means to this team, what he does. River has joked around that being around so many young people, specifically Sniper, has given him a breath of fresh air. But he did announce that he is going to be retiring after this year because he has to do his military service. Speaking of Sniper, though, we're going to hear from him right now because he's standing by with Azael before 100 Thieves matchup.
I'm here with Sniper ahead of your matchup against TL. The desk was just talking about it. This is the last hurrah for 100 Thieves, last split of 100 Thieves. And also, River is going to be moving on as well. So How excited are you guys for the split, and how fired up are you to try to make it really like going out with a bang?
Yeah, I mean, it sucks that it's River's last split, but I think scrims have been going pretty well for us, to say the least. But yeah, we just gotta come here, play with confidence, and hopefully all of us can get picked up for next year. Because it's a pretty unfortunate situation, but yeah, we got this. Yeah.
So is that kind of how you're looking at it then? Just trying to play to prove yourself to get another spot on a different LTA team?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you said it like perfectly. Like we're just trying to play to just make sure we all guarantee a spot for next year. Some of us probably already guaranteed it. So some of us, I'm not gonna say who. We still got to prove ourselves. So I think today's match will mean a lot to me, just so I can get back into things and still prove myself, because it's been 2 years and it's been a lot of ups and downs. So yeah.
How do you reflect on that journey then? You said it's been 2 years. There has been these ups and downs. I think last split maybe didn't live up to some of the expectations you would have had for yourself. Yeah. Is that something that you feel like you're learning a lot from that you can kind of put into action this split to play even better?
Yeah, 100%. I've been playing so much more solo queue than I was during like the other splits, and I feel like that's been giving me like a lot more confidence in my ability to just like play the game. So I think I'm just practicing harder and smarter as well, thanks to like Niship or Dokla. He's been like the brain for me, and I've just been like the hand. So yeah. So yeah. I mean, definitely practicing better. Yeah.
All right, well, I'm glad to hear it. It's by your powers combined. It's the two guys in a trench coat playing on stage. Exactly. We'll see the new leveled up sniper here against TL. Back to y'all at the lounge.
Thanks, Azael. Really hope Sniper
is a Megazord going on.
Yeah. I mean, they brought in Dokla specifically for him. Let's pull up predictions for this matchup, though, because it's looking to be the most competitive of everything. We know Team Liquid 100 Thieves always plays close. And actually,
100 Thieves side.
We're already on the right side.
We automatically separated.
Yeah. So, this one is really close, like you said, Emily. I really think Sniper getting Dokla as a positional coach is going to be really big, because Impact was not playing that well, and whatever was going on with the jungle isn't going to be able to change that.
So you think because Sniper got a coach, he's going to be able to improve more than Impact, who's won Worlds and MVPs and All Pros 10 times?
Yes. Ooh, and who was in the finals and split one as well?
I'm going to go a slightly different route and say that I think TL already have the building blocks in place. We even saw it in UG's debut, right, where they played around him super, super well. I think with more practice, they should be way more cohesive going into the split.
That pissed me off. 2-0 Team Liquid.
Wow. Okay.
If that's not the reason, like, come on.
Yon did sound very confident in their script.
You make a fair point. I'm going to change my predictions. Get around 100 Thieves! Get around 100 Thieves!
Listen, APA will be playing better. Ziggs got buffed. That's a permaban that you have to do. Core JJ,
that was already a permaban.
They're just going to be trying harder and better without the disruption that they had last split.
You know what?
One split one.
Yes, more
Emily,
fun.
what's your take? What's your take? I'm hearing a lot from Jack here.
I'm sticking with 2-1 TL.
You know what? I don't want to hear any of this. I don't want to hear it from anybody. Start the damn show! Get out of here!
Split 3 is just around the corner. As we get closer to Texas, teams are deciding who they want to fight to earn their way.
I'll be back for y'all soon.
That means all eyes are turned to the sheriff.
Fudge really is the worst.
You trying to start something?
You're not even the one I'm looking for.
You can't handle these guns?
What is he doing?
Old school trash talking.
It's very unimportant.
It's my best work of literature yet.
Fine, I'll read it. The print is pretty blurry. Is it Quid sucks or Quad sucks?
Yes.
What?
Honestly, both. You two after our playoffs match.
Oh.
¿Sigues intentándolo? Pensé que te habías retirado.
Double or nothing this split?
Quizás nada para ti y doble para mí.
What's someone got to do to get some service here?
Seems like the newcomer in town is disguised.
Actually, he's toasted.
I'll take any one of you down and make a name for myself.
Settle down, rookie.
Despite all the challengers, none is the one Whippo is hunting.
I know. Where is this guy?
With the sharpest smite in the Southwest.
Heard you were looking for me.
About time you showed up, amigo.
And just like that, with the fights picked, Split 3 of the best region in the West turned into an all-out shootout, where only one could be left standing.
Welcome back to the LTA. It's day 2 of week 1 as we kick off Split 3 and see which of our teams can show their stuff and earn their spot in Dallas just a couple short months from now. First up today, they're heading into their final split after a 7-year journey in the league. Can they end that final split and take their last bow in style? Let's find out as we welcome back 100 Thieves. In the top lane, Sniper. In the jungle, River. At mid lane, Quid. AD carry, FBI, and support Ayla. And their opponents, the only team to claim North American titles 4 times in a row, is looking to bounce back to glory after a tough Split 2. Please welcome Team Liquid. In the top lane, Impact. In the jungle, Yuji. At mid lane, APA. AD carry Yon and support Core JJ. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael and Emily Rand here for this first head-to-head, the latest installment of a long-standing rivalry between these two teams.
My favorite thing was listening to your interview with Yon, where he sounded preemptively tired because he was like, every time we face each other, it's just 50 kills, absolute banger. As you guys probably saw, we were super split on the desk as to who is going to take this. I think either team could take it, and it's just going to depend on who looks better after the off-season practice.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be exciting to see both teams, obviously, with a lot on the line here. 100 Thieves, they're playing, like Sniper said, basically 4 spots on a team next year because their org is exiting the league here. And TL, on the other side, obviously, you know, they have had these international aspirations, and it felt like they were well on the way to accomplishing a lot of those goals when you looked at how they were performing last year and the year before. But in the last split, you know, they finished 4th, below their expectations. They did not look competitive with FlyQuest or C9, and the reality is only 2 teams are going to be able to, at the most, from the LTA North, go to Worlds. So you have got to be better than Cloud9 or FlyQuest, if not both, if you want to be able to have a shot at even getting to the competition where TL was trying to accomplish their goals.
And when we remember last split and the way that everybody was pretty divided on top half and bottom half, everything didn't shake out exactly to those expectations. But remember that Team Liquid and 100 Thieves were the other squads that everybody had ranked in the top half of the standings, alongside FlyQuest, alongside C9. Obviously, those two pulled out ahead of Team Liquid and 100 Thieves by the time the dust all settled.
world, but now it's a brand new split. It's another chance to prove yourself, and for both these teams, you want to come out swinging. You want to take down one of these long-standing rival teams that's always close to you in the standings and start off with a lot of momentum. As we make our way into the picks and bans for the first time, let's see what it looks like. Team Liquid here on the blue side, they will ban out that Yone. This just is pretty much Team Liquid permaban. APA never plays it. It's always strong, so Team Liquid always feels the pressure to need to ban that one away. Poppy and Gwen also banned out. On the other side, Varus and Pantheon, nothing surprising here.
No, I mean, I just still think Pantheon is one of, if not the strongest jungler on this patch, right? Varus, we've seen the Sivir answer into it, but still the strongest AD carry, I would say, going in. And then the Azir removed as the last pick for 100 Thieves. Again, along with Talia, I think the best mid laner on this patch.
Funny enough, Talia did not get hit in any of these first 6 bans. So we did lose the Azir, but Talia is still there. We'll see if Team Liquid want to prioritize that first here for themselves as the clock just about runs out. And no, instead, they are going to put Yuji on the Vi.
Yeah, and we'll see if 100 Thieves are going to pick up that Talia. I think it's been something they've been incredibly successful on, both when it was available in the jungle, and then also for Quid in the mid lane, but instead, we're just getting Sion Trundle.
It's so interesting because they could have just grabbed Trundle later on, like on their third pick, and taken away the Talia. Clearly, they don't feel the need to do that, though. And you will have the opportunity to go here for Talia Vi as that combo. I thought that when they were grabbing the Vi, they were for sure giving up the Talia to the other side. But instead, they do have the opportunity to grab it. Talia Vi Rumble definitely open and up here as an opportunity here for the first 3 for TL. Impact, I do think this is potentially his best carry champion, the Rumble, so it is going to be, I think, a really strong pick for him.
And if we see that Talia locked in here, this is kind of an incredible 1, 2, 3 coming out of TL. Not just in terms of like raw champion strength, but also just in terms of what these players can do. You pointed out Impact. I actually think alongside the Ziggs, Talia is APA's best champion, right? I think he really, really excels on picks like this, where he can roam the map, as well as his team fighting on Talia is usually quite good. They have that locked in. Really great start to this TL draft.
And when you think about Team Liquid, when you think about what made this team excellent when they were at the top of the standings, when they did run the league, everybody looks back to the lane swap era. They look back to Team Liquid's macro play. So when they're drafting these picks that have a lot of opportunities to set things up across the map, make those plays as a team, that's where I want to see them excel. That's where I want to see them shine again. That's where I want to see them look really sharp if they want to try to get back to the days of being a contender with the FlyQuests and the Cloud9s.
Yeah, and as we see Orianna locked in for Quid, we're going to get into our second round of bans. The other thing I'm really curious about is going to be Sniper on this Sion, especially since he was talking about how much Dokula has been helping him in this offseason. I feel like on some of these tankier champions, he hasn't looked as strong as he has on carries, just with basic fundamentals. So I'm really curious to see how they kind of slam the Sion for him in this game.
I mean, it's honestly really interesting. It's such a similar draft to kind of what we saw from Cloud9 versus Lyon yesterday, where Lyon went for this like super scaling comp with Trundle, Sion, Azir, Sivir, like all of this sort of front to back style. And it seems like that is what 100 Thieves is going for. And C9 had that same first, top side of the map where they did have the Talia, the Vi, as well as the Rumble. We know obviously how that one went, where C9 was able to really out-execute in these fights and create a big advantage. But I do think this sort of composition that so far 100 Thieves is drafting for can be really difficult to deal with.
Well, I think also everybody's expecting today's matchups to be closer than yesterday's matchups just because of the way things have to be seeded in that Swiss type of order for the pick your fight format that we've got for the first 3 weeks. Yesterday was Split 2's number 1 versus number 8 and number 2 versus number 7. Those should be the most one-sided matchups that we have, whereas today, these teams placed much closer in the standings in Split 2. They should be much more closely ranked in terms of skill, and it should be a more competitive head-to-head as a lot of bot lane bans coming out from both sides. No surprise there since both teams drafted their solos and their jungles in the first half. It's Senna, Alistar, Jhin, and Rakan all banned away here in the second half as we lock the Lucian for FBI.
Yeah, so you're expecting it to be Lucian Nami, Lucian Braum, Lucian Melio, basically one of those three. Lucian Braum, at MSI was much more popular than Lucian Nami as a pairing, so we definitely could get that. And I think that Braum works really well, as a pick into what is looking very heavily dive focused from TL. So going to be interested to see where Eon does take us, if he wants to play something that's a bit more backline, or something along the lines of like Kaisa that can fly in and kind of follow up on a lot of this dive. And it is going to be the Kaisa route. So like Kaisa Nautilus to me seems fairly obvious, but if you do go that style, then I think you're getting Braum as that 5th pick for sure here for Ayla, which I do think answers a lot of what TL is trying to do very, very well.
Yeah, it also means that if 100 Thieves can kind of mitigate a lot of the early playmaking that TL has, they will have some really, really excellent 5v5 team fighting later on in the game. The Rel actually going to be locked in for core. And we'll see. There's the Braum answer. Yep.
Yep. I mean, you know, Rel, I think, does very similar things. Like, I was talking about this yesterday on the cast, where I feel like a lot of the supports from that kind of pool do very similar things. It's like, well, Leona, Alistar, Rakan, Rel, Nautilus are all, it's all just kind of dealer's choice, right? It's what do you prefer? What do you think fits best in this opportunity? And Rel obviously going to be able to really be strong, you know, as far as the engage tools here to set up the equalizer, to follow up on this Vi plus the Leah combo. It's all about the dive, and it's kind of about if 100 Thieves can protect Quid and FBI, I feel like that's what the team fights are going to come down to. So we're going to have to see, you know, Ayla, River, and Sniper doing a really good job at marking some of these carries, trying to keep them away from FBI and Quid, who are going to be fairly vulnerable to this dive.
So where do you guys want to see the action happen, specifically from the Team Liquid point of view, since they're the ones who kind of need to make these dives, they need to make these plays and get things going versus the scaling, the more traditional approach that 100 Thieves has? Where should TL be focusing in this early game to make the plan?
I want to see them focus mid lane. I just think that Talia Vi as a combo is so powerful, and not only is it a really good link up, you know, as far as, you know, getting the stun from Yuji and then having the seismic shove there to follow it up. If you get Prio in mid, then APA can move to the side lanes and really start to attack those side lanes as a potential 4-man squad. So I think it should be about mid lane. It should be about getting Prio there for APA and Yuji. And I want to see how well they are working together as a duo here now that Yuji has had some real practice time with the team to really get on the same page.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me. I'm also curious to see what they do end up doing with the bot lane, if Core is going to get out on the map early, depending on how the bot 2v2 goes. And then if they get pressure from this Rumble on top side, that actually just allows so much more room for Vi and Talia to kind of make a lot of early plays.
And I think on the other side, you know, I do think, you know, when we saw this exact kind of similar draft from C9, I did think there was an opportunity for the Trundle to really attack the Rumble. You know, if Rumble is not going to go like super defensive route and go phase rush and this kind of stuff, you can get ran down very easily by Sion plus Trundle, but River could be potentially in a little bit of trouble here.
That'll be fine. Couple of electro harpoons there. APA flings out a couple of rocks there as Quid's health bar gets a dent in it, but nothing crazy. Both sides just doing the typical early warding of the enemy jungle. Impact placing down that chicken ward to keep an eye on where River is going to path. And on your screen right now, this is that rivalry that we're talking about. These teams have met so many times. The LCS 2018 Spring Finals in Miami, TL 3-0'd 100 Thieves, set the record at the time for the fastest final in NA. The next time they would meet in the finals, LCS 2021 summer, 100 Thieves do it right back to them and then break that record against the team that set it against them. So plenty of heavy hits coming in from both sides here. And then you could see in the 2025 Split 1 finals down there in Brazil, it was Team Liquid emerging victorious yet again. And now with 100 Thieves leaving the league at the end of the year, this is the final season of this long-running rivalry between these two teams. And I'm really excited to see how the final chapter plays out between them.
And even in some of these more like lopsided score matchups, to bring it back to Jan's point in that interview, like it's always a banger. These two teams really, really like fighting each other. In particular, 100 Thieves just kind of likes fighting everyone. But with the TL 100 Thieves rivalry, I feel like even some of the 3-0s we've seen have been really close in terms of individual games.
And I feel like that was kind of the genesis of this newer TL style, where they started playing a lot more aggressive and actually looking to fight all the time. You know, it was back in the playoffs against them where we saw, you know, TL kind of had these interviews after playing against 100 Thieves where they said, you know what, we actually have decided we're not going to just like back off anymore. Yeah. We're going to fight for everything. If we think we're stronger, we're showing up to your red buff. We're showing up to the Raptors.
We're showing up mid. APA about to go down, and it's a baseball bat to the dome. River getting paid. First blood, 100 Thieves.
This is classic River, right? The level 3 gank, recognizing where he wants to go, and also a kind of counter to what Azael was talking about, right? You want to see this Talia Talia, Vi get off early and then be able to spread their influence around the map. River comes in, classic River, don't expect to see him there, ends up getting first blood onto APA.
He'd only done 3 camps and not even 3
I
full camps. I think he missed a mini
it.
Raptor or something because he only had 11 CS.
He really needs to get into mid lane,
Yeah.
2 camps and a handful of chickens is all a Trundle needs to wreak some havoc on the mid lane. APA not only dying there, but dying while expending his flash means this Talia is now even more vulnerable. So here it is. Takes a chomp out of a couple chickens. Yeah, that last... Okay, never mind. The chicken did die.
Got the chicken, yeah.
Maybe it was one of the...
This is actually really clever. He knew that it was warded. So basically, you can see that that little red icon means they knew it was warded. So what he did is he plays around the fact that they have vision. So he's giving APA that sense out through that side brush, knowing he would be on vision, then wraps fully all the way around. And APA is saying, yeah, of course, he's clearing top to bottom. He's going to do a 6-camp clear. But they used the vision against them. I think APA would have played that pretty differently. And that is just so intelligent from River. And one of the things that it makes... I think makes him such a good jungler is really using the information that your opponents have against them.
Yeah, he's so smart in these situations. As we see a little bit of a lane swap coming through with Sniper down in this bot lane and Impact getting really shoved back.
Thankfully, though, Impact hasn't TP'd yet, so it's not too big of a deal. He'll just TP right back. You know, Impact had full prio on top side, so they had moved FBI up so that Sniper could base on low health, TP down towards bot. Very, very common to see, but UG is moving down here, and they're going to try to see if they can pull off a 3-man dive onto Sniper.
Okay, level 4 Scion. UG ready to come in here as we're immediately going to start off. Core JJ Tang at the tower aggro. Sniper down to 100 HP, and that was easy for TL.
Yeah, Sniper tried to flash past the Shattering Strike there from Core JJ, but got tagged by it anyway. So then didn't have any ability to actually outplay there. Gets knocked down, no problem, and now they're trying to see, can we pressure Impact off at the very least? Impact likely to have to give up this wave. He's not 6, so can't actually just drop the equalizer on the wave, and he's trying to stay in range for experience, but knows it's risky, and that is why the bot lane is running straight up towards top to cover.
And it's the next chapter of what you were just talking about with earlier. He had the TP, so he didn't feel bad about the big chunk of health that he lost. Now having just spent the teleport, getting killed here underneath the turret and losing the wave would be a disaster, so Impact has to play it more cautiously. Does step up into the river here now, though. Gets stunned by Ayla and FBI, who aren't going to continue forcing the trade too much harder. But at the same time, UG taking the dragon on the bottom side of the map as TL brings up reinforcements. Jan and Core JJ backing up Impact, forcing FBI and Ayla back underneath the turret.
This does mean, though, that no one is actually down answering the bot wave. So because they kept Impact around so long topside and he has no TP, you're going to lose a plate and you're going to lose, I think, 2 full waves, if not more, on this bot side. So yes, TL do make a successful dive on the bot side, but then the fact that they didn't move anyone down bot to answer means they kind of just have that gold lead wiped away. It's pretty close to equal now at this point, off of what should have, I think, been a pretty significant advantage.
Yeah, and I'll be curious to see how much that is going to affect this mid game, right? Because they did get Drake off of it, which is nice, and they might be able to set up for Grub Prio here, which is what they're looking like they're doing on this top side. But I'm really glad you called that out. Now Rumble is going to be able to catch that wave bot, but Sniper kind of pulls ahead.
Yeah, exactly. It's just kind of funny. You know, Sniper got bullied heavily in the 1v1, got dove where Impact avoids the dive, but ends up ahead in gold regardless because TL didn't have the correct lane assignment to actually be able to answer that. Impact will be able to push in this wave, but Sniper's going to be there in time to catch it. So Sniper going to be in a really comfortable position despite what looked like a tough start for him.
Okay, so Emily, you already mentioned earlier how we want to be able to see the Talia get unlocked a little bit, move around the map. Well, right now, the Grubs are going to be spawning here in about 45 seconds. We've got our movement ultis online on both sides. APA's Weaver's Wall is ready to fire. Sniper also has the Scion ulti to charge in and join these fights if they need him. And I want to see who's going to make the play for the Grubs first. FBI and Ayla currently have priority over that top lane. You can see FBI about to hit level 6 on the Lucian. Culling can be a big tool in terms of fighting for position over these objectives as well.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is, as you already pointed out, right, 100 Thieves have prio on this top side, and Quid has kind of had prio in mid lane since that gank, right? So he's going to be able to back. River kind of already had cleared out a bit of vision on this top side, and he is pathing towards that grub area, so it's going to be a lot about setup, and even though they have TL have the scuttle vision down, it's looking like 100 Thieves have a really good job. They should be able to contest. Here's River.
Okay, let's see what we get here. Nope, Yuji's just going to go ahead. Vault break back into the grub pit, and Team Liquid's going to start it up. River walks into the unraveled earth, takes a chomp out of APA, but not a ton of damage onto either player. Team Liquid already secured grub number 1. Now they will back away. They don't want to overcommit for this. They don't want to overplay their hand as 100 Thieves moves into position. And now it's 100's turn to grab themselves at least one guaranteed grub. You can see Team Liquid is still hanging around, but because Yuji has already changed his aggro over to the blue buff, Core JJ is just looking around, clearing out a couple of wards. Should be a 2-1 grub split, and there it is. River is going to secure the majority of the grubs for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and so we didn't see any sort of explosive fight, but 100 Thieves were able to get in, take over, get the objective, despite the fact that TL were able to grab that grub. So no 3 grubs for 100 Thieves.
And I think 100 Thieves are going to be pretty happy with the pace of the game so far. I mean, they have a top side that is obviously going to be really strong in the 5v5, that it's going to be difficult to deal with here. And it's going to be about execution for TL. You know, how on point are they, especially with their new jungler, with Yuji? You know, yes, he did play with them last split for a bit, but not for very long compared to how many games they had in with Umti. And when you are playing Vi, you are under a lot of pressure to find those angles, to engage immediately when they show themselves, and to make sure that it is a good engage as well. Because if you choose that wrong fight, it is a one-way delivery system of 300 gold straight to the other team.
And we saw it yesterday, right? You pointed out that C9 ran something like very, very similar to this, right? And it was Blabber's teamfight targeting in that, really being able to get immediately on to Saint's Azir that allowed so much follow-up from the Equalizer, right? From the Talia flick back. So we'll see if TL are able to pull off that combination with Yuji leading the charge.
All right, 30 seconds till our next objective spawns, and everything on both sides of the aisle is locked and loaded, ready to go. We've got all the summoner spells. We've got all the ultimates. I fully expect to see some kind of a contest coming out here, as both teams are still very close in terms of their overall power, in terms of their overall gold. 100 Thieves do have control over the bot side River right now with that Scuttle Crab vision secured. FBI picking up the honey fruits to top off his resource bars, clearing out some of the vision there alongside Ayla. And Team Liquid now stepping up to try to challenge.
And this is Yuji with them last split, the games that he did play. You know, they were kind of going back and forth between him and Umti, and then now he has taken over that starting spot here. Obviously, they did fall in playoffs to Shopify Rebellion, which was a surprise based on preseason expectations. So a lot of pressure on Yuji's shoulders now to be able to deliver. This is a team that is used to winning championships, and that is the expectation that is being set for them.
Okay, TP coming in from 100 Thieves. They've already started up the Drake. Quid's here, FBI's here. They got plenty of firepower, but Yuji, Core, and Yon want to step up and look to challenge this. Nice use of the pillar there coming out from Trundle as River is going to get ulted. Yuji goes in, but the focus is only the enemy jungler. Ayla trying to protect him here with the Unbreakable as APA is on the backside of the fight, but he's not doing anything just yet. Team Liquid jumps in. Yon goes for the killer instinct, and River's about to drop. Yon gets the first kill, and 100 Thieves got to be careful. They continue trying to exfiltrate, and the flash is forced. Sniper finally arrives to the fight, but it's way too little, way too late. 100 Thieves got themselves the objective, and Team Liquid gets a punish kill.
A little bit of a, I'll say, questionable there on the backside of that fight, but TL are able to end up cleaning up in this fight. I want to see this again because it ended up being pretty split, right? So you have 100 Thieves securing the Drake, then they go on to River. He gets stunned up. Ayla's Braum actually does quite a bit of work with the exhaust onto Yon and then the follow-up from the Orianna Shockwave.
Yeah, the Shockwave was actually timed really, really nicely. It snapped Core back out of his crash down there, so kind of pulled him back off of what was supposed to be his big engage. And then this is that ultimate you were talking about, you know, Sniper arriving very late at the end of the day. TL were in position with the extra man. They should have been able to actually at least contest on the smite, though. But I think Yuji kind of hesitated on, do I want to flash into the pit? Do I want to ult into the pit? Like, how do I want to actually go for this? He started charging up the Vault Breaker, got interrupted by the pillar, and then by the time he actually ulted in, the dragon was already gone. But I don't think 100 Chiefs should have really been able to take that because they were in, you know, a 5v4 situation. They were the ones who were down a man. Sniper didn't actually arrive until the fight was already over. So a little bit of hesitation there from TL does mean that at the end of the day, 100 Thieves walk away with that dragon and are going to be really happy to do so.
Also want to mention, we saw in the picture-in-picture during the replay that Impact forced the flash out of Sniper in the bottom lane 1v1 after that whole Dragon fiasco was taken care of. So Sniper, late to arriving there, also ends up giving the flash away for free. Going to have to make sure that he's sharpening up some of these small mistakes that could start costing 100 Thieves as we move forward. It's only 45 seconds left until the plates are down, until we start to see bigger team-wide movements coming together towards bigger fights. The Rift Herald's going to be spawning in under 2 minutes. Both sides still very, very close in terms of what they've got here as we're seeing these first items come online. You've got the Trinity Force and the Sundered Sky in the jungle. 2 stacks on the Rod of Ages for Quid, and you've got the... What is the name of that stupid thing? Archangel Staff. I always remember Seraphs. It's Archangel Staff that sometimes trips me up. The Archangels building towards the Seraph's Embrace for APA. Still got about 1/3, 1/4 of that left to charge.
And a lot of times people are pretty critical of these kind of like more defensive builds, such as what Orianna's going for, where it is Merc Treads, where it is Roa. But honestly, I am not against it whatsoever when you're playing against this kind of a team comp, right? It is all about the one-shot for TL, where they're going to go in, they're going to try to 100-0 you. And when you have that extra HP, the extra durability from the Roa, plus you have a Braum, plus you have a Locket now down on the Braum, all of these tools are going to make it so hard for TL to get that one-punch kill that they're really looking for.
CoreJJ wants to find the engage, but he finds a whole lot of nothing. 100 Thieves with the immediate punish, and Team Liquid falters on their go button.
Yeah, they go in. They did force the flash off of FBI. That's really what he got, but FBI able to react really well to that, and then they just turn around and they burst down Core. So it's going to have to be about the next fight, because at the end of the day, yes, Core does die, but there's no objective for them to actually take. There's nothing really to grab. So if you can get back and actually punish this missing flash at the next Dragon fight or at the next major team fight, it might still not be a bad engage from Core.
Yeah, and we'll see that next objective coming up really soon on this top side, as we see kind of River already moving in, as well as TL with Core and Yuji onto this Rift Herald.
Okay, Team Liquid's got control over the pit right now. 100 Thieves still hanging around. River chomping a couple of chickens in the meantime, while Yuji's going to go ahead and begin the objective. Ayla is close enough to get some eyes on this. See that Team Liquid is already starting it up. Scryer Trinket into the pit will guarantee the truth on that one. Is 100 Thieves ready to step up and challenge. River within range for a smite fight as UG and APA continue to back away. FBI approaching from the side, and it's 100 Thieves now with control over the top side. River, UG in some danger, tries to ult back in and make something happen, but the piercing light hits just right. FBI and 100 Thieves guaranteeing that they're going to grab the kill on that one. CoreJJ for the engage now, goes for the crash down. FBI found out, but he doesn't quite drop just yet. Young goes in for the killer instinct and flashes back out. Ayla's about to drop as Impact's looking to burn him down. Sniper wants to cover, and Impact falls before he can get anybody. Quid takes another kill, and 100 Thieves is up 2-1 in the overall trade. Nobody even gets the Herald there just yet.
These fights are so split, it seems, especially from TL. It feels like they're hesitant. They're almost afraid to commit. And when they do, it is here where they recognize, okay, we can get Pillar onto UG, even though he tries to get out, ends up dying. Impact actually kind of saves this for TL on the back half as he comes in here. We get that equalizer immediately onto FBI.
Exactly. They're trying to punish this missing flash from FBI. They get in, they get the assassination there. Yon is able to kill him off. Impact just barely cannot finish off Ayla on the side here, as he's going to be able to limp away. River is able to get out as well. But to me, UG is just kind of split from the team there, right? And even when he ults in, no one's in range to follow up with the seismic shove. There's no ability to do anything off of his engage. So UG has got to make sure that he is coordinating well with the team. I think had he played it a little bit more slowly and been coordinated with APA when he went in, I think it's a very different fight.
Yeah, and we talked about how this team composition works, right? Like with UG being able to get onto a high priority target, and then the follow-up from Talia, and then the follow-up from Rumble, right? And we haven't yet seen that because they've been just slightly out of sync. We did just see a little bit of a trade of objectives with 100 Thieves grabbing a second Drake for themselves and a little bit of pressure onto this bot side turret.
Yeah, I mean, especially because FBI was such an obvious target, right? You forced his flash right before that. That was supposed to be the payoff where they show up and UG ults onto this flashless Lucian, then he gets hit by the seismic shove, he gets 100-0'd right off the bat, and then you win that fight off of that. But clearly it did not work out in that way. And Core's going to have to be a little bit careful here.
Yeah, Core JJ caught in a bit of a difficult position as Riverman Ayla continue marching forward. FBI right behind them. It's an easy pick on the Team Liquid support.
Yeah, and I think that has been, thus far, the difference for me is that 100 Thieves have just looked a little bit more coordinated.
Oh, over the wall, Ayla, nice engage there with the Glacial Fissure. Aggressive Braum ulti leads to a payday for 100 Thieves. Ayla setting it up.
That's kind of exactly what I'm talking about, right? Like, he goes in, the rest of the team is ready to go in with him, though, and that's been the crucial difference in these two teams. Now, Quid is actually about to clean up this first turret for them. And yeah, 100 Thieves off to a little bit of a gold lead now for themselves.
Yeah, they're going to claim feats off that. That was a sick Braum engage, honestly, over the wall. Kind of showing Core how it's done. He's looking like the better engage tool on the Braum here. Flashes over the wall, able to hit both members with the knock up there. Jan did use his ultimate pretty well to kind of force out that flash from River to finish him off, but still really nice engage. And 100 Thieves absolutely looking a lot more coordinated. They're the ones that are supposed to be kind of more on the back foot, absorbing the engages from TL, but TL has not been coordinated with their engage. I mean, we're closing in on 20 minutes. I don't think we've seen a single Vi ult be on the same screen basically as APA. Like, that is the combo that you're kind of drafting for, and they have never been able to pull it off so far here in nearly 20 minutes. And that is concerning because it is hard to win these fights front to back with these compositions. TL have got to be on point with their dive.
All right, as we are about to hit that 20-minute mark, let's take stock of everything, because 100 Thieves does have a pretty strong gold lead now, over 1,000, but the Herald is still in the pocket of UG on the side of Team Liquid. That could easily be cashed in for a full turret take. That'll alleviate some of the pressure there of that gold lead. But the big thing I'm also looking for, completed items. Second item fully completed there for Quid with the Orianna, as Jan's in some danger here, has to try to back away, but Impact's coming in for the backup. FBI and Ayla under some pressure now, but returning a bunch of damage of their own. The calling is enough to set it up for Quid to get a killing spree, and Impact's the one who gets cooked.
And Sniper wasn't even there, right? Again, at this fight, this is another example of just this kind of Rumble, Vi, Talia composition, like topside, really not being well coordinated enough with each other to pull off some of these picks, and it could just give 100 Thieves this Otacon.
It's looking like it will. I mean, they just kind of way overcommitted. Impact wanted to try to turn around this aggressive play that was coming in onto Jan, but fighting through a Braum is one of the hardest things to do in League. You get tagged, you get stunned up, and then you're going to eat the entire culling to the face while Braum has the shield up, while Braum has the locket and the heal and everything there to answer. Yes, you get a tier 1 tower. I don't even think they're going to get the second charge, but they're losing the Otacon in the meantime. And that is a pretty hefty price to pay, even though it doesn't show in the gold lead right now. That is a lot of adaptive force, a lot of additional experience that is going the way of 100 Thieves now.
Yeah, I do like TL's response, though. I do think they got the tier 1 top side, right? They drop Herald mid, they get the tier 1 mid. I actually do like that they are not going to contest that Otacon and try to get some other stuff on the map for themselves. Maybe regroup, be able to get a neutral objective setup where they can get the wall in, where they can follow up on a Vi engage. So yeah, I actually don't hate them not contesting it and basically just being like, okay, you guys get Otacon, we regroup, we get some turrets off the map, we maybe can spread pressure out there. But to your point, Isaac, I think they're in a lot of trouble with this 100 Thieves composition, being able to set up at neutral objectives for 100 Thieves with the plus adaptive force from the Otacon. It's just going to be really way more difficult for them to burst down a priority target.
Carries on both sides, armed with 2 fully completed items now, but important to also note the front line of 100 Thieves with those second items fully completed and Quid's Rod of Ages recently ticking 10 stacks for the extra level, the extra power for the Orianna.
Absolutely, and though it is just this 1K gold lead, the extra adaptive force is worth 1,600 bonus gold, 400 Thieves. So there's a lot of gold that is not actually showing on the scoreboard right now. You can see APA doing what APA does. He's playing through that side lane, trying to take down this tier 2 top. He does get it. So the gold lead is gone. It's just the adaptive force as the advantage. 100 Thieves first to start the dragon here, looking for soul point.
Okay, 100 Thieves with control over the Drake, burning it down pretty swiftly. UG not anywhere nearby to try to steal this one away, but Team Liquid obviously still thinking about trying to make a counterpunch after the fact. 100 Thieves continuing to try to get away. UG jumps over the wall, tries to ult in on top of FBI, and Jan's ready to jump in alongside him. Core JJ with a magnet storm over the top, but 100
100 Thieves hasn't lost anybody here just yet. Yon's gonna be the first to die. Quid barely gets away with a blast cone as Team Liquid can't get anything. 100 Thieves scramble and rally, and Team Liquid has to run for their lives. A decimating smash to lock up APA, and 100 Thieves just plays it better.
100 Thieves make it happen once again. This time it's Yuji going to the backline onto FBI. Yon is able to follow up. The equalizer was there. Obviously, APA is not going to be in range, but FBI is able to survive for so long, get so much damage out, and really turn around this fight. You know, Yuji is looking in, trying to hopefully hit the Q onto FBI, does not get it, throws the ulti down, and then everything is thrown here. But look at the shields coming through. There's the shield from the Orianna. There's the Braum blocking through a lot of this damage. The passive applied by Ayla onto Yon allows FBI to win out in that duel. And on the other side, Quid barely survives thanks to the extra HP from that Roa, thanks to the more defensive build here. And it's just River going crazy in the front line. Him and Sniper are untouched, cannot be knocked down. 100 Thieves playing this comp out really, really well, and it looks like they're starting to run away with this game.
We got the Golden Glue reaction. That's how you know that the game is swinging the way of 100 Thieves. Golden Glue's got his positive reactions. He's ready to go. 100 Thieves now 2,000 gold lead. And now we're seeing the dividends. That earlier Drake, Isaac, that you talked about, I think there should have at least been a smite fight. Team Liquid should have at least been able to contest for that. 100 Thieves getting that one for free has put them in a spot where they felt more motivated to secure the subsequent dragons. Now they're on Soul Point. Now there's all that extra pressure on Team Liquid for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's back-to-back dragons. Well, now 100 Thieves looking for a potential fight here, but...
Okay, Sniper, he eats a lot of projectiles, but he's a pretty tanky boy, so I don't think it's that big of a concern here. You do have the rest of 100 Thieves grouping up as they make their way forward towards the Team Liquid lines. Got to be a little bit careful. They do want to fight over this Scuttle Crab. A little bit more damage onto that one, ain't gonna matter. APA has to flash away. Sniper doesn't find a target here with the ulti, and now 100 Thieves are in a pincer attack. Team Liquid flying into the back line, and FBI is assassinated. Shut down over to Yuji. Quid's gonna be your next target. Team Liquid find both carries.
Really nice response from TL. That's probably the most well-coordinated fight, and I think it came off of a little bit of discoordination from 100 Thieves, right? If Sniper is going to be the front line on this Scion, he's going to have to kind of protect for them a little bit better, and this is going to automatically give the Baron over to TL. I don't think River is going to be able to get in to do anything about it.
Timing is such a crucial element in League of Legends. Those picks could not have happened at a better moment for TL. 10 seconds before the Baron spawns, you kill both cannons on the enemy team, immediately get the Baron as the reward, and everything 100 Thieves had built up to secure themselves a lead is washed away.
It absolutely is, and I mean, it was 100 Thieves, though, that were posturing very aggressively. You know, they were obviously confident to take a fight on that side of the map. They were actually behind TL for a while, and as they go forward here, I think they just lose track of the engage tools. Yuji, Core, both into the back line. In comes the Weaver's Wall, locking him off. And this time, it's FBI just gone immediately. And look at where Quid is compared to the rest of his team. There's the front line. Quid is way over on the other side. This time it was, 100 Thieves, instead of actually pulling back and peeling, their front line was diving, and their carries were left completely exposed, and they get punished the maximum amount.
And once a fight separates like that for TL, it is really nice to be able to see, like, for example, Yuji and Yon be able to go in, actually assassinate FBI on the backline, right? This composition, when they are able to isolate key targets, can burst them down. And then, yeah, this is kind of a little bit of a 100 Thieves classic, where sometimes when they get into these more standard front-to-back team fights, I do think they don't necessarily look as well coordinated as they do in more like separated skirmishes. And I believe we saw that there.
And this is the question now. Does 100 Thieves actually try to challenge at this dragon? It's going to be tough for them to get out there and get some vision. They have one ward down in the river. They have one, kind of approaching the river as well. And 100 Thieves are trying to play through mid lane to actually get some push. They would love to be able to contest for soul, but I think it's going to be very hard for them to actually get over there.
It'll be tough, man. Terminus fully completed for Yon as well with the Kaisa. You can see Crypt Bloom just coming on there. 4 APAs to Leah. So 3-item power spikes for both the carries on Team Liquid's going to feel very good heading into what could be a fight for the soul if 100 Thieves wants to try to contest there. Also, the armband ready on impact, so he does have the stasis to drop aggro if he gets engaged on. But meanwhile, it's River caught out by
right, Team Liquid putting some damage into the Trundle, but the Subjugate keeps him alive. Impact and Yawn now try to fight off to the side as FBI is caught in the middle of everybody yet again. FBI dies and 100 Thieves are going with them. Team Liquid, every time they can find the carry, the fight is guaranteed. They've done it back-to-back now, and they're marching down mid lane.
Yeah, and they're going to lose a lot off the back of this. At least this tier 2 tower here. You would think the tier 2 tower through bottom as well. They're taking the Dragon. They're going to be taking everything at the same time because TL again cut out the carry. And this time, FBI had the flash, had the barrier, loses both, loses his life, and it's going to mean those next fights are that much harder. TL is going to open up a massive advantage off the back of this.
Yeah, they're going to get so much off of this. And we talked about timing with these fights, right? This is the second big fight that we've seen TL be able to separate, get onto FBI immediately, and then clean up on the map. The first time it was Baron, now with Baron buff, they're able to get their second Drake of the game, really able to open up the map in mid and bot.
When you draft a champ whose job is to kill one dude, your fights look pretty good when you start by killing that one dude.
True.
Team Liquid has found their recipe for success, and now they are cooking something up to the tune of a 5,000 gold lead. They stop the soul take for now. Yuji jumping in. River and Ayla here on the front line as FBI fires off the culling and APA loses half HP. Ayla drops the glacial fissure, but a big magnet storm from Core JJ keeps 100 Thieves in range. Ayla's first to die as River wants to flash away to safety. Yuji staying alive for now. The shockwave was big, but it's not big enough. A double kill over to Impact will become another for Yawn off the back of it. It's a 3-0 fight for TL, and 100 Thieves are looking done.
Yeah, TL are looking like they just want to push through mid lane here. At the very least, they're going to crack an inhibitor. The start of the fight looked pretty good for 100 Thieves, but it was a beautiful Q flash from Yuji that actually found FBI, that sets up this re-engage, kills FBI off once again, and as soon as he's gone, they just don't have the damage to get through the fight. 100 Thieves will stay alive, but will have to drop that inhibitor here, and are getting further and further behind now. These fights are getting a lot better here from TL, and I just want you to watch the re-engage as it happens from Yuji on FBI, because the start of this fight honestly looks pretty good. I mean, APA is getting put really low. They're not able to fight through that front line, but it's right here. FBI gets found, and they're able to actually go back in on it.
Yeah, and again, once they're able to get FBI separated, able to get the combination, this time the Kaisa with the Equalizer and the Talia wall, it looks really, really good for TL, because again, they can just get all of that burst damage down.
So let's just speak objectively and plainly about it right now. Is there a way that 100 Thieves can even win a team fight at this point without Team Liquid massively misplaying? Because all of these recent fights have not been close.
No, I wouldn't think so, you know, without some sort of misplay. I mean, you can definitely get picks and things like that, but I think it's going to be really hard for FBI to stay alive. Like, he is clearly the target, especially when you realize there's double Zonias, there's a Seekers, and there's a GA. So there's 4 kind of like resets or immunities for TL.
All right, Equalizer ready to lay out the red carpet for Yuji's entry, and immediately the burst is down, this time onto Quid. Stays alive, but immediately Core JJ is ready to follow it up. Team Liquid continues their push. River's the next to die. Everybody but Sniper's already in the dirt, and that Scion is on the run. Team Liquid has nothing left standing between them and the enemy Nexus. APA is going to try to pad the kills. He doesn't have one. He needs to try to get one kill before the end of the game. He'll look to chase down Sniper and try to secure it, while the rest of Team Liquid is not concerned with the stats. They're concerned with the Nexus. The turrets are already going to fall, and APA, unfortunately, will not grab his kill before the end of the game, but Team Liquid take game 1.
And congrats to Team Liquid. They came back after what I thought was a lot of really hesitant, disconnected fights. Finally are able to separate these into smaller skirmishes enough to get on priority targets.
Yeah, it was a great comeback from Team Liquid. Lounge, what do you think?
TL 2-0. As I said, Raz.
1-2, that was my prediction. My prediction was that they would lose the game.
Let me tell you, Jat was not that confident at about 15 minutes into the game.
I'm so much more confident now. You wouldn't believe it.
He was cussing. He was throwing stuff. He was kicking pillows.
So it took them a while to find the right approach to team fights. But once they did,
they
rinse and repeat.
I mean, 100 Thieves, Raz, is this a classic for this team or what? Get a lead and then lose the lead?
It's perhaps the worst classic that can be called a classic. I don't think this is a classic that you want to be branded with. But yeah, I have one message for 100 Thieves. Just one.
What is it? Just say it. They're
I don't
not
want to
showing
say
us.
it.
They're not.
I don't want to say it. It's not coming out of my mouth. Stop throwing at Team Liquid. Stop it. Stop throwing.
You just did.
I think it's
threw
fine.
that.
I think it's totally fine if they want to continue to keep trying.
Yeah, Oh, back nine. What's UG? I'm looking. I'm team UG. What's UG? Yeah. AD the flash, AD the flash. Yeah. 오래 주냐? Wait, back nine. Yeah, go back nine. Yeah, keep looking. Well played. We can't. Hold minion, and then GG. I can trust
that was the final fight of the fight. I wanted to break down the one that got them the lead 24 minutes, 30 seconds into the game when Team Liquid was actually behind 2 Drakes and 2,500 gold. The big thing here, when I look at the carries on the team, Quid and FBI are the only 2 real damage dealers. Everyone else has to protect them, but Team Liquid is actually so spread out that 100 Thieves needs to move as a unit. And I'd say the way this fight went wrong for 100 Thieves and right for Team Liquid is right here. Once Sniper and River both used Trundle Pillar, Ayla had already jumped forward with W, and Sion had ulted.
Hey, look at Core JJ.
Core JJ's in position. He's ready to go. So not only did they get onto Quid, but they can get onto FBI at the same time with the Vi ultimate. Vi, Kaisa take out him, Rel, Talia take out Quid. And once that happens, it doesn't matter what these 3 people are doing. So this was the first fight the Team Liquid got correct backline access on 100 Thieves. And then after they did that, they just continued to do it for the rest of the game.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, there are definitely a couple fights there where they were super separated and did not look like they had the same level of coordination. Team Liquid, once they got the successful blueprint locked in,
It felt for a while very clear that Team Liquid was losing that game. At the very beginning of the game, it was like 2 discombobulated fights that were happening.
Yeah.
And it was like getting real messy.
I mean, look at the goal graph.
This is great, but look at that.
Just look at this goal graph. It was so much in the favor of 100 Thieves until it flipped right here. I'd say Impact was doing work the entire game, 32,000 damage. Damage on kills as well. He had a lot of team fight damage that ended up being effective.
I would also
not
say,
just spray damage on
even
Sion.
in the replay you showed where 100 Thieves were technically 2,000 gold ahead, the items were all 2-item power spikes for TL also.
They had the same items.
So they chose their moment to go for the fight pretty well too.
Yeah.
It's tough.
How does 100 Thieves come back, Raz?
Look, they got to ban 1 champion. I'm already saying, ban the Ziggs, that's number 1.
They didn't have to ban in game 1.
Ziggs?
They didn't have to, but now it's fearless. We have to be a little bit aware of it. And also, it's just, I feel like I like their composition. I like the early leads that they were pushing. They just have to stick the landing. That 1 team fight was a bad look. We're a team fighting team. Let's just team fight better.
Yeah. For me, they picked so much scaling. They picked Orianna, Sion, Trundle, and still got an advantage. I just don't think they're a very good late game team. So pick early game, blow the game open would be my strategy for 100 Thieves. Team Liquid should continue to do what they're doing.
Yeah. I said play around Quid. Everybody think about, always think in your mind, where is Quid? Let's play around Quid. Because Quid started out the game really far ahead.
He did.
Yeah. River still making really good vision plays, by the way. He always does this, where he uses enemy team vision against them.
Yeah.
You know, the one where they see him on Raptors and he goes in the bush like, oh, I'm leaving, and then wraps around and still got the first blood for mid.
Yeah, I mean, true. Quid, River, good. Not good enough. Team Liquid wins. LTA North Twitch subs are back. Join the community for exclusive content, including League of Legends game, emote, bring it for paid and gifted subs. Plus, get access to all of our exclusive LTA North Twitch emotes like Gigaflowers. Subscribe to the LTA today. And up next, we've got Game 2 of Team Liquid versus 100 Thieves.
Zale Nodders. That one is really good and cursed.
Rockyon is a good one. That's what he did after game 1.
Hi, I'm Jan.
I'm APA.
I'm Core. And today, we're going to be guessing what lane these League of Legends players play. I'm going to be asking most likely what they're doing most of the time. I think I can get a good feeling off of that.
I'm gonna ask them about the real life, their personality.
Junglers are normally losers. You can tell just off the vibe check if they're a loser or not.
And mid laners are usually egotistical, so that one should be an easy one.
Hello, I'm Zeke. I play League of Legends.
Hello.
I mean, I already know what he is. He didn't pass the vibe check.
What?
A little bit of a loser.
Why is he so mean?
What do you mean by loser? Which role is loser?
Just a vibe check. Junglers.
Oh, okay.
So I already have my answer.
Hey, does anyone have any nice questions to ask me?
Yeah, I know what he is. Let's go.
Yeah,
let's wrap it up.
Wait.
That's it? I'm a loser and I...
Sorry, I'm joking. It was a joke. It was a joke.
Okay.
Okay. What time in the game do you normally hit level 6?
Maybe like 12 minutes.
Among your friends group, what rank are you?
I'm usually the highest out of my friends.
What role do you play in other games usually?
I like playing tanks in other games. I don't have a ton of experience, but I've always played like Warrior and like WoW and stuff, so.
I've had enough since the vibe check, so I think it's a support.
So he's not a loser.
He passed the vibe check.
Okay. I think he's top laner. When you are good in the group, I don't think you want to play support. You play game with the friends, you think you are too good for the group. Now you want to play solo queue as a top laner.
Core's already wrong because he said he's around a lot of people. So I think he's either a jungler or support main, but how do you hit level 12 or level 6 at 12 minutes in the game?
I could just gank a lot, you know, and then they're not successful, but, you know, I don't want to sway you one way or the other.
Now what is this? Now he's just got me in the double loop here. I'll go with jungle.
I would change my mind.
Oh, you can change?
Yeah.
No, you can't change.
I think it's jungler.
He's a support.
I'm a support player.
Oh,
I'm a support
of course,
player.
I knew it.
I play a lot of engaged support, so I think that's why I like playing tanks in other games.
Welcome to 2 Club.
I'm sorry that I didn't pass the vibe check. I hope that we can squash this beef after this. Thank you guys for having me.
You tricked me.
It was nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you.
Ian, we have beef.
I was right on the first time.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Why are we in Indiana? The retreat's in Nashville, Tennessee.
Put Nashville, Indiana in the GPS.
Mr. Shotgun over here.
Bro.
Okay. Let me just figure this out. Oh, we're cool. There's a charging station nearby.
Who puts in Nashville and Indiana anyway?
Yeah. Plans change, but the Kia EV9 is great for road trips and so much more.
Thieves grouping up as they make their way forward towards the Team Liquid lines. A little bit more damage onto that one, ain't gonna matter. APA has to flash away. Sniper doesn't find a target here with the ulti, and now 100 Thieves are gonna pincer attack. Team Liquid flying into the back line, and FBI is assassinated. Shut down over to Yuji. Quid's gonna be your next target. Team Liquid finds both carries.
Welcome back to the Riot Games Arena here. It is finally time to kick off split number 3 here for the LTA. We're on day 2 of week 1, and we're in the middle of this best of 3 between Team Liquid and 100 Thieves. Now, the first game was pretty slow to start, and then 100 Thieves started building a lead, but one big blunder right before Baron spawned. Team Liquid catches out the carries. Team Liquid slams a fight, and for the rest of the game, the Thieves never found their footing again.
I mean, that's kind of the thing about League of Legends is all plays are not created equal, right? You know, you make a mistake like that before a dragon or by a scuttle, you lose something small.
Yeah.
You make that mistake at 24.5 minutes right by the Baron, you usually just lose the game, right? And that is the reality of the game, is that these swings can be so massive when you make a mistake around these big objectives.
And the big thing I want to see from both teams going into this game too, I actually thought both of them were like pretty hesitant around some of their objective sets, around some of their fights, especially TL with this top side they drafted for themselves. I actually thought 100 Thieves were in such a good position until that Baron setup, right? So we see 100 Thieves on the blue side this time. They will be taking away the Ziggs and also the Aurora first. I think the Ziggs is a great ban.
Yeah, it is. It did get, you know, a lot of buffs recently, and there was a lot of talk about that, you know, coming back for APA in particular, who's known as a Ziggs guy. But quite a bit of focus towards him thus far from 100 Thieves. They're going to keep the Varus ban, not wanting to first pick it here on the blue side, but not wanting to give it over to Lyon, who to me was still that kind of big shining star in this game for TL. I thought he played really, really well on the Kai'Sa. And it was kind of a similar story, I think, to last split, where I did feel like the top side of the map was not always looking as cohesive, but Core and Yon were playing very well and were kind of those standouts.
All right, let's see how 100 Thieves wants to play this one, as it is the Aurora, Ziggs, Varus banned out by 100 Thieves, Azir, Gwen, Pantheon banned out by TL. Much less targeted bans on the Team Liquid side. These are just generally good picks across those 3 roles that they want to remove. And 100 Thieves is looking like they are just going to go with a fast first lock Senna here.
Yeah, and that's a little surprising. I mean, FBI is a really excellent Senna player, right? And I actually did like TL's Senna ban on 4-5 last draft, because I did think 100 Thieves could have been potentially setting up for a Senna pick with that draft as well. But there are ways to deal with her. So picking her early in this draft, in my opinion, is a little bit risky. Obviously, one of the ways to deal with her is the Lucian. The Lucian is out because of Fearless.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, you know, how it actually goes. Do they try to match scaling with scaling? Because sometimes people will just go like Smolder or Jinx or Zeri and play like Zeri Lulu or things like that, that, you know, you're saying, okay, Senna can't actually punish me that much early on, and I'm just going to scale alongside you. So you can kind of go column A, or you can go column B, where you're saying, all right, we're going to play like a hard 2v2 lane and try to slam you with like Nico and Poke or whatever, things like that. So it'll be interesting to see the approach that TL does elect to take.
And already we see the Wukong Annie combination locked in, super potent combination.
Let's dive.
We saw this working out so well for so many teams at MSI. Meanwhile, River is on the J4.
The classic pick.
I would say like one of his signature,
His most
if not
iconic,
his
I think.
signature.
Yeah,
pick.
for sure.
Yeah, I mean, everyone, when I think of River, I think of him doing some cooked gank where like you never would expect.
Level 2 Jarvan.
Exactly, he's coming from some crazy angle. I mean, even on the Trundle, he was able to pull it off. Like the way he utilized vision, it's such a subtle thing, but it was so smart how he played around the vision that they had spotted getting put down to get that first blood on APA. And on a champion like Jarvan, he can be even more creative here. You know, can come from more difficult angles to actually anticipate. And it's feeling like already we're kind of going into a similar game as last game, where it's like 100 Thieves are going scaling. They're going like, okay, absorb the engage, be able to actually take the longer fight, where TL is looking like it's the shotgun comp once again. It's Annie, it's Wukong, it's Renekton, it's everyone flying to the back line, and you one-shot one of the carries or bust.
Which is super interesting, right? Because when we think of 100 Thieves, we think of them as like the heavy skirmish team. You and I were kind of joking off camera about how if you looked at those drafts, you know, blind, you might be like, oh, the draft on the left definitely belongs to 100 Thieves in game 1. It didn't. Another thing I do want to point out, though, is Impact, like blind Renekton is something he kind of often goes towards, and we did see that hover from Sniper on the first pick. So I think that's also might be a little bit of a takeaway, but something he kind of defaults towards in a lot of these scenarios.
Yeah, it's something he's obviously super comfortable on. I like the TK ban. It is kind of an obvious pairing, obviously, with the Senna, but especially when you're going to fully commit towards dive, I think you really do just have to kind of take that away. You know, we do see Nautilus as another really common pairing, so I wouldn't be surprised if they want to attack that Senna to ban away that Nautilus here on that final ban. But you can also throw protection bans for the Renekton if you are concerned about something that Sniper might bring out.
All right, let's see what we get. There it is. Yeah, tossing out one of those bruiser versus bruiser matchups.
That's not my flash, so you're not getting me.
True. I also have flash on F. Nice.
I'm not going to agree with you guys because
Well, you are wrong.
Well, no, wait. You said that's your flash. Wait, you said I also have flash.
I also have flash on.
I said that is not my flash, so he's not getting
it's
it.
not, it's not your flash.
Oh, okay. No, yeah, F is for flash.
Yeah.
Anything
okay,
else
we're
is wrong.
united.
Okay.
This cast is united.
Exactly.
Good. All right, cool. We're on the same. I was about ready to rage quit. I had to. All right, so let's see where we're at. As Rakan and Poppy are banned away by 100 Thieves, they don't want the Steadfast presence to be able to stop any type of big engages that they would want to do. Also stopping some of the engage potential there of Team Liquid. But we're going to see Core JJ on a classic here, putting him on the Alistar. If you have this team that's ready to full send, Alistar is great for starting up dives, for being the initiator and getting things going, roaming around.
Yeah, this does leave the Nautilus up to pair with the Senna. It also, I'm wondering if they're just kind of waiting to see whether they want to go Jhin or not, because I think Jhin is something that would fit really well within this TL composition. Potentially waiting to just see what the rest of 100 Thieves looks like, the Cassante, and then there's the Nautilus we talked about.
Yeah, this is interesting. You know, they're coming out here, and you would not expect these to be the Sniper champions, right? He's going Sion game 1, he's going Cassante game 2. Last split, Sniper played 0 games of either. So
okay.
You know, it is a very different start to split 3. Obviously, you know, can just be kind of what they are believing fits into the meta. They have brought on, you know, Dokla as this positional coach. I was talking to him on stage before I interviewed Sniper, and he was saying, you know, that is his role, to specifically work with Sniper to help him improve. And, you know, maybe this is some of that influence here from Dokla, trying to help Sniper be able to kind of broaden that champion pool, play a different style. Game 1 did not really work out. We'll have to see if they can make it happen here in game number 2.
Yeah, I really think that the Cassante kind of matches closer to what you would expect from Sniper. There is still outplay potential on it. You do still have the ability to flex your mechanics and be a little stylish. Sion walks up, uses his shield on the wave, smacks it, and gets 20 health, right? It doesn't exactly seem like a Sniper champ.
And
game 1, right? Once TL were able to separate out a lot of those fights, he wasn't really able to frontline or keep people off of FBI. The Cassante allows a lot more of what I think 100 Thieves kind of want a team fight to look like, where they are kind of splitting things up, where they are being a little bit more skirmishy, just based on what has given this team success previously.
It's also interesting to see the final pick here for Yon was the Ezreal. Obviously, there is some dive on the other side that he wants to be aware of. But also, Ezreal can assist on the dive himself, you know, with the True Shot Barrage, throwing that into the back line when you do throw in all of these tools that they have. So it's going to be interesting to see how they want to play these fights out. You know, Quid does feel like he is going to have a target pain on his back. FBI is going to have a target pain on his back. You know, those are going to be what everyone on TL is going for, just like in game 1. And while the start was good for 100 Thieves, in those later fights, they were the ones getting zeroed out. They were the ones getting caught and burst down. So we'll see if they can actually keep their carries alive in the second game and push us to a game 3.
And my eyes are on River. He had a good start in the previous game. The level 3 Trundle kill on the Taliyah in mid lane, immediately setting his mid laner up for some success. Now back on his iconic Jarvan. I'm excited to see it again.
From Golden Glue.
7 years
LTA
ago,
North.
Scion Speedway medal. This man was keeping receipts for quite a while.
7 years.
Yeah, that's...
Science Speedway is the throwback. That was actually a lot of fun. We used to do a lot of competitions where they'd make a race course on Scion, and apparently he won. Kangas, tell us all about it.
Well, we'll get to that one shortly, Azale. But first, I want to reflect on something that Sniper said before Game 1 there at Golden Glue, that with 100 Thieves not around next year, players are playing to get scouted by other teams. How does that affect your role as a coach to this split?
I mean, you know, it doesn't change that much for me. It's mainly just everyone's got to be playing their best and performing. It's kind of happening right now. We're fighting. But You know, it's kind of natural where like everyone just wants to do their best and play their best champions, and it's very cohesive with, you know, coaching a team.
All right, well, happy to hear that. Also, I wanted to give you something because you mentioned we don't give a physical Coach of the Award split anymore, but I had this made for you. So I'm going to put this on to recognize last year Coach of the Year. And also, we know that Science Speedway we also owed you from 7 years ago. So we're going to give you that ribbon. If we are missing anything else, let us know. We'll make sure that we rectify that. For now, that's us. Back to the casters.
All right, thank you very much, everybody, and here we go. We're still back to scrapping in the 2v2 bottom side as Jan and Core keep the pressure on, and FBI and Ayla are forced away from the wave.
And as they should. I mean, Senna just feels not... I'm underselling it. It's not fun to play. Senna herself, I think, is actually pretty fun to play once you get out of this kind of early laning phase, but her early laning is definitely not the power, and it kind of feels bad until you are able to lock in that static shiv, right? So it does make sense, especially after that level 1, that this Ezreal is kind of shoving them in.
Yeah, and while you are going to get pushed in, you know, as long as you don't actually get killed, trading like this is great for Senna because you're just getting stacks every time that they are going for this, and especially when you're playing fleet, and you can get pass-through queues. If you can get a pass-through queue, you know, through your support onto them, like that is the dream because you're dealing damage, you're killing both of you, and you're kind of creating this really health-positive trade here. Jan, though, obviously, you know, he's not feeling threatened in this 2v2. He's playing teleport, so he's going to be playing, you know, 4 tempo. Ken, when you get push, sometimes just take this quick base, TP right back, and try to keep the Senna lane locked. Impact, though.
Immediately, River getting involved once again. Level 3 PvP. 100 Thieves. First blood in the top side. River setting it up for Sniper.
I'm going to miss River so much, guys. I love watching River find these angles. They actually did, I believe, end up spotting him out on a ward, and then Impact ends up dying to that gank anyway on the top side. But I always just love that River is constantly trying to find these creative ways. Yeah, so he is coming off of here. They will see him on that ward, and then I think he just kind of waits it out until he feels like he can go in onto Impact.
Oh yeah, they forced out the slice, and then as soon as he uses that, it just goes right back in. And that's just well played. I mean, I think from that position, Impact is thinking, okay, he's either down by the scuttle or he's like recalling or he's not still going to be there. But getting the slice forced out early there, and then Impact decides because he has no slice, he's not even going to use the flash. I think, you know, at that position, he's making the call that, all right, I'm not actually going to get out here. But that is River Jarvan, to me, most iconic pick. FBI in trouble, though.
Yeah, FBI's got to be careful down here in bottom lane as, again, Jan and Core JJ just finding that opportunity for damage whenever they can. But yeah, River over a 75% lifetime win rate on J4 is some pretty nasty work.
And the KP is like 86% KP over 30-something games. That's nuts.
Ayla trying to barely get away here. Jan shifting forward aggressively. The last Mystic shot gets blocked, but it won't matter. There's still enough damage in the air, and Team Liquid ties the game up 1-1.
And even though River's there, he's not going to be able to do anything about it, right? Like, you kind of saw he was potentially getting himself into a position where he'd be able to help out that 2v2. Really great punish coming out of Jan and Core onto FBI and Ayla.
And that's actually pre-teleport. So FBI has to hang around. He can't actually base because he would lose too much on the wave. So we'll see where Jan wants to go. But I want to talk about all of these Ziggs buffs. We saw that the nerf, the ban actually came through. And even though people really associate this pick with APA, it wasn't actually one of the most banned champions against them last split. So I do think we're going to see a lot more Ziggs from APA this split. And we're going to see a lot more attention on it just in pick and ban. Teams are going to be having to ban it out, which can help them. Because one of the concerns that a lot of people had for TL is how they perform in Fearless. They felt that they were more limited in the different styles that they can actually play. So even if you don't get the Ziggs, the fact that it gets a buff and is drawing bans is already beneficial for them in draft.
Yeah, and as we see, so off of that play, I mean, I just really like the way that TL are using this bot side pressure here, right? Like getting Core out onto the map to lay down vision. They end up with that first Ocean Drake off of these plays. They're able to make bot lane. Sniper should be fine. He's Cassante.
And Team Liquid feels confident moving forward and putting the pressure on Sniper like that when he's this close to the turret because he's just barely not level 6. There's no opportunity yet for the real Cassante moment with the all out under the turret. So Core and Jan are just going to keep that pressure building.
Yeah, he hits 6 now, so dive obviously would be difficult. This was a small thing, but I actually love when I see players, you know, going for these little micro plays where as Core was walking towards Sniper, Sniper's obviously going to try to Pathmaker as soon as he goes for the combo. So Core kept hitting S key and like stop moving, so it looks like it's about to start an animation over and over as he was walking towards him. And then once he's really close, he went for the headbutt, and basically Sniper couldn't react in time. So I just thought that was really clever, as it does get the cleanse out. No way he's going to be able to actually chase down and kill here, but is able to trade the ulti for FBI's cleanse. And it's just nice seeing players play those mind games, you know, trying to really juke people out and create these small advantages.
Okay, we've got 7 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock, which means it's about time for the Grubs to spawn. Now, last game, we did see a trade in the Grubs, a 1-2 split, but neither side really wanting to fight over them. Instead, just kind of agreeing that nobody gets the full pot, the full prize in that topside river. This time around, you can see Impact popping that Dominus on the Renekton to get control of the topside wave, to be able to set up so that Team Liquid can have the prep that they need for this objective. Core JJ, happy to hang out in this brush for a good long while. We'll go ahead and use the sweeper, find the ward placed down there by 100 Thieves, clear that one out. And they do want to get this last wave shoved up here. You can see Yuji on the Wukong, does have ulti, does have flash. APA singing the same song here in mid, and that Wukong Annie combo can be so deadly at neutral objective fights. Now, Yon's got to be careful though. Sniper's going all out. Yon might just go down. Sniper with the solo bolo. Meanwhile, topside, we aren't done just yet. Core JJ's got to be careful because 100 Thieves have control over the topside river in the Grub pit.
The timing on the all out there from Sniper was sick. He actually pulled him out of the arcane shift. That is why Yon goes down.
Core JJ going in now as 100 Thieves are scrambling to try to fight. Yuji with a Cyclone finds a knock up onto 3. Cast number 2 ain't going to get a whole lot here just yet as Impact and Core looking for the kill onto River, and Impact gets that first one. Now Core JJ staying alive. The aftershock keeping him tanky as Quid can't get anything, and TL is just burying corpses in the river.
Man, multiple times now, the timing goes the way of TL. We go back to this bot lane play. It's all about the timing on the all-out. Sniper is able to buffer it on Yon and pull him out of the arcane shift, because as soon as you press it, it is going through even after the arcane shift. That is beautifully done. Punishes the missing flash. And now watch the Cyclone timing here from Yuji. Interrupts the flag and drag there from River. So as he goes through here, he throws out the E for this flag and drag. He's trying to look to get in the back line, immediately interrupted on it, then couldn't actually get in range to go through on the flag and drag, goes forward, and Impact just flashes on him, immediate punish. FBI doesn't have the damage as Quid gets knocked down to be able to finish off really any of these players. It's just so early in the game. Quid has no damage. He's building towards a catalyst. Like, that's all he has. They can't finish anyone. It's these little plays from TL that make such a difference in that moment. And then, of course, for Sniper on the other side of the map.
Yeah, really good recognition from TL, especially since I think 100 Thieves felt a little bit safe, right? Because they had gotten prio mid from the Victor. They had been able to rotate up and get first crack at those Grubs. And this is what I was missing from TL in game 1, right? The response and kind of being united in what we want to do. That was a really, really nice initiation from Yuji and a really nice follow-up from Impact.
So Team Liquid now, they've already got the feat of Warfare, 4 kills to 2. They are 1 neutral objective away from securing the Empowered Boots now as well, because they got 2 out of 3 of the Grubs, because they got the first Drake. Team Liquid feeling really good about the current state of the game, feeling really good about that spicy Grub fight that they got, and the massive dub over 100 Thieves up there as FBI on the Senna, just about to tick 30 stacks, but he's still a long way from being effective.
Core's looking. He wants this.
Let's see what we get. Core JJ hidden away, going in for the headbutt. There it is, pulverized. Now line him up, knock him down. Yon gets the kill there. Now Core JJ should be dead to right, so it'll be a 1-for-1. But that's support for AD carry. Team Liquid's going to take that.
Exactly, and Yon is the one who gets the kill, so it's even better for them as we're going to have a fight on this top side.
Okay, Impact putting the pressure onto Quid. Is going to need some more damage if he wants a kill there, but nope, not even forcing out the flash. Instead, just taking the tempo and the HP control as APA's got to be careful. Sniper, again, pressuring, forcing APA to step back.
He flashed for that.
Yeah, I think he thought he was going to be able to get the Q3 slow and then be able to actually get an all-out and angle for it, but didn't actually have his Q3 prep, so it was just the Intofo strike slow.
And more importantly, this will give first rotation to 100 Thieves on this Drake. We'll see if TL want to contest. We have Ezreal TPing into mid.
Okay, 100 Thieves with all the control right now, though. It looks like even if TL show up, it's just going to be for a punish, not a true contest on the objective. Sniper here on the front takes a little bit of pain, but honestly, still just shrugging it off. He's feeling fine. Yon, feeling safe enough on his Ezreal, can just arcane shift back over the wall there as 100 Thieves will take the objective and get out safe.
And then crucially on this top side, Impact's Renekton was dirty farming beyond this turret, gets a lot of damage onto this tier 2 turret. In response, kind of decided not to end up TPing in for a dragon contest. When TL are in these kinds of positions, the thing for me that makes them such a strong team is when they're able to set up on the map and kind of leverage different sides of the map to always get an advantage. So even if 100 Thieves does something, they end up with a little bit of a bonus out of it.
And it just feels like a lot, honestly, is going well for TL this game. I kind of expected Quid to have more of a lane lead, you know, in this matchup. Annie often struggles against some of these control mages that can outrange her, where she can't take these good early trades. You can sometimes just kind of get out farmed, poke down slowly. But APA has been doing well. We'll have to be careful as Ayla is moving down to this side of the map. But APA with a slight gold lead early on is going to be feeling pretty happy about his positioning, especially given that TL were just able to out-execute in the team fights last game, even from a deficit. But TL really is looking to just kind of bounce back from last split. They finished 4th overall in 2024 spring. They went first. They obviously won again, in split 1 here as well to go to first stand. And that's kind of the expectations that had been set for them. Across last year and coming into this year, it was the story of TL trying to get these big wins internationally. And they kind of fell off pretty hard last split. They really struggled, I think, with the lane swap changes, also with the move towards Fearless. Both those things did seem to hurt them. And we're seeing if they can get this bounce back.
Okay, Ayla under pressure. Core JJ and APA need a little bit more damage to secure the kill. Dawning Shadow comes through. The shield on Ayla, enough to keep him protected, as Team Liquid wanted that kill on the support, but just barely missed out on enough damage to get it done.
Yeah, we'll see how they're able to regroup. They did not get much from that outside of some really deep vision.
Okay, River trying to re-engage now with a Core JJ, but he's got to be careful because Yuji's ready to go with a Cyclone. Flashback out from the 100 Thieves jungler, looking to stay safe. As 100 Thieves still staying alive for now. Sniper still up there in that top side, getting things pushed out on the Cassante. But now that this scrapping has calmed down a little bit, I do 100% agree with what you were saying, Isaac. When we talk about things that change in League of Legends, we talk about buffs and nerfs to items and to champions. But I think Team Liquid, at least in LTA, was the team most affected by the systems changes of no lane swaps, of Fearless now being the default, and it really has caused them to lose some of that footing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's easy to forget, but the way that we talk about FlyQuest now is the way that people were talking about TL last year, right? They were talking about TL as, okay, they're on the precipice of taking down these big Eastern teams. Multiple times they took T1 last year to 3 games in a best of 3. They were really looking like they were going to be able to kind of cross that threshold. And then these changes came in, and all of a sudden they weren't even really at the top of the LTA. So we're seeing, can they get back to those winning ways here and topple teams like FlyQuest to even get a crack at the teams that they were looking for last year, like T1.
Yeah, and I do like some of the things I've seen out of them more in this game, right? Like a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more cohesion. One thing that did happen while we were going through that, as just land timbers on Quid, is that Impact had TP'd back down, so he is not going to have it for this fight.
Okay, 100 Thieves with control over the pit. Herald's going to lose its patience and reset, though. Impact has already taken that turret down there in the bottom side, and he'll have to walk his way up here. 100 Thieves still trying to maintain control. Tibbers harassing people low, but does end up snapping back. Yon is all alone just poking at these guys, playing on the edge of Ezreal's range. Ayla wants to go in after him, but Yon with a flash away, trying to escape as Ayla and FBI are on the hunt, but the Herald's already going to be claimed by River. Ayla now in danger as Impact jumps over the wall to slice and dice and save Yon's life, as APA barely staying alive along
alongside Yuji up here on the top side. But finally, Sniper falls. River reinforced by Quid, and the Wukong dies before we can get another heal. Now FBI still trying to escape, but Core JJ is ready to cut off that path. Team Liquid should get this last kill here in the fight. Impact gets the stun, so 3 kills for 2, favoring Team Liquid's side, but the Rift Herald did go over to 100 Thieves.
What a crazy split fight with Yon kind of flanking as Ezreal, really playing with fire, waiting for Impact to be able to rotate up. Like we talked about, he'd already burned his TP well prior to this fight. He is so aggressive in just getting damage onto here, and you see Impact is still walking up, right? So I also think Yuji and APA on the backside kind of do a good job with Sniper and River here as well.
I really love this. I mean, Impact on the other side, getting a lot of work done. Obviously, as he arrives, Yon bought so much time, and the way that he played the angles, flashing over the wall, not giving a hook angle to Ayla, really made things tough there.
Okay, 100 Thieves now back after the next objective, though. It's time for another scrap if Team Liquid wants it. 100 Thieves still with control over the pit, and they will secure themselves their second Drake of the game. Core JJ wrapping around, looking for a flank angle here. River jumps back over the wall, though, and finally Core shows himself. There's the headbutt pulverized, and Quid's going to be your first target. Impact goes on a rampage, and 100 Thieves are going back to the safety of the turrets. Team Liquid patiently wait. They spring the trap. And now that they've got the kill on that enemy mid laner, now that they've killed off the wave clear, they can force their way down mid, take out the tier 1 turret, and they're putting pressure on the tier 2. Core JJ again threatening a flank, but now he's in danger as River has found him out. Core trying to make his escape once again as Ayla's the next target for TL. Impact knocked up into the air underneath the tier 2 turret. Meanwhile, River trying to scrap with the entirety of Team Liquid, and they are just gonna dry him out. River mopped up in the jungle as Team Liquid continues their retreat. Sniper trying to step up here, but TL grouped up as a unit. They want to take the red before they go.
I love when Core is just constantly looking for these angles, right? We talked about the trade-off of kind of like wasting your time or getting caught out, really playing with the border of am I caught out or am I going in, but immediately recognizes, okay, I'm getting onto Quid, super high prio target. We're taking this Victor out of the fight immediately. He's been looking for these angles all game.
I mean, he's playing on that Razor's Edge, and now they're going to TP here onto Sniper.
Yeah, Sniper wanted the kill on APA. He sees the Annie that's seemingly alone, low on mana, not many resources to work with. He might not have many spells, but he's got a whole lot of teammates backing him up. Sniper trying to get away with some fancy footwork, but Impact will run him down. Team Liquid picking up another kill. Yes, Quid will get a turret back, the tier 1 in the top lane, but TL is still looking so good. 3,500 gold lead.
And Impact in this series has been very effective, and he is coming off of what was a surprising split. To me, it was one of the worst he's ever had. So these rankings are out of the 22 splits that he has played in professional play here, the rankings against his own self. So, 19th out of 22 as far as the damage per minute per difference. His laning was not as strong. He had almost no solo kills, throughout the entire split. And you need to see him playing at his best because he was such a core component of TL's success in that previous year, winning MVP just last year.
Yuji in trouble as 100 Thieves continue their chase. Yuji with a flash away. River's ready to back him up. The Dawning Shadow does enough damage, and River stays alive with a Triumph proc so that Impact can't trade one back. 100 Thieves, they had their goal. They barely got it, but close counts in this one as the Rift Herald is summoned up. River, Quid, Ayla, FBI, the whole squad's down here except for Sniper, who's trying to defend up in the top lane against the counter pressure from Team Liquid. 100 Thieves trying to get as much gold off of this as they can, and they will brute force their way through the tier 1 turret.
I don't hate this from 100 Thieves, right? Just kind of overloading a side where they recognize they can make a play, dropping that Herald, trying to draw more even with TL. APA is going to be able to clean up this tier 2 turret in mid, though.
Yeah, and one of the big concerns is FBI has just been struggling to even get farm, right? He's at 130 CS at 20 minutes, which for a professional level AD carry, that is very rare to see farm this low. He does have a lot of stacks because they have been scrapping quite a bit. He's at 60 stacks. That is quite a good mark at this point in the game still. But that being said, you need the gold behind it still.
It's tough, man. This Senna is not the cannon that 100 Thieves needs right now. Static Shiv, the only fully completed item here. Quid at least does have his Leandry's fully completed, Rod nearly fully stacked. Core JJ fully engaging onto River as the 100 Thieves jungler's been caught out. The chain CC locks him up long enough for Yon's True Shot Barrage to deal the killing blow. TL finding the freebie kill there on the 100 Thieves jungler, but there's not a whole lot they can earn off the back of it right now. Yes, Otacon is alive, but it is still a pretty risky proposition with everybody else from 100 Thieves hanging around, but it does look like that's what's in the sights of Impact and UG as they're moving up there as a two-man unit. Everybody else on TL still keeping 100 Thieves' eyes down here in the river in mid lane.
Yeah, we'll see Impact peeling off of it.
Otacon is getting low.
Yeah.
They've just kind of been slowly doing this. I mean, you can solo this thing if they don't come. 100 Thieves is showing up, but the question is, are they too late? Because Yon and Core are behind them.
Impact's already ready to go as well with the Dominus locking up Quid. They're putting the focus on the 100 Thieves mid lane. It was now FBI is going to be first to die. Yon goes on a killing spree. Ayla and Quid trying to get all the way away, but Impact's got the call to make to guarantee it. Now Quid's barely hanging on to life, and Sniper's about to drop two. A double kill for the Crocodile. And Team Liquid finds another back-breaking fight in the top side river.
And you may have been distracted by Impact kind of going in, right, and finding Quid, but Yon just immediately dove on to FBI, absolutely destroyed him. The impact he's having on this now 4-1-7 Ezreal, really playing so aggressively in a lot of these team fight setups is paying off dividends for TL.
I mean, Yon is looking insane in both of these games. He's playing so damn well. And you called it out. It's Yon here. You know, obviously they are going in onto Quid, but as Quid flashes away, look at Yon get super aggressive into FBI. FBI is just trying to step forward and back him up. Hits the Q, hits the W. E forward, immediately deletes him there with the help of APA. Well, Impact in the backline is just running over 100 Thieves. They cannot stop him whatsoever, and this game is looking like it is pretty much all wrapped up. At this point, Yon is 3 levels ahead of FBI. He's the same level as the guy with the full stack Roa.
And now Impact's leading the charge again. Core JJ right behind them, and Quid is down. Yon on a rampage. Team Liquid, they have found their lead, and they are absolutely suffocating 100 Thieves with it. The Thieves don't get a chance to breathe, even in their own side of the map. Team Liquid has taken over everything. They're laying down the vision. They're making the map dark. They're taking all the camps, and 100 Thieves can't scrounge up a lot.
And I'm so glad you brought up Impact, Azale, earlier, right? Because I feel like we talked about this kind of blind Renekton, something he goes to often. 100 Thieves actually did target it early, right? With that super early level 3 river gank. But once again, his team fight impact, pardon the pun, has been massive. He's really recognized, okay, we need to take Quid out immediately. He's constantly diving the back line. And that is what is leaving so much space open for Yon to play as aggressively as he has.
Oh boy, Ayla not finding what he wanted there with the brush. Immediately, UG and Core JJ putting plenty of damage into the Nautilus. Not enough to kill him here just yet. True Shot Barrage nearly does it. Team Liquid just barely miss out on getting a kill there. But nowhere is safe. That is the brush right next to your base wall. And Ayla nearly gets killed 100-0 just for having the audacity to face check.
I mean, Yon is over 3,000 gold ahead of FBI at this point. It's going to need a lot of stacks to make up for that deficit. And Yon is just playing so aggressive with it. It's really nice seeing TL come out so confident in how they are playing these games. I think they started a little bit slow, a little bit shaky in game number 1, but once they started going, they were crushing it on their execution in those fights, and in game 2, they are just looking amazing.
Core JJ could be in some trouble, though. 100 Thieves targeting the Alistar, but the Unbreakable Willow makes it very hard to complete the job. APA steps out of the way of the Dawning Shadow, but River's ready to back up the Thieves' assault. That's a shutdown for Sniper. APA falls. Nice pickup for 100 Thieves there.
Yeah, and they just ended up getting Core kind of caught out on his exit. I mean, this is kind of what 100 Thieves have to do to stay in the game, right? Like, try to either overload one side and take someone out in a side lane if they're like trying to reset waves, or end up finding a pick like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Jan is massively ahead. Impact is massively ahead. They knew Impact had no TP, and he's showing up elsewhere on the map. So you can try to overload one side, force the play there, look for that punish. You know, TL trying to do a little bit too much on the map at once. If you're playing both sides without teleport, it is going to be something that can get punished. In this case, they do kill off APA, but at the very least, they didn't even get his flash. So honestly, not that big of a deal. It is a bit of kill gold, but Baron wasn't enough. There was nothing for them to really grab. You know, well, like, it would have been way too risky to try to go for that Baron. So it's just going to be back to this kind of same position once more. And TL are going to be setting up around that Baron, while 100 Thieves are just going to be trying to establish as much vision control as they can to stop TL if they start it.
So, I mean, what is the 100 Thieves game plan at this point? Is it just 50 minutes, Senna, Victor, the dream?
Senna, Victor, go late.
That's it? Okay, that's about all they can do, but Team Liquid's making it hard, man. The True Shot Barrage from Jan just took off about 45% of FBI's health in one shot. Not exactly a great time to be dealing with this Ezreal. Jan, so powerful, so much damage, just constantly firing out this poke, making it so obnoxious for anybody from 100 Thieves to try to step forward and figure out what Team Liquid is up to. UG is finally going to pop the sweeper there. See that he was on top of a ward. Ayla finds Core JJ with a dredge line, but the supports aren't going to result in a whole lot here just yet. Core JJ trying to be unbreakable here as we start off the fight. 100 Thieves with a lot of focus down onto the Alistar, but now the flank attack from Team Liquid's ready to back him up. 100 Thieves still scrambling, trying to get away as Ayla's first to fall. APA barely staying alive with the True Shot Barrage, ripping through 100 Thieves' health bars. APA finally died, but River's going with them, and Jan is unstoppable. He's feeling it, he's styling on them. 100 Thieves are out of there, and Team Liquid go 5 for 1.
Jan, what was that fight? That was crazy. He shifts in on them on the 1v3, gets flashed on as he goes over into the pit, and then he just flashes back over the wall away from Sniper onto the carries, taking them out. This guy is locked in. That fight was insane from Jan. What a performance on this Ezreal.
Yeah, I want to see this again because here they're going to go in onto core, and 100 Thieves kind of thinks, okay, you know, we'll be able to go in. Alistar survives for a very long time, and it allows them to come in on the flank on the back half of this, even with the Dawning Shadow coming over. Just watch Jan through this entire sequence.
Yeah, this is so sick. So he's going to shift over into the pit here, hits the Q to get the kill, and Sniper says, no, I'm going to turn on you, flashes over the wall to go for him. He flashes back over the wall, in onto FBI, helps to finish him off as well. Jan is playing to the limit. He's playing on the knife's edge, and 100 Thieves are the only ones getting cut.
100 Thieves falling apart in the fight there. I mean, they were already down 6,000 gold at the beginning of the fight. That's very difficult to play. There's a reason that they were so far out of where they needed to be in that fight. Team Liquid capitalized. The gold lead now, no longer 6,000. We're up to 9,000. The whole enemy jungle belongs to Team Liquid, and there's just not a whole lot of ways for 100 Thieves to come back.
Yeah, and I mean, again, it's going to come down to some sort of mistake from TL on the siege, I think. TL, usually when they're in position, don't make those mistakes. We'll see if 100 Thieves are able to get onto them, but this should be a clean win for TL as they're kind of setting up this push in mid and simultaneously Impact on the bot side, going to be escorting these waves in.
The classic 4-1 split. Impact keeping the bottom lane enchanted while most of the pressure is in mid from the other 4 players on TL. The mid lane tier 3 turret down to about 10-15% of its HP. The next wave, they should just be able to hard force this down. River waiting between the 2 lanes. Ayla goes in again, but once more, it's only on the Core JJ. Counterattack from Team Liquid as Core and UG jump in, but they don't want to overcommit. River jumps out of the base off to the side, but Impact's the only available target, and the Renekton is very powerful. Team Liquid backing up a little bit, playing this one slightly slower. They've already broken the base. Their health bars are injured a little bit, so they're going to err on the side of caution and regroup.
Yeah, exactly. They can spend all of their gold here and look to actually play for this dragon. You know, nearly 2K in the pockets of Jan. There's a good 1,300 in the pockets for APA as well, so they want to buy before they actually fight once more. So they're going to move themselves here to Soul Point. And this is total damage done. I asked for this because I had a suspicion that Jan was going to be doing a lot of damage. And yes, he is, in fact, doing a lot. This guy has been on point on the Ezreal. Once he got the lead, he's just playing so in their face. space, knowing that if they send everything on him, he has the mobility to get out, to stay safe, to stay alive. And it's just making it so impossible, I feel like, for 100 Thieves to play around.
I will also say, I think, I want to give credit to both Impact and Yuji as well for being that kind of front line, able to keep, you know, Sniper off of Yon, right? Like, he has this kind of extra protection that has allowed him to play so aggressively.
I also just think it's crazy. I mean, Quid went with the Rose. We got a free level. He has nearly 10 CS per minute, and he's still almost an entire level behind Yon, who is the highest level in the game, almost 18.
That situation right there could have gotten so much crazier very, very quickly. Yuji just jumping in, popping his powerful cooldowns to clear out the camp. Meanwhile, the entire time, Ayla is just praying that nobody steps into the brush and notices that he's there. That one had me sweating, man. That Nautilus, he's lucky to get out alive. But the Team Liquid pressure continues now. At least there's no more Baron for 100 Thieves to have to try to tank through. But the map is not theirs. They're holding on to nothing outside of their own base. Team Liquid is continuing this plan. And remember, back when Team Liquid was the best squad in the league, they would get their leads, they would then move into the enemy jungle, they would choke you out of vision, and just win by snowballing resources. And right now, that snowball has turned into an avalanche.
Yeah, and Baron and that Drake are also going to be desynced too, so TL can kind of set up wherever they want on the map and really force 100 Thieves to come to them.
I will say one positive thing for 100 Thieves, 100 stacks now for the Senna. So Senna definitely is scaling. Of course, they are massively behind. They're 10,000 gold down. There is going to be Soul in 3 minutes that they have to answer. But if they can somehow keep holding on, you maybe have that kind of hope, but realistically, TL should be able to close out this game with the next Baron, and I think that is going to be the question for 100 Thieves. Can you somehow stop them from getting that Baron? Can River get a miracle steal to delay the game? Because if not, the gold lead is so massive.
Man, Senna's going to need another 100 stacks if you've got a Renekton and a Wukong with a Cloud Soul going after her. That is a nightmare scenario. She needs to be 2 screens away just to have a chance. As Team Liquid continuing to keep the pressure on. Ayla, once again, these dredge lines are only for Core JJ. We consistently see them find the Alistar, but nobody else on Team Liquid is giving Ayla the angle to hit anything. Now Impact trying to back away here from Quid and River, drops the dominance as soon as he sees River commit the Cataclysm, but they just don't hurt him. The Croc gets away.
And in the meantime, TL are just pushing in on this bot side. They're going to take bot inhibitor off of that.
Yeah, freebie there for Team Liquid, but now the rest of the fight might start heating up. No, Sniper still just fine here on the front line with the Pathmaker, but TL using Impact as the distraction. Now Ayla's in danger. Core JJ jumps right over the wall. They find the enemy support. Nautilus out of the picture means a 5v4 for TL. They've got Tibbers to lead the charge towards the Nexus turrets. They're waiting on the minion waves too. They've already cleared the inhibitors out in 2 lanes, and now they're grouped up, ready for what might be the very end of the game here. Chaos Storm has to get committed. Yuji jumps right back in on Quid. The Victor's down, and Yon is legendary. The waves have arrived, and Team Liquid's ready to end this game. Double knockoff coming out from Core JJ as Sniper has to try to get out, but not even Cassante is going to survive the true shot barrage. Team Liquid find another as River tries to kill the wave, and Yon kills FBI on the steps of his own fountain with one last Mystic shot. Ayla respawns just in time to see the ruins of his base and the corpses of his team, and he'll join them once more. APA gets that last kill, maybe just one more for good measure, as River can't do anything to stop the TL onslaught. 27-9, make it 28. Team Liquid slams this second game and takes the series 2-0.
Congrats to Team Liquid. They were looking a little shaky in game 1. What a statement game coming out from them in game 2. Yon is an absolute beast. He was so clean on this Ezreal in this game. It was a joy to watch.
Yeah, that was straight up sick from Yon. The Ezreal was looking nasty. Impact, great game on the Renekton as well. And it's a really good way to start the split here for TL. They want to prove that they can compete at the very top of the table. They want to be up there with C9. They want to be up there with FlyQuest and challenging for that world spot. And this is a good start in their quest to do just that.
A great start, and another big thing that we didn't even point out is that UG did look, especially in Game 2, much more synchronized with the team, right? So after that shaky Game 1 start, especially on this Wukong in this Game 2 composition, I thought he did a really, really great job getting onto priority targets, peeling so that Yon could just go absolutely bananas and do whatever he wanted.
All right, I do believe we have a replay of this last fight. It's more of an execution than a fight. Starts off with Ayla immediately getting killed, and then TL just never stops.
Yeah, I mean, really, for 100 Thieves, you're not even trying to fight. You're just trying to fight the minions, right?
Yeah.
You're trying to hope and pray that you can somehow delay. But Quid is sectioned off from the rest of the team, and as soon as they find Quid here at the top of your screen, like, that is that, because he is their wave clear. He is their hope for keeping something going. And UG just finds the angle, flash in. They all pile in on top of him. Quid dies. That's the wave clear gone. And that means the series is over. And TL are going to be able to pile in and just finish things off. And they're having a bit of fun with it, obviously, fishing for more kills.
Yeah.
You know, and River as well. He's kind of messing around with them, going back into Jai at the very end. But TL have got to be really happy because it's been a long offseason for them. When you get knocked out earlier than expected, they're not involved in MSI. And now we have Jat waiting at the fan zone with Impact.
Hey, I'm here with Impact after a quick 2-0. Impact, it's been a while. You guys had the disappointing end of Split 2. How did it feel to be back on stage?
When I back to stage, I feel like, wow, I'm getting nervous a little bit, but also I'm getting exciting because like I didn't play like 6 weeks, 7 weeks. I mean, last year we play a lot, like kind of we don't have that much off time, but I think we have really confident to against any team because we play Scream against MSI team and we play actually pretty well, and yeah, it was exciting.
I know you had personally a bit of a down split in Split 2. What have you been working on to have a better Split 3?
Just play better, nothing to say. Individuals just need to play better. I thought when I'm watching MSI, I learned something about team fight better position and like how top laner can make the space in the team fight situation and something. Yeah, so I'm trying that.
Is that a secret? Because you've always been one of the best people at making space. What did you see at MSI?
I mean, I make space, but sometimes you need to think like your value. Sometimes you're losing too much CS to like think too much about spacing and team fight. So I need to find the balance. That's why I think I'm looks bad to that split because I'm not like I'm more hesitate to like should I look team fight or should I catch side to getting more core item to team fight spike. Now I think I can decide very well, so I have confidence.
How has it been having more time to practice with UG? I know last split was pretty tumultuous for you guys, so how has it been having the 6 weeks of practice with UG?
I mean, I was joking him. I told him like you don't have man's turn, and like so he not going gym that much, so I'm bringing him to gym. So he more aggressive and fighting enemy jungle. So I guess work,
Yeah. What's this? You disagree, APA?
What is this, Cap?
He says APA hasn't been going to the gym. Okay, Impact, thank you for the interview. Best of luck in the next week. That's it from here. We got Shopify up next against Dignitas.
I'm going Victor. Yeah, Victor flash. Yeah. We can.
Nice.
We can end.
I'm gonna flash on stunner.
Yeah, you can. Watch your wing. Yeah.
I'm okay.
Yeah. Cassandra for now, guys. I'm marking back 9. Hey, send another flash.
Send another cleanse too.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man.
And then.
Yeah, you can do it.
I can't do it. She'll go minion.
Bad B, bad. Good job.
GG, guys.
GG.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo. Hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie. Use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm going to trade you for a cat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Grouping up as they make their way forward towards the Team Liquid lines. A little bit more damage onto that one, ain't gonna matter. APA has to flash away. Sniper doesn't find a target here with the ulti, and now 100 Thieves are in a pincer attack. Team Liquid flying into the back line, and FBI is assassinated. Shut down over to Yuji. Quid's gonna be your next target. Team Liquid find both carries.
The question is, are they too late? Because Yon and Core are behind them.
Impact's already ready to go as well with the Dominus locking up Quid. They're putting the focus on the 100 Thieves mid laners now. FBI is going to be first to die. Yon goes on a killing spree. Ayla and Quid trying to get all the way away, but Impact got the call to Meek to guarantee it. Now Quid's barely hanging on to life, and Sniper's about to drop two. A double kill for the Crocodile, and Team Liquid finds another back-breaking fight in the top side river.
How's your mom?
Yeah, Dad. Yeah.
Yeah? That's good.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, I got a team meeting now. All right, I gotta go. See ya.
Thank you all for coming. Let's get started. Would anyone like to go first? Yes, welcome.
Hi, I'm Palafox. I've been playing mid since 2018.
Hi, Palafox.
Not gonna lie, I kind of ran it down. Could have grouped more, hit more RA charms, but hey, at least I'm still APA's father.
Thank you for sharing. Who would like to go next?
Hi, I'm Fudge, and I played top lane for 7 years.
Hi, Fudge.
So I couldn't really get my revenge versus Thanatos. I mean, I guess I had more solo kills going into the match, but that didn't really mean anything. I feel like he just laned better. Everyone told me I was gonna solo kill this guy. He had reaches and I had 2004. I was like, like team fights better. He was born in 2004, and I was born in so pick better champions. I feel like my coach really messed me up on draft. But at least I'm jacked.
Olá, eu sou o Cels e eu sou suporte há 8 anos. Quando o Boost colocou a Jana, eu sabia que a gente ia perder. A matchup é simplesmente injogável. Provavelmente foi uma das piores partidas da minha carreira. Foi simplesmente uma tragédia.
Hi,
I knew we should have picked Blitzcrank. It was so free.
Hey, let's go one at a time here. Let's be respectful.
Sorry, Juan.
Anyway, Kha'Zix just wasn't it. I was just thinking about my time on Cloud.
Honestly, any hook champ better than Rel, don't you think?
Sim, acho que se eu tivesse escolhido qualquer campeão com Hook, a gente teria ganhado.
Maybe if you just
Woo! It's Somerset, baby. Let's go. Excuse me, sir. This is an... Actually, it's Tanner time. So why are we looking so down?
well, we were just reflecting on last split and everything that went wrong.
Sim, estamos tentando achar algum caminho para sermos melhores.
I know. Guys, we literally finished 3rd place last split. This is not the time to be down. Every caster, Reddit analyst, and keyboard warrior said that we were going to get last. This isn't the time to sulk. This is where the story gets good. Also, has anyone seen B-Boy?
Wait. This isn't an AA meeting because I have no idea what the any of you guys are talking about. And also, what the is a Thanatos?
Wait, this isn't room 211?
No, it's 311.
Oh, wait, you guys aren't here for the AA meeting? You need to leave.
Pelo menos a gente não foi mal.
No, you guys were gaming.
You should go to AA meetings more often, guys.
I'm so sorry.
Can I go now?
Shopify, also a reminder, tickets are already on sale for the LTA Championship driven by Kia. Join us in Dallas in September to watch the first ever LTA Championship. Visit Ticketmaster to get your tickets now. But now we got Shopify Dig.
Get your tickets, Emily!
I already have my ticket, I think.
You're just lying.
Unless I'm getting
I hope
fired.
I have my invite. I hope.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Oh, we got some bad news for you guys.
We heard a lot from Fudge in that video about his
He has a
thoughts
lot
of
of
last
feelings.
split. He's got a lot of feelings.
Yeah.
But I feel like Fudge did have a large role in the turnaround for Shopify last split.
Absolutely.
He had a really slow start, but a really strong finish.
He did, and for me, it was like during the group phase and the playoffs that really sold me that he was a top 3 top laner within this league. And so for everybody looking at him and his trajectory as a player, you are expecting this, like him and Contracts is what you're going to be looking at on the top side of the map to be really the strongest point of the map for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, and even when they were looking really uncoordinated, I actually thought Contracts was kind of the shining star in a lot of those series. I remember a specific series between Shopify and Dig towards the beginning where it was incredibly messy, and even though they lost, Contracts was really trying and putting up numbers. He's also had a lot of really creative things, from being one of the first people to pick out the Nefiri to the Mundo game, which was really fun. I think he still, in so many ways, is really the engine for this team.
Yeah, and just looking at those champions, Chad, I just don't trust this team. Because, like, when I see, like, Nefiri specifically...
5 times.
A lot.
Yeah.
It's like they will come into the split being like, okay, we recognize this is the meta. Like, in fact, just give me Azir. We're running like Nefiri, Yone. Like, we want to be able to play dive heavy team fight like our style, which is fun. And it really just depends on whether or not it's going to work or not. Maybe they just are just going to be meta conformers. That might be a thing that happens in their first day. But I want to hear your take, because you don't want to see experimentation.
It's true. I want to see them play to their strengths.
Oh, that's fair.
So in that case, it would be Contracts on a carry jungler. It's Fudge on whatever fits. He's a great glue player, so it's going to depend a little bit on what Photon and Dignitas pull out against them. The reason they're playing against Dignitas, though, Dignitas finished 6th.
That's true.
Shopify finished 3rd. So the first round is going to be those matchups with pick and play. But the big change for Dignitas is Photon is here. So Surdy out. He's going to be streaming for the team. Photon joins the team. He was EU first All-Pro in LEC Winter 2023. A little bit of time passed since then, but I think this is largely seen as an upgrade for Dignitas.
Yeah, and even the split afterwards, he gets 3rd team All-Pro, and then they changed their system to just be like that one team. And also Vitality started to crash, so that also happened as well. And it's funny because I didn't get to watch some of his games in Turkey, but I saw a Tristana, and I was like, surely we just did not play Tristana top lane. So, I mean, I don't know what to expect when it comes to his champion pool. He's a carry top laner, so I need to see it. I want to see it. Casters, what are your thoughts?
Hello and welcome back to the Riot Games Arena. One more series remains for Split 3 Week 1 between a team whose offseason roster move shook up the community and a team who broke the bottom 4 curse. Up first,
the longest tenured organization in NA, with an upset victory to make it into Split 2 playoffs and digging deep to achieve even higher. Give it up for Dignitas! In the top lane, Photon. In the jungle, Shaden. At mid lane, Kaney. At AD carry, Tomo. And getting into position at support, Isles. And their opponents today, the dark horses of the league, riding their momentum into a top 3 finish in Split 2 and breaking the curse of the bottom 4, proving they can tussle with the best. Make some noise for Shopify Rebellion! In the top lane, Fudge. In the jungle, Contracts. Mid lane, Palafox. At AD carry, B-Boy, and support, Seos. 2 teams enter. 1 will win. What a beautiful day for League of Legends. It's Dignitas versus Shopify Rebellion starting right now. You got Kangas on the cast. You got Kobe on the cast. Kobe, the final best of 3 of week 1 of Split 3.
That's right, and this is our last hope for a non-2-0.
Yes.
We need to break up these groups. We need to break up these standings a little bit. Try and get a 2-1 series going for ourselves. And if the walkouts are anything to judge by, the coordination from Shopify was looking much better.
They were on it.
The
They were on their marks.
From Dignitas, they were going to their seats, then they were going to bow, then they were looking at their positions.
The classic Isles, you know, unofficial team captain. He was in his spot. Everyone else was shuffling around, yeah.
It is also kind of how they ended last split, where Shopify outperformed everybody's expectations, basically making a run at the end of the playoffs to get 3rd place. Really, really good stuff from them because it was actual improvements. Like Fudge was looking way better. The team was looking way more coordinated. A lot less of those weird side lane plays that they had done at the beginning of the split where they overcommitted and then stuck around way too long and would eventually get countered. And so Shopify actually did a lot of work, I think, cleaning up quite a few areas for their gameplay. Let's see if they can continue it here into this split versus Dignitas right off the bat.
And I'm going to call it out. Man on your screen right there, Fudge. I think he was robbed of All-Pro. I would have had him in my top 3. I did have him, and I think he had an incredible split, incredible turnaround after a rougher start to the year. If this is the form of Shopify Rebellion going forward, what we just saw from them in Split 2, they are a scary team in this league, and also going into the the playoffs where teams will be fighting for 1 additional spot there at Worlds.
Okay, well, they are banning Renekton as far as the top laners go, so might be opening up something here for Fudge in the first couple of picks. Don't want Photon to be able to counter there. Regardless, though, Azir and Talia are up, so you expect those to be traded for
Which one you blew one in?
I am a huge fan of the Talia side of it.
Okay.
I really love Talia, especially since, Vi is up and available to pair with it. But they're going right in to Ambessa for Fudge. First pick. This is why they banned that Renekton. They were pointing out there. They don't want Photon to be able to answer it immediately. So a lot of confidence there. And the Vi, not only does the Vi pair well with a Talia if they were able to get that on the backside, but they could pair it super well with Ambessa too. So Dignitas, they're thinking, well, we want to split that up and we'll at least take that one away. So you assume Palafox will do the Azir side instead.
Interesting to see that Gwen locked in right away. They're given the chance for Contracts to grab the Vi if they want to separate it from the Talia, which has been a very popular combo mid-jungle. But instead they just say, nope, we're happy with the Gwen. I'm assuming that's Photon. When we saw his player card earlier, it is his favorite champion. It's his signature champion, as he identified himself. So maybe it's back to comfort for his first game here on the LTA stage.
Yep, getting onto the LTA stage, first game. Signature champion, no problem. Let's see still, though, the answer, because these are not hovers over Azir. This is looking for the Annie burst play here. So they have lots of engage. Annie and Ambessa here on the Shopify side. Looking to get some very aggressive team fights.
Yeah, a lot of explosivity so far in the first 3 champions locked in for Shopify Rebellion. Let's see if Dignitas drafts to try and answer, or if they go for a bigger health bar. Skarner typically, which is currently being hovered, it's more of that, big tanky front line for them, and it is locked in, so presumably Shaden going to be piloting that one in the jungle.
Yeah, and Skarner does have some synergies with Talia as well. You can move them over rocks. You can slam them into Talia's wall also. And so he's got a couple of synergies there as well. So, you know, they've got some good areas to apply pressure, namely onto Photon's lane so that the Gwen can get super fed and try and carry there in his first LTA stage game. But bottom lane, since bottom lane went all the way through, gonna start soaking up some bans here. Nico for Seos, you know, very big playmaker. They don't want any extra playmaking to this Shopify comp that they already have.
They already have a lot of firepower trying to remove some of those other engaged champions. And interesting just as a general trend early on in the split, I have noticed AD carry support getting, pushed back in the draft. It's a lot of focus on these power solo lanes here and junglers early on in Fearless. Again, Azir will still be available for game 2, but for now, like we highlighted, the Annie snap engage possibility can set up the Ambessa very well. So I expect Shopify Rebellion to try and double down on that with their bot lane, but it will not be the Kai'Sa, will not be the Nico. Those are both banned by Dignitas.
Yeah, they banned out the Karma here, trying to break up like Karma Ezreal type combinations and poke lanes from Dignitas, trying to remove some of these more popular ones.
Wave Sunny, Wave Reagan. You got some co-streamers here. Sorry, Kobe.
Nice, nice.
Interrupt you.
Bottom lane, though, yeah, instantly go with the hard engage here for Dignitas, for Isles to be that playmaker. What is it going to be from Shopify? They were hovering quite a few things earlier. The Nami was hovered really early on, so that makes you think Lucian Nami, and they're going back to some of the same hovers.
I mean, if they do lock that in, okay, Lucian's locked in. Do they go for the Nami? It's the Braum instead. This does give them at least some more of a front line to absorb the engage, because otherwise they're really all gas, no breaks.
Yeah, and B-Boy actually did have some good Lucian games. They had the one versus FlyQuest. He had a pretty decent performance there, and the Braum really does round out the CC for their team fight here. Helps a lot to have some more answers to some melee carries like Gwen. If you can get inside of the shroud, apply your stuns, get your knock up there, a little bit of peel. So looks like it would be rounded out with the Corki here with a pretty good answer.
Okay, so Dignitas have their bot lane locked in. Now it's going to be Alistar, Skarner as the primary engage tools. Anytime I see a Taliyah, though, I also look at the potential for more global plays. And with Photon on that comfort pick of the Gwen, my eyes will always be peeking topside as well to see what's he able to do in that isolated 1v1 and how can the rest of Dignitas impact him as well.
Yeah, we'll see about that top lane, you know, especially if there's any early jungle intervention up there when you have two top lane carries that do scale well and definitely can make volatile lanes. Definitely will be spicy. Bottom side, I definitely side with, I really like the Braum pick, kind of bringing it all together here. Definitely good into the Alistar. So we'll see if B-Boy and Seos can take control early. Also, you know, the Annie from mid lane, both Annie and Taliyah really like to roam. So if you can make some early jungle passes there, then you can like get your mid laner some open timing windows to go roam and gank for you. Snowball.
Non-subscribers, we'll see you in 30 seconds. Everybody else sticking around. You got Shopify Rebellion versus Dignitas for game number 1. Which mid laner will be able to impact the side lanes better? Which top lane carry will get the gold early on? And which team will take game number 1? Shopify Rebellion had a very deep run in playoffs in split number 2, impressing the lot of us. I always thought they could do it. They had the potential, but they showed us that they were able to do it. Dignitas, meanwhile, were able to make it into playoffs, but really have struggled to make a mark so far this year. With a new top laner, let's see if that's exactly what they need here in game number 1.
And we are gonna have a slight delay to start it out.
Classic.
Hold that tension.
You know what that means, Kobe? Depending on how long the pause is.
What does it mean?
The camera might actually come to us so we can show off the props that were gifted to us
okay, nice.
by the audience members. Just a little seed. I'm sprinkling in there. We'll see if production takes it or not.
Wow, you're just dangling the bait here.
Yeah,
we'll see if we get any update as to what the pause is for too. But currently, yeah, it looks like there's nothing suspicious going on. Braum did start with a sweeper, so Shopify, have these options for like late invades, and anytime I have a Braum on my team and we do have an early sweeper, then I really do like looking for some sort of level 1, because even if you only get a summoner spell, it can be really nice at the beginning of a series here to try and snowball a little bit. But there we go, right back into it.
Even if you only get a ward, still feels pretty good. But yeah, it was an audio issue, sorted very quickly. You'll have to wait to see our fun little outputs here. But Shaden right now getting engaged by contracts at level 1. Just pushed back, and the ward goes down. Let's see if Shaden wants to go for the back here or fight for any more vision. Looks like it will be the reset.
Yeah, well before 50 seconds, so he's got plenty of time just to go back to base and heal on up. And it is going to leave behind the ward, which was seen by Dignitas, so they know.
I mean, we have 3 stacked right now. Dignitas do spot it, though. Should be able to get away, unless Seos wants to go for a flash Winter's Bite. Not going to do it. So just going to be a late ward place down by Shopify Rebellion.
Yep, trying to use that power we were talking about for their level 1. Very well informed as to the early Skarner route. See if they can do anything to actually take advantage of it. Should be getting some pushing going for themselves. Palfox takes a lot of rocks, though.
Bit of a chunk there from both sides as bot lane 1v1 also. Seos walking up here. Or rather, level 1 2v2. I love the little headbutt coming in from the Alistar. You're always able to heal up with the Alistar passive, so you just trade that tiny chunk of damage. It will actually add up over time. Not much else you can do as the level 1 cow, but let's see if they're able to maintain any kind of pressure on that bottom side. Right now, junglers are pathing opposite direction. Shaden starting on the top half of the map. Meanwhile, Contract starting on the bottom side.
Yeah, looking to go influence that carry matchup on the top side. And as we said, Fudge towards the end of the split, last split for Shopify, was a huge part of the story for this team. Ever since they had that series versus FlyQuest, where even though Shopify overall lost the series, Fudge performed very well versus Whippo, and it seemed like it gave him a lot of confidence as the level 2 advantage for Shopify results in a nice trade.
Yep. Not that surprising to see. Braum does provide a lot of pressure at level 1 in that lane, so Isles and Tomo now level 2 can maybe try and answer some of that here, but also to highlight the direction of the junglers, it does show that it seems like Contracts might be playing to Fudge a little bit earlier than Shaden's going to play to Photon, because the Skirmishes going to be on the bottom half of the map here.
Or he could go for that invade, because they do have such deep vision. This ward actually...
Big damage on Isles as well.
He wraps around.
Okay. So the bot lane for Dignitas is behind now. Contracts is in the mid lane onto Kaney. Stun set up by Palafox. Kaney is in trouble. Has the flash available. Does not use it. First blood to Palafox.
Oh, man. That must have been just out of vision.
Whoa. And now top lane, we have a 1v1 here. Nothing going to come of that, though.
Man, and I mean, Kaney placed that ward himself by Raptor, so there is no one to blame for but yourself. I always, you know, when like the support places it or something, they get a little bit ticked, like, hey, you left a tiny little edge here of vision next to the wall, but Contracts, perfect job. Okay, this is the exact replay that we want. Because of how it turned out, we already know there's no way this thing saw him, and it does leave a little bit of vision there, so Contracts hugs the wall, gets around Kaney's own ward to go guarantee this first blood. And he's actually, as you can see on the mini-map, going for another gank. Turbo ganks
side,
from Contract.
Shaden's actually on the bottom side right now for the gank. They're able to catch B-Boy, has flash, has barrier, and Tomo's not in range to get damage down, so no kill gonna happen. Meanwhile, topside Photon did get back to the turret. Contracts does not find anything on the top half of the map.
Exactly, so they go for the recall up there. Bottom side also, no real harm down there. So everybody getting their back off, and we are not going to get the swap because both of them teleport right back out to top side here.
Yeah, Photon wants this to crash really bad, but he's actually taking a good chunk of damage from Fudge while trying to do it. But speaking of Photon...
Yeah, exactly, and you mentioned at the very beginning too, but he self-identified Gwen as his signature pick, so really big for him to grab that one coming in for his first LTA game because he had spent some time in the TCL as well as the LEC. And going against Fudge here, it's definitely going to be one that determines a lot because Fudge now with level 5 advantage and a huge health advantage has the wave pushing for him.
And Photon was somebody that I'm happy to see in our league. I'm excited to see what he's able to do. But if you look at his track record, you saw it there at the end. He won All-Pro. The first split, he was in LEC. He won a couple of MVP and All-Pro votes back when he was in LCK Challengers. But if you only look at the last 2 years of competitive play, he has struggled a little bit. Some of the rosters didn't really come together, and he didn't have those end-of-season finishes that he was hoping for. So Now coming into Dignitas. Again, it is the big roster swap for this team. Hope is that he will provide some firepower for them to play through. And so far, it's been a pretty quiet top lane, I'd say. Not a lot has happened up there outside of just some slight scraps trading health bars.
Yeah, they're scrapping all right. Contracts since his jungle camps are kind of desynced, since he went for the gank spree instead of full clearing. He finishes up on his top side now and then walks over the ward. So plenty of information here for Dignitas. Although nobody else can come help Photon because jungle's on the bottom side and mid laner's already used their teleport. So Photon's only level 5. He's got to try and rush to level 6. Look at the minions.
Palafox is walking up as well. Photon hits level 6 and Contracts immediately says, okay, back off. But maybe they wait for the next wave because, again, Palafox has committed. He has walked all the way up, no teleport, so he'll lose a mid wave for this. They want to get the kill to guarantee it's worth the time of the roam. But Fudge is not able to get this wave in that fast. They're just going to flash over the wall. Photon dodges the stun.
He has no W now. Are they going to redive?
They could look for it. Public execution comes in from Fudge. Cleanly executed. Picks up the kill.
There you go. The teleport comes out from support with this spell book over from Isles, and Kenny does roam afterwards. So Kenny did push that mid wave, and that one goes into the tower, but still there, Shopify in the 2-part dive go to blow your W cooldown and then go for the kill afterwards. Fudge nails his ultimate onto Photon, and they do succeed in grabbing it, although costing them 2 flashes here. So it was both Palafox and Fudge investing into that.
And those are one of those moments where Photon's able to flash away. That's A+ marks. He was able to dodge the first half, not the second half of the dive. Dignitas now down 2 kills. Shopify Rebellion up close to 1,000 gold in this early game here. As currently they're trying to get their lane assignments correct right now. Photon back on the map from Dignitas went into the mid lane. Kaney was topside to catch that wave. Let's see how long they try and keep this one for.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very good start for Shopify. With the early gank from Contracts getting money onto Palafox first, and then the double attempt on the dive up on top side to get money onto Fudge as well. The other solo lane carry here for themselves. Nice little bit of early action, and now we're going to get the rotation, the answer with the other spellbook. This thing, spellbook is just running rampant.
It really is.
Are you happy with it? Because for a long time, this thing was barely ever used, so they turbo buffed it. Oftentimes, they'll like buff things just to like start that momentum to get people to start to use it. Then they'll tap it back down afterwards after everyone catches on. It becomes so commonplace.
So I have not tried it out myself. I'm a support main, but I play the Chad supports. I play Pantheon, baby. I'm going for a kills and aggression. I'm not going, hey, I heard one woo. Thank you, citizen out there. So I'm not using it myself. I actually love seeing it from enemy supports because that means they're going to leave my lane and I can kill the AD carry.
My favorite plays are usually when they actually have a good teleport and it's like really meaningful. Like, you know, they get their reset timer off and then they make the play top on the roam timer and then can like teleport back to the bottom lane. Oftentimes, though, we see it be like not very consequential. Regardless, we're going to have the grubs picked up by Shopify as well, with Contracts immediately going over there since both their solo lanes had those early kills, so they've got the advantage. And then after the rotation, Palafox just knows, I am weak side now. I will play safe. And we saw Palafox, you know, lots of games where he's weak side, like the Xerath game and
that one stands out.
Tried to play very, very safe and gave up a lot of CS, but down here on the bottom side, they actually don't fully get the turret play in payment for those grubs. Of course, the dragon was already taken by Dignitas, and so they do have the early Infernal.
Yeah, so overall it's a trade, the grubs for that dragon, but the lane assignments have committed. Palafox is still up against Photon. Meanwhile, Fudge is still up against Kaney. So it's no longer top laner versus top laner.
And that's good because Shopify want to have any damage into the early steel caps that Photon got. Obviously, the steel caps are going to be way more effective versus Ambessa.
I hear.
And so yeah, they want the magic damage into that matchup here to keep a little bit of threat.
It does mean that there is a CS advantage for Kaney over Palafox for right now. Also, part of that was because of Palafox's commitment to the roam into that top side play earlier. Let's see what the next play is going to be, as Isles is getting some vision down, so they see that Contracts is clearing out the top jungle camps. Shaden is on the top half of the map as well. There's nothing really aggressive to play for. If they go for a dive, I mean, they saw Contracts passing away, and now he's off vision. But now spotting Seos, probably not going to go for any kind of play.
Yeah, lots of wards invested, but Contracts and Seos here to defend and clear it all out. So no real possible play over here.
I like that from Shopify, though. The fact that Contracts loops back around, the fact that Seos commits as well to clear out wards and make sure Fudge is safe. They're really investing into Fudge maintaining this lead that he has right now.
Yeah, and then they have plenty of time to reset for Dragon also.
Yep.
So defend topside play. You still have a full minute here. Everybody resets. Go get your control wards. Contracts has bottom side camps. He can clear those up before heading over to the Drake.
It's one of those things that we noted in earlier splits, how much Seos likes to get around the map. When you think of Braum Lucian, I usually think of this being a powerful 2v2 combo. But the way Seos likes to play League of Legends is at the hip of Contracts. He's always walking, like, look at this. He's trying to catch up to the Xin Zhao in the jungle and just playing off of Contracts. This is how Shopify Rebellion plays the map, and it's a very fun way to watch League of Legends played at the top levels.
As a jungler, I would say it's the best way to play. Supports play with your jungle.
Hey, I'll second that as well. I mean, hey, what's better than a Xin Zhao with a Pantheon on your hip?
If you are a playmaking tank jungle, for sure.
True.
If you are a Lulu, then it's a little bit less effective. But again, Fudge knows that he is on weak side, but they have defensive vision, so they know and they can play appropriately. Yep. Both sides actually have the early information.
This is now twice that Dig have sent multiple members towards Fudge.
Yeah, it's the same thing though on the bottom side because that ward that they just cleared out saw Contracts.
Ooh, Fudge is actually going in on Kaney. Flashes forward, Kaney flashes away, now engaged from Isles, who's stuck around. Kaney was not alone. Fudge played so patiently for so long. Will he get punished now? Weaver's Wall goes out, Fudge looks to go back in, almost takes him out, but Isles with the kill credit, Dignitas on the board.
It is close, but as you say, Fudge getting Nancy, wanted to go for it, even though he knew he was on the weak side previously, thought that they had left and the teleport answer.
Did they see that? I mean, Isles didn't cancel. Oop. Flash forward stun, take him out, cancel the TP. Palafox gets a kill.
Yeah, that thing gonna take too long to get out of there. Palafox actually investing his flash as well. And so it is Dragon picked up for Shopify, plus then kind of answering here on the other side with teleport and flash invested. So let's see about the push out here afterwards. Again, more kind of money here into Palafox on the Annie. We've had so many games where Shopify, Palafox is like the least fed member on the team.
He's still pretty effective without a lot of gold.
This is one where he getting the kill credit for these kills. That one plus the early Contracts gank means that the Annie potency in the early fights is going to be huge. You'll see the recall probably stopped right there by Alistar, but
so must have just not seen the TP coming in.
Yeah, it's just it's in the pixel brush there, just out, and so Kaney goes for it. Boom, flash in, instantly dead, as we know, and that was while they took the dragon.
Yeah, that's one of those ones. But like you had said, Palafox getting gold now has the Malignance completed, plus some change there as well. And Palafox performing well was part of their come up in split number 2. Split 1, they struggled, and I'll say it, I think that Palafox was flipping a little bit of tails. I think that in split 2, though, he flipped a lot of heads. Palafox really turned it back online in split 2, and when Palafox is performing, when Fudge is performing, when these solo laners are holding their ground and getting fed like this, it opens up so many plays for Shopify Rebellion. But right now the play is on them. No flash of Palafox, but he stuns up Shaden and denies the play from Dignitas on his own.
Yeah, should be fine for him. Buys some time for his jungler, too. You know, stopping Shaden there. Actually, Contracts has 2 more camps to finish up on bottom side before going over to pressure the other side. So the answer from Shopify on the bottom side of the map about to take place. They don't have a lot of time because the recalls came out pretty instantly from Dignitas.
Photon did not spot Contracts, though. So as of right now, he does not know that there's a Xin Zhao, but gets back to turret, should be fine.
And you do have to be careful. These are the types of plays that Shopify in the early bits of the other splits kind of overstayed on. So you have to be a little bit careful because an Alistar and a Skarner resetting means that the counter ganks and the counter steer plays over there can be kind of devastating. A lot of CC there, but Shopify actually have Palafox.
Could be in some trouble here. Palafox doesn't land the flick back. Isles trying to get away now. Palafox looked for the stun, couldn't quite find it. And now Shaden,
got cleansed off there. Tomo has to use his cleanse and his flash, and now...
Oh, the Impale, like you had just said, Shopify sometimes just stay a little too long. Contracts has to use the ult and flash to get away.
Okay, he does escape with his life for now. So Shopify, after these plays, they do come away with burning all the summoner spells off of Tomo, off of the Corki. Maybe the repeat play there will be something that they can benefit from, but Otherwise, honestly, not too shabby.
Sure. End of the day, Contracts likes to play that line. It's one of those moments where he doesn't actually give up a kill for it, and there's nothing else to really fight for on the bottom half of the map right now. I think everyone's going to reset and look towards that Herald coming up next. So that's where things like Tomo not having the summoner spells can start to actually impact Dignitas' approach if they try and contest this.
Exactly, especially because Palfox, his timer for Flash is coming up.
Yep.
So this Annie that got the 2 early kills and got the early Malignants is going to be ready with another Tibbers very, very soon.
Say that 5 times fast.
Another Tibbers.
Another Tibbers variation.
And this one is going to be rank 2 Tibbers. Level 11 Annie with Flash is just perfect for playmaking over by a Herald play. So we'll keep track of him.
All right, Palafox is starting to walk up, but actually just clears out the fruit in the river. Has teleport if Shopify Rebellion wants to fight at this Herald. As of right now, Dignitas are the ones here in the river first. It's just Contract's going to spot them out with that ward. Isles not going to get the sweeper on it, so Dig don't know that there's that ward right there.
Okay, Tomo's positioning here. He's got to be careful. No sums on him. No Alistar ult either. That's got to be free Herald. No Alistar ult. He cannot team fight anymore.
Without your sums on your AD carry, without the ultimate on the Alistar, you just don't have the ability to walk up. And now even bot side, Palafox is just pushing in and takes the turret in front of Photon's face.
There you go. Another objective for Shopify Rebellion. Looking like they're continuing a bit of momentum from last split. Of course, they did fall pretty quickly to the hands of Cloud9 at the end of playoffs, but their run up to that point.
You didn't have to do that to us.
Very impressive.
You know? Top 3's not bad. They said it in their video that we played before the game.
It's way better than most people expected of this team. Actually, if we go back and we look at all of the pre-season expectations and power rankings for Shopify, don't believe anybody really had them that high up.
Ooh, Isles has a flash because he doesn't have the Unbreakable Will this time around. Splash down, heal down. No ult either. He's just going to have to go for a reset.
Yeah.
Dragon's up right now, so I think the Shopify Rebellion can claim their second of the game here. Dig got that first one, but now, unless they catch Seos, throws up the Unbreakable and walks back. He's fine.
Yeah, they've got a couple barriers here on both Seos and B-Boy right now, too, with the spellbook over, so lots of extra HP to burn through.
Herald goes down, and now engage from Contract, trying to get in onto Dignitas. Photon trying to fight with Shade in the front line. Tomo's getting back to safety, but it's just not enough. The front line falls. Dignitas in trouble. Weaver's Wall comes in. Maybe Kaney can turn the play. Dig are melting, though, as Shopify dive deep. Fudge enters the fight in style, and Shopify push back Dignitas. Contract does fall. Kaney tried his absolute hardest to turn the play. Double kill to Kaney. Almost finds the triple, but just not enough damage from that turret.
Oh my, the turret's gonna go down. Can they chase him afterwards? They're gonna try and get to the Herald.
Herald's going in. Maybe one turret shot stops it. I think it does, yeah. Seos does not even land onto the turret. Dignitas were close. Kaney was so close. But at the end of the day, Shopify do get a couple more kills.
That turned into a bit of chaos there on the chase into the jungle here. After Shopify have a really good start to the fight there. Here's what we were talking about, though. A lot of the power rankings pre-split, too. Most people having them around 5th there, give or take a couple.
That was the average, yeah.
But then getting all the way to 3rd place, definitely really nicely done from this squad. They should be able to revisit after this play that they just made mid and taking down the mid tower. Just go ahead and set up for Dragon and take that one themselves. No problem here, but actually going to get another look at the start of it, too. And again, the beginning, it's such a good time for them to fight. And see Palafox flanking on over 2, so even though Skarner gets a double ult, Palafox gets a double Tibbers down there, and they stop the front line and get them. Then they go for the extra chase here, and Talia had some good counter kills, but the super blast cone putting Fudge under tower as the rest of them kind of chase through. They get really aggressive and going for Talia once again. It's a good shove here from Kaney. He was doing a decent amount of work from the side of Dignitas to keep it close-ish for Dignitas, but Shopify still come away the big winners because tower being down means they're able to easily get that dragon, so they did during the replay.
Yeah. And I think if I saw that correctly, the turret dropped aggro for a couple of seconds, and that's why that final shot did not take down B-Boy. So very, very close dive right there. But yes, another dragon over to Shopify Rebellion. Otacon, now the next objective on the Rift. Shopify Rebellion dropping some early vision around it here to try and deny Dignitas any opportunity to sneak in. Maybe even look for their own sneak. They have Contracts and B-Boy on that side of the map, but B-Boy instead going to want to catch this mid-wave.
Fox has his upgraded boots down there in the split push as well. The Lucidity boots upgrade, always a very good and efficient one. Let's see if he can find anything here, because Photon just does jump on the wave. And he has his teleport ready. Both of them can join any sort of skirmishes up towards the top side of the map, but looks like they'll just hold it anyways since there's nothing really worth fighting over at the moment.
Yeah.
Just kind of the outer tower up there on the top side is what I'm looking at. Shopify's next real main objective.
Which is really the only thing that Dignitas currently have going for them. They're behind in Dragons, they're behind in the Grubs, they're behind in Gold, but they have that top turret standing, which means if there's Otacon pressure, they always will have a little bit more push in that top wave. Photon going to try and get this bottom wave pushed in. You had mentioned the boots on Photon, the Lucidity upgraded boots. I love it as well because when you upgrade this boot, anytime you land an ability, you get that burst and move speed, so it's just impossible for Photon to stay on top of you. But with Fox playing weak side bot lane right now, he backs all the way off. Shopify, they're going for the Otacon.
Yeah, or especially on Annie, since it procs on using a summoner spell too. So good for your engages when you go for your flash. But they are for sure going to be able to teleport in. This thing is burned down.
Like bandits in the night, Shopify Rebellion, get in, get out. Dignitas cannot find an answer as Tomo now has to be careful when Become Lightning lands, and he jumps away. Shaden goes for the big engage. Weaver's Wall over the top. Kaney goes for a flank. Isles trying to help him out. Tomo takes down Contracts. Dignitas pincer Shopify after the Otacon is taken. Photon misses the first ult proc right there. Gonna look for a little more damage onto Seos. Tomo might be what he needs to get the kill. Shopify Rebellion have 2 members left alive, and they're just gonna get engaged under the tier 2 turret. Dignitas find 4 members in the fight.
Photon teleports first, and it is meaningful. They get the 5-on-4 because Fox's teleport is much later, and it's pretty far away from where the actual fight is. So let's take another look at it, because they do burn it down, and then Shopify actually move up into them, even though Photon had already teleported, so he's already there, and it's a full 5 with Kaney ulting through onto Lyon. So then you have this really sectioned off fight where the 3 people immediately take down Contracts, and then up on the top side, because they've got Alistar ultimate, very easy for Kaney and Isles to finish off that top side. And you see the Annie, not much he can actually do over there after his teleport, just pushes a single minion wave. So Dignitas with some really much needed money to get back into this game and actually pull ahead in gold, even though they did give up that Otacon. They also still already had pre-existing flowers.
True, yeah, and now they're up to 22 to the 14 of Shopify Rebellion, so they're actually ahead in that count despite the Otacon going down. And it was Shopify Rebellion that almost looked like they were the ones looking for the engage. When Become Lightning landed onto Tomo, so they were looking to push in. Dignitas then punish. But a reminder for everybody watching right now, stick around, stay tuned. The first pick and play banner ceremony of the split is after this series. If you don't know what that means, the bottom teams in the standings get a chance to choose their opponent. They get to pick their fight, Kobe, for who they match up against next weekend. So you'll want to stick around for that. It'll be a good old time.
Because we've made actual physical banners.
Physical banners, I've seen them.
You can get a piece of the
touched
team.
One.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did it feel like? High quality?
It was very high quality. Let me tell you, it's like a tarp material. I'm trying to think how to describe this. Old plasticky, but like in a good way.
Which one did you touch? Did it feel like winning, or
it was Team Liquid, so they did win today.
There you go, 2-0.
You know, maybe that was the blessing they needed. I blessed their banner.
I see.
A little pinch. All right.
You trade 100 Thieves.
You know, I did have 100 Thieves higher in my preseason power ranking.
All right, well, Photon on his signature Gwen that he talked about really liking is going to get some split push done here. A lot of work very quickly done on this tower, and it actually goes away, plus a play onto, just pushes him over.
Yeah, if that was on the other side, maybe they can look for something out of Fudge, but not going to find it. Shopify Rebellion, in the meantime, push up in the mid wave, and will take down the tier 2 mid turret. So they're not out of this one yet. It's a gold lead for Dignitas. Shopify Rebellion were control in the early game. They've lost a little bit of that control now.
They're going to rotate over. Photon doesn't have teleport, though, so Photon goes for his recall. I think they're just giving Dragon number 3 his Dragon Soul points, so the big burst of power, not quite yet. Does put some pressure, though, on the Dragon Soul coming up, because the game's still very close, and so a Dragon Soul extra power definitely can push you over the edge in some of these all-in fights.
And Dig with the timer, having a couple people on the top half of the map weren't willing to contest, despite having ultimates, despite having summoner spells. They have some time. They don't have to fight that one, but this next one, very incentivized.
And if it is just a single dragon, then a single dragon is not worth a secondary side lane tower. The gold in the side lane tower is worth way more.
Sure.
But if it results in soul later, then it becomes a different equation.
Also, losing your mid-tier 2 means that Dig will not have as much prio in that mid-wave. Shopify Rebellion can control the access point to that dragon a little bit better.
Yeah, and Baron too.
And Baron too.
Could get spicy here while we're waiting for the dragon.
Yeah.
Our little intermission, our 4 minutes.
It might. Unfortunately, though, the downside is it sometimes turns into a bit of a nay-ram once you don't have that turret, because you're like, well, we have to stay mid.
I like watching those.
You like watching those? I like playing in some A-rams.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's see if we actually get that. Currently, there's a lot of people in the mid lane.
Well, Photon is split pushing down there on bottom side, so he's getting the early push down.
It's his first game. He doesn't know the trend.
Well, the push away from Baron in the long lane, of course, away from Baron, trying to pull somebody from Shopify down. Fudge answers. He has teleport ready, so here we go as far as the Baron play.
Winter's Bite misses onto Isles, and now they're just going to flash engage onto Seos. The Brom caught out from the rest of the team. Commitment from Dig, just dragging him away from his team. Seos says, how did I get here?
Yeah, well, you got there because Isles just picked you up and tossed you into Shaden's arm. Shaden catches him and then
drags him further.
Drags him even further away. That was a nice little toss and catch.
And now they're going to go for even more. Palafox with a double stun as B-Boy throws out the culling. They just don't have quite enough damage to threaten Dignitas, but they do stop them from committing to the Baron. Ooh, all right.
Seos good. Tossed around like a volleyball there.
They're playing catch.
Yeah, they'll just take their kill though, as well as their teleport. So we'll see now how you manage your side lanes with one less teleport. Of course, Ambessa's teleport is kind of critical there, and Fudge now without that one, the extra little bit of cost.
End of the day, that one kill onto Seos doesn't actually get that much for Dig here. It's flash off of Isles, but he has the Summoner Spellbook, so theoretically will come back in the form of a different Summoner spell later.
Yeah, especially if like that death cap on Palafox does get completed. That could be very, very dangerous. This Annie combination is already going to be very damaging, but if he is able to finish his death cap before the actual Dragon Soul fight, that would be ideal for Shopify.
And we see in the side lane, Photon is still up against Palafox here. Has even more armor with the Seeker's Arm Guard. Just doesn't provide the stats you want versus that Annie. But want to highlight that Seeker's Arm Guard because now once the team fight does break out, if we have a big Baron fight, if we have that Dragon Soul fight, suddenly you got to keep track of these stasises because that can really throw the enemy team for a loop.
Okay, gotta be careful.
Hearing for the engage right now. Isles goes forward onto Contracts, but the rest of Dignitas can't quite get in. Shaden is trying to buy space for Isles to come out. Fudge dives onto the backline. Big engage from Shopify as they're turning a bouncy house onto Dignitas. Shaden's able to do some work here, though, as Photon just fights his way through all of it. As the Gwen goes into the stasis, Tomo jumps forward. Contracts over the wall. Big blast cone. Photon's about to fall. Tomo's got no more backup. Shopify win the fight.
Whoa, that's a Baron for Shopify. They win the fight. They take the rewards, Kangas. This is going to be a huge, huge break point now. It's still a minute for Dragon, so technically Dignitas will respawn in time to fight, but Shopify will be so much stronger. Let's take another look at this as Isles just got almost completely deleted, and then by the time his ultimate was up, Palafox had teleported in on
big
the flank.
Yeah.
Him coming around the other side just blew them up. So even though Photon eventually answers and is able to take down Palafox, there's nothing left for him. Contracts super blast coning over behind Tomo meant that Tomo's flash also just is useless there. So he also goes down. He also won't have flash now for the Dragon Soul. And the Dragon Soul is going to be Baron on 3 members of Shopify.
Very tough now for Dignitas to fight through that. I feel for Photon. He goes into the stasis thinking maybe the Braum passive will expire. It does not. So he still gets stunned up immediately out of it. And now back to live here. Dragon is spawning in 10 seconds. Shopify control the access point. They have Baron on multiple members. They have a push in the bottom wave as well. Dignitas, I think they might just try and brute force it. We'll see what their move is. They actually get wrestle control of the vision right now.
They do have an exhaust. Isles is actually spellbooked over to exhaust, so if he could get that onto Annie or something before the combo.
Weaver's Wall as well. Dignitas, they just block off Shopify's approach. Not bad.
Nice Weaver's Wall there. It is going to mean Shopify with their Baron buff. Do they have a minion wave up there? They're trying to rush through mid. Seos here wants to delay the movements, and
now he's just getting engaged on. Yeah, I mean, the rest of Shopify Rebellion didn't quite look ready. Palafox does not have the stun prepped right now, but Contracts goes in and Pale onto 2, and now Fudge onto the back line yet again. Shaden still survives, Photon goes down, but Tomo is free firing, Kaney as well. Looks like at the end of the day, it's a 1-for-1 trade support for top lane.
Yeah, Shopify, they still have Baron, but they can't make much use of it right now. So honestly, for Dignitas, denying that Dragon Soul is huge there, going 1-for-1. And not actually giving up much to the siege potential. Of course, the Baron's still going to last a little bit longer here for Shopify. At least the 3 members that did have it, that were alive and actually got the Baron buff. And Guardian Angel completed for Contracts after that. So there's another one of those big key items as you were looking at some stasis items for team fights. The Guardian Angel revive here is going to mean Shopify's next one is a very, very powerful fight.
For jungle, yes, but on dig side, Photon has his zonies completed. Mid lane, Kaney has a Seeker's Arm Guard, so we have double stasises on their end. This next fight will be very impactful. If you can get that big objective, if you can get the big Baron, if you can get Dragon Soul for Shopify Rebellion, feels great. I'm just surprised that they weren't able to control that access point. Dignitas did such a good job of just forcing their way in and pushing Shopify off.
Well, this one's going to be easy outer tower at the very least, pushing with the rest of their Baron buff here as Isles is looking for that Alistar Dream flank. He's got a control ward over by the Red Brush ward. It's not going to find any sort of angles here, though. Some good control wards from Shopify and the other 2 kind of flank rear angles for themselves, so not going to be a way for Alistar to get around. And they'll just take their outer tower and continue to push.
But we'll get a little bit of alone time down here in the bottom lane as well. And the gold has swung right back. Dignitas had a 2,000 gold lead at one point here. Now it's back to Shopify in almost the same state. But there's not a lot to fight for the next 3 minutes. We are going to be waiting for that Baron. We're waiting for that Dragon before that next big explosive play.
I think the biggest thing that they are waiting for is the Infinity Edge for Lucian. So once B-Boy gets the IE, then I think they will be able to full send. It's still 2.5 minutes until the Dragon Soul actually arrives. He definitely should be able to make enough money by then. So expecting pretty calm control of vision here from Shopify, even though they're they have Guardian Angels, and Palafox can blow somebody up. He's got flash and everything ready on Annie. But if they could wait for the entire all-in until they actually get that IE, that would be huge for them.
And with the build that Tomo went here, he actually has a surprising amount of HP, so it's going to be hard for Palafox to 100-0 really any members right now of Dignitas. We'll need some additional assistance from somebody like B-Boy or Contracts or Fudge.
Yeah, so I like what they're doing here, kind of calmly controlling the vision and the access to jungle resources. Just take away some small extra advantages, more jungle resources denied to your opponents. Keep the wards here refreshed in the areas leading up to the Dragon. And there you go. They got their IE for B-Boy. Plenty of time here, well ahead of the big objectives as well. And Baron's actually getting to the Rift a couple seconds sooner. So we do have to worry about the other side of the map trade here and trying to threaten on a burn.
Maybe look for a pick right before it starts, but instead it's Isles engaging on the Palafox. He still has that stasis, so watch out for that. Contracts buying space for the rest of the team as Shopify Rebellion swarm around Dig. Fudge on the flank will take down Tomo, take down Contracts. Double kill to the top laner. Shopify Rebellion just make a mess out of Dignitas in the team fight.
Is that going to be it? I mean, they're trying to wall them off.
The Braum Shield blocked the Weaver's Wall. They're going to get the wave in.
Good job from Seos. They tried to block him off, but Shopify are in the base and they're going for the end.
Who needs a Baron when you can just win a team fight? Shopify Rebellion looking to make quick work here in the tail end of this game. It's only Kaney left alive to hold the line. Dignitas mid laner versus the world, and there's just no shot you can clear this wave. Shopify Rebellion didn't need no objectives. They just wanted the Nexus, and they'll take game 1 in this best-of-3 series.
Shopify Rebellion coming out with a big dub for themselves. Getting some early gank from Contracts there towards mid lane, walking around that ward, hugging the wall. getting the early money onto Annie actually was impactful, and then moving some of the roams.
Yeah, now let's head on over to LTA Lounge, though, to break that one down.
Ooh, it was a little dicey.
Yeah.
For
It got
Shopify.
a little. I didn't really know what to expect from Dignitas specifically, and how well Photon would be able to, integrate onto the team. But I actually thought their Otacon response fight was really good. Like they TP'd the Gwen early, right, to combine with the Talia. Shopify do end up coming out ahead, but a little dicey with some of the things that Dignitas was setting up.
Yeah, I thought that for having such a bad split 2, Palafox played pretty well.
Yes, he did.
He was a great initiator. He had really good flanks on the Annie. Great value on my fantasy team, 6.5 bucks.
Oh my God, that's your motivation.
Okay, all right.
Flashes it up
We're
for me.
on to you, Jet.
But Fudge also played really well on
He did.
Ambessa.
Yes.
Also on my
yeah.
fantasy team. Good job.
Good for Jazz fans.
Actually, he's on mine too.
All right.
Let's
Congrats.
go. Oh God, let's listen to these guys.
Okay. Looking, guys.
Yeah. I'm TPing.
I need to go first.
One side, kite up.
Yeah, Skarner's dead. Skarner's dead.
Going back.
Yeah, Gwen is gonna. I've stunned.
Killing them all.
Yeah. Bring it in.
Talia 1 HP. Talia 1 HP.
Like this. Okay. Championship leadership. Kite up in a slightly aggressive tone, and he's like killing them all. As he's killing them all.
I love when the killing them all call comes through.
Yeah.
It's my favorite one.
But yeah, I mean, that one was a bit of a slog. If I'm looking at Dignitas side, like the at least something that was there, Photon made me believe. He made me believe they can actually win that one. The fight that happened, the big wombo combo Annie Tibber play that happened in the jungle was one thing I was like, oh, but maybe Photon's coming out and cleaning this up. And then the Otacon player was like, wait a minute, Photon's making this work. So it's looking closer than I imagined.
Yeah, also a reminder, at the end of the day, we will have teams pick their opponents for next week.
Yeah.
Lowest ranked teams are going to be picking from opponents that don't have exactly the same record as them. So there
Yeah.
could be some weird stuff going on if it's 0-2 or 1-2s.
Yeah, if Shopify end up 2-0ing, that puts a lot of the bottom teams in a really, really tough situation. But as we head to break, let's take a look at our comms replay connected by AT&T and voted on by you, the chat.
Time to move down.
You looking?
Yeah, look. I have an angle.
Talia's pressing B.
I'm on
I'll
down.
Wood.
Hey, ward.
TPing. It's Ghana.
Yeah.
I can ult you up there. Looks good.
No sums.
I can chase.
No flash, Corky. I kind of went too far.
Corky, no flash. Alistar.
Oh, look, Corky, if you can.
I kill Koki.
Yeah, Corky dead.
Slowed.
I'm out.
Look. I can still look.
Oh.
Can you ult?
It's a lot, guys.
L9.
Oh, no.
Okay.
It's okay.
You can hit the tower.
Red Bull gives you wings.
come back, we're ready to fight. Fearless of the enemy, we'll fight to survive. We are born to be conquerors. Rise to the top, gonna be the new emperors. Dragon slayers, earthquakers, bone shakers. Standing on the edge, born to be champions. We can touch the sky, we are flying high. Fighting eye to eye, we start a fire. We will blow your mind, we are gladiators.
Faz a intro?
Posso? Aquela câmera ou essa aqui? Fala galera, tô aqui com o Celso para bater um papo e falar aí, né, sobre o cenário no geral e contra quem a gente quer enfrentar aí.
Ah, acho que pra mim dá uma saudadezinha, não?
Eu falei pra Fogueta que eu tava com saudade não, velho.
Não?
Eu falei que eu tava com saudade porque você é muito bom, entendeu?
Ah, mas...
É bom dar trabalho pros outros caras.
Mas é que teve fases, mano. Eu lembro que, sei lá, no começo da Loud, quando você tava na Red, eu lembro que era difícil pra nós. Era eu, Dudes, a gente jogava com o Dinquedo, tá? E vocês estavam na... Tu, Jojo, aquela line da Red lá.
A gente tava bem, né?
Eu lembro que a gente sofreu, eu sofri um pouquinho, tá ligado? Mas aí chegou minha vez também, né?
É, ele não parou mais também, né? Ele pegou o LoL todo pra ele. Uma curiosidade, assim, que você não sabe é que desde 2017, assim, 2018, eu já achava você muito bom, assim, mecanicamente. É um dos melhores suportes, assim, que tinha umas reações muito boas. Principalmente quando você jogava de Janas, tá ligado? Que no tempo ali, tipo, jogava muito de Zek, passa essas paradas, você parava muito bem os combos. E o Ranger sempre elogiou muito, assim, você pra mim. E no fim deu, né? Você conseguiu aí que merecia, velho.
E eu acho que falando mais sobre minha adaptação quando eu cheguei aqui, eu acho que, assim, os times daqui... Eu senti que, principalmente em treino, eles jogam bem mais rápido do que os times do Brasil, sabe? Acho que os suportes daqui são bem inteligentes, eles se movem bastante, eles vão muito pra side, que eu sentia que no Brasil não era uma coisa que todo suporte fazia. No Brasil o jogo era mais truncado, meio que você só farmava, pegava uma visãozinha, deixava os caras pegar a visão.
Né?
E aqui não, aqui você dá mole e o cara já tá divando sua side, então você tem que ser bem mais rápido. E quem ganha já tá no Mundial? Você sabe?
Acho que sim.
Então os primeiros das duas ligas já vão pro Mundial e aí mais um time disputa no Texas a terceira vaga, é isso? Pode ter pela primeira vez na história 2 times brasileiros no Mundial, né?
Existe a possibilidade aí, galera.
Só querer, né? Falta querer. Eu sempre achei que ia ser muito benéfico, assim. Porque, querendo ou não, às vezes você vai pra fora e é só você, sabe? É você contra todo mundo e aí, sei lá, você contra 3 times do NA. Aí os 3 times do NA, pelo que eu tava conversando com o pessoal, eles conversam entre si, falam de draft.
A gente nunca teve essa possibilidade assim no LoL, né? A gente nunca teve ninguém, era só nós mesmo.
Então, eu acho que é muito benéfico, assim, porque... era só nós e aí, tipo assim, às vezes... Eu já me senti perdido, por exemplo, no Mundial, tipo, o que é forte, o que é bom. E, pô, eu sinto que se tivesse outro time brasileiro pra conversar, falar a respeito sobre experiências de treinos, eu acho que ia ser muito bom pros 2 times. Eu acho que a longo prazo ia ajudar mesmo.
A longo prazo, sim. Cara, se tivesse um adversário pra escolher de novo, com certeza absoluta seria Fúria por conta da final que a gente fez. Cara, foi, tipo assim, muito apático, a gente jogou muito mal. E queria muito enfrentar eles de novo pra mostrar que a gente vai jogar melhor assim como um time, né? Porque a gente teve muitas decisões assim individuais que atrapalhou muito. Parecia que todos os jogadores queriam brilhar assim e a gente foi mal como um time. E eles jogaram melhor como time contra nós, né?
Eu acho que eu ia escolher a Cloud9, porque acho que foi o time que a gente menos enfrentou nessa primeira etapa, por conta do formato, etc. Eles estavam em outro grupo também. E também a gente perdeu para eles 3-0 na final da Laur, então...
Eu acho eles um time bom assim no macro, né?
E eu tô com um gostinho de vingança, que eu queria pegar eles de novo.
Vambora.
Welcome back to Game 2, Shopify Rebellion versus Dignitas. You just got to hear an awesome little video there. Say I was talking with one of his old Brazilian counterparts, but I do got to say he wanted to rematch Cloud9. Kobe, in the current format, the only way to do that is if you're below them in the standings. So you know what that means. Shopify have to lose 1 game. If they lose a game,
worth it though?
They can play C9.
You can just play them later in playoffs or something.
True, but you know,
I would say don't recommend that any team's int.
Yeah, I suppose that is a
Especially
good.
don't do that live on air.
Oh, well, I already did that, Kobe. So, you know, you're supposed to give me this advice
Well,
ahead
it
of
was
time.
nice knowing you, buddy.
Well, Dignitas chose blue side this time around, so let's see if that gives them a leg up in the series, as they've already banned Azir, Poppy, and Trundle. Notably, the Azir made it through the ban phase in the first couple, but being on blue side, this is kind of a signal that Dignitas don't want to play it, because you could just force Shopify to ban it instead, and then you pick it up blue 1.
And the Poppy blocker also off the table here. So really opening up a lot of possibilities here. I mean, Aurora, you know, as well as Ari, pretty premium. Remember that the Vi is still available. Vi is unbanned, so both Aurora and Ari are good pairings with that. And so, yeah, they do snap that for blue 1. See what Shopify want to answer with. Whenever you're faced with a first pick Vi, you're already thinking, well, what's our good sort of counter engage, you know, type of champions that we want to build? Try and punish a Vi, because there's a lot ofVis that will over aggressively use their ultimates.
Yep.
And you can kind of like drag them into dangerous territory or have some sort of counter available.
And despite the nerfs, Braum was already picked in game 1, has still been a priority pick, but there are other support options. Typically, I'm looking at support as one of those great tools to counter engage. Not seeing it there, but you see it on the screen. Rumble. Looks like it was locked in there for Shopify Rebellion. And Nami currently being hovered. That's not exactly that kind of like full kite back style.
Well, Lucian was already used.
It was.
And so name how many times you've seen a Nami without a Lucian. It's not going to be very frequent.
Yeah, maybe solo
It's
queue.
possible. And like a Nami tidal wave is kind of a counterish ability, but there's no way.
Instead, J4 locked in here, so a jungler that can also play aggressive and dive deep.
I also know what it is. Contracts keeps hovering it. I think it's pretty sure it's for his girlfriend.
Okay. All right.
So it's a shout out.
We'll have to investigate that later.
The classic shout out.
I love how so many players have those hovers that they do, and you always get left to guess, like, who's that one
like,
for?
Wait a second. It's just the shout out.
Yeah,
okay. But you're right. You know, the Jarvan is a classic combo with the Rumble. Again, here, maybe I can help you out at home. This is Rumble.
Yeah, get big. There we go. Perfect. You're
That's
not going to
Rumble.
draw Rumble? I thought you were going to go for the profile.
You want me to draw with my finger? Draw Rumble with my finger?
Can you do fire? You can just do like a little, like, for the
There's no way, bro. We're keeping it at that.
Sorry, you're satisfied.
But
not even a great R, but
the Nico is going to be another one that we mentioned that was banned last time around. And Nico taking that away, this is just such huge dive wombo combo. I actually kind of love this opening from Dignitas here. Vi, Galio, and Nico. It's a very powerful engage. Plus, it gives you some, like, not exactly map wide, but a very long range.
Semi-global, yeah.
Type of semi-global stuff for later. So.
And what I love about the Nico especially is your ability to use a clone to get vision can set up things like the Vi to then make aggressive plays. If you find somebody in a brush all alone, boom! Quick trigger pull with the Vi Galio ult on top of it. And the answer from Shopify Rebellion appears to be the Victor locked in. So a little more damage, a little more kind of control mage, consistent DPS style.
Ah, refresh.
Oh, nice. That looks good.
We hit it with the old turn it off and turn it back on.
Well, now your R's gone.
I already erased it.
Okay.
I'm ahead of you.
All right.
You got to keep up here,
I gotta keep up with you, Kobe.
Playing 4D chess,
Going
buddy.
too fast.
Anyways, back to the defensive bands here, trying to protect a little bit. The Silas would be another one that pairs really well with all this engage that Dignitas have.
Yeah.
So trying to do a little bit of protection there for that Victor. Go ahead.
Another instance where the 80 carries were not locked in early on. Again, this is a trend that I've just been noticing here in the North as well as around the world. So that means that can be the bans from the side of both teams. The Silas is the first one, but the Xayah banned by Dignitas now.
Yeah, if you're running full hard engage, what do you not want to play into? Xayah and Ezreal.
Yep.
Those are the two, so maybe they also ban the Ezreal just to make it easier to catch the enemy carries. Victor's already a really easy target for the Dignitas dive to go after, but also if you eliminate the Ezreal, then you can go have multiple targets that you can go ahead and chase down.
And if you're the team playing aggressively, you
Or
want to
the
take
spell
out
shield.
things like the Kai'Sa, so that's taken away by Shopify Rebellion. Yeah, not the Ezreal ban, instead the Sivir ban from Dignitas. Let's see if B-Boy wants to lock that Ezreal in now then.
I feel like it's got to be. He definitely likes the Ezreal, plus it's good as far as having evasive maneuvers here. So yeah, there you go. Gonna get that lock, no problem. And then your answer into it, because the Ezreal, it might be paired with a Karma, but when it's Seos, you're like, Seos, you really got to have Seos on a primary engage.
Yeah.
So unless you really want to use double poke, which you kind of actually do into Kalista Nico lanes, so they actually might still do it, but I still think they really want Seos on some primary engage because all other engage they have is just Jarvan.
Well, we know that Seos loves to follow contracts. Kobe, if you're playing J4, what support do you want to follow you around on the map?
Honestly, though, I mean, like, Karma's not even that bad to go follow around a jungler, but I'm thinking more for the 5-on-5 team fight overall. So, you know, you do have Rel type stuff, you know, really big AoE. Rel is always really good with Rumble, with Victor for the big engages. So that's what I'm kind of leaning towards.
Let's see what they go for.
Could be Leona. Ezreal Leona is like a classic combo, but Karma would be the double poke option. So here we go, moment of truth. Are they actually going to have Seos on an engaged champion like they usually do? Or go for the Karma here for some extra lane poke?
Yeah, this feels more Seos. This feels more Seos. It's something that can get around the map, like you said, primary engage. Yeah. You ride your little horsey around. Sometimes you waddle.
But you are the horsey. You're riding your own little metal horse legs around.
You know, and again, sometimes you're waddling. That's what I call it when she's in like the two-leg form. You know, it's like
hobbling around.
Permanent squat position. Either way, though, you can provide a lot of engage for the team here and a lot of powerful ultimate abilities on both of these teams. The J4 plus the Rel can lock people in one place. The ultimate from Victor as well as the Rumble can just burn through these health bars. On the same side of Dignitas, they have very high snap engage too. If this is not an explosive game, I feel like we're missing out on the potential here, Kobe, because both compositions have so many engage tools and so much damage to back it up.
Yeah, this one should definitely have a lot of kills. Looking forward to it. Of course, we're going to have a lot of AP as well. I honestly am expecting bloodletters on both sides, just because that magic shred is so nice when you're running double AP solo lanes. Rumble can build it really easily, or Aurora can build it really easily too.
Non-subscribers, we'll see you in 30 seconds, but for everybody else sticking around, it's Shopify Rebellion versus Dignitas. Shopify up 1-0 in the series so far. As Kobe already highlighted, AP solo laners for both squads. Powerful engage tools for both squads. Expect the team fights, expect the explosivity, and expect the banger of a game 2.
Only one Kalista, though, and that is a controversial champion.
That is.
I don't know.
How many games at MSI did she win, Kobe?
0. Yeah. It's definitely a controversial champion at the moment. Well, I personally am on the side of Kalista haters. I don't know about yourself.
Well, considering how we did with Kalista, yes, definitely Kalista hater side as well. Let's see if Shopify Rebellion can get much. He's going to have to... actually, no, just... jumps over the wall.
Good little sidestep there as well afterwards.
And doesn't have to burn any kind of summoner spell either. So Shopify Rebellion do not get the kill, but they will deny any deep vision right now. Bottom side, there was a ward placed by Dig.
And W is definitely not a great ability for Aurora to start with as well. So we'll see how this affects the Aurora lane early on for Photon. Can't be good.
Brazzaville not ideal, but we're hearing that Shaden had some words of inspiration for his teammates before Champ Select. So let's listen in on that.
You debated me.
Yeah,
I don't hear anything.
I can't hear it either.
So we're chilling. Like, that was like warm-up.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, they're chilling, and it was a warm-up. I caught that. Did you catch that, Kobe?
I got the chilling.
Okay.
Also, he definitely looks chilling.
Like, he did look chilling.
Fairly low in his seat.
Yeah. Is he still in said position? No, he has sat up.
Okay.
I just turned around to confirm. You'll see it on screen eventually. Would you imagine if he's playing like that, though? You know, that's
yeah. I mean, he's
chilling.
Keeping the vibes. Honestly, that is, you know, they did take the L in the first game, but best of series. Definitely plenty of chances to back here, or come back. Tomo and Isles themselves get the early push.
That was funny. Did you notice Isles just used the clone to block the Mystic Shot from hitting that minion?
Yeah, very nice. It's such an annoying ability in many ways, Genghis. You block stuff, you get extra vision, deny CS.
You pretend to be somebody else. There's two of you.
Nico is one of those frustrating champions that we have.
One of the ones of all time, actually.
Jarvan's going to be ending up towards bottom side, though, so there are options for Contracts to go swat the annoyance, especially if Seos is able to find anything here on Rel. You can always Q flash early on to try and set your jungler up.
And a flash forward from Seos does try and do that, but the jungler was not nearby. It will get cleanse and flash out of Tomo, along with heal from Miles.
And that's the key. Even before your jungler arrives, when you say, hey, jungle, no cleanse, no flash on this Kalista, buddy, they're way more likely to come visit your lane. So very good play from Seos here. Heal, flash, and cleanse off Tomo.
Ooh, and Contracts is going for a very deep look. Oh, he actually calls it off. I thought maybe he would back all the way around the Dragon Pit there. I saw it on the minimap, but instead just going to go for that bottom scout.
And he has a lot of options. So Kaney is really low. Kaney, of course, hovering the side where his jungler is. So Shopify probably won't overchase there, but yeah.
Ooh, Kaney actually does go back in. No mana on Palafox, so we can't fight back that hard. And now Shaden comes in. Could look for the Vaultbreaker flash. Contracts is here. Flash from Palafox. No flash committal from Shaden, so it is a slight advantage right now to the side of Dignitas, but Contracts looks to continue to scrap with Shaden because they know that Kaney cannot help. If he walks up, Contracts will kill him. Kaney stopped the back. Contracts now chasing forward. Flash! Flag and drag for the first blood.
That's so nice. As soon as the Galio pulls back for the punch, Contracts is like, know what? No matter. I'm going to go flash in for the combo. I got you. Gets the kill, which is necessary because Palafox being down the flash after that kind of little exchange here was going to be a bit of a pain point for them. So Palafox still won't have his flash and still will be a vulnerable target, but they can get their reset and Contracts can come bring him some extra vision. So vision here around mid lane will be very important now for Shopify because a Galio with flash and a Vi with flash will definitely want to try and punish no flash Victor. So I'm expecting some more like vision resources to be expended around mid lane, and maybe Shaden makes a repeat visit or tries to do something around bottom. We see a couple pings.
Currently, right now, it's Isles there, trying to catch the wave. B-Boy taking a little bit of damage. Let's see how hard Dignitas want to commit for this. Shaden does not walk forward. Still had the flash from earlier, but B-Boy also had flash, as well as Arcane Shift.
Okay, he's getting kind of dragged around here. A little bit of extra time from Shaden just to walk that way, the kind of long way back to Krugs, back through Tribush afterwards. So dragged around a little bit, but nothing too heavy at the moment.
Ooh, Photon across the bill, jumping forward. Fudge in a lot of trouble here. The auto is not quite doing enough, but one more win in. Cross the veil, big damage. Oh, Photon can't quite find it. Turret will not kill. That's flash out of Fudge.
Fudge get ultimate. Doesn't know where he is.
Yeah.
Also healing up a decent amount. But it is going to just be the flash. Okay, no flash for Fudge either. Another possible target for them to go after, but the lane swaps do come in and answer, and Fudge can just teleport back to the bottom half.
I think that's why he's like, okay, I could try and fish for the kill, but also if you use your ult and then go for the lane swap, you're in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, you need it to manage the minion waves in the lane swaps.
Shaden's coming down here. Contracts was hovering as well. So currently, 3 members from Dignitas are around the bottom half of the map. 2 members from Shopify Rebellion. Contracts, I don't know if he's... Oh, okay, no. Should know that Shaden's there. Control ward in the Dragon Pit.
Dude, he's doing the Masu. He just walked out of the tribe.
Oh, no, we're not calling it that.
Trauma. Dude, that's what it's called, man. He walked out of it. Oh, I'm getting trauma right now.
But he just hit level 6. He leached a little bit of XP from the bottom wave. Now he's a level up over Shaden. Shaden just started the dragon. Does not know the contract is right there. Now realizes teleport coming in here. Shaden in a lot of trouble. Ballbreaker over the wall. Now comes Fudge. Isles as well from the rest of Dignitas. Teleport committed from Shopify Rebellion. Seos has joined the fight. Maybe he looks for the engage over the wall. Doesn't land the Q. Isles frontlining right now. Do they go for the engage or do Dignitas try and get away? Isles is really far forward. Fudge just decides, okay, I guess I'll start it off with the equalizer. Now engage on the Tomo. In comes Kaney to try and turn the play. Will get one. Tries to get out. Shaden just doesn't have the ultimate available. If that was a level 6 Vi, this play is completely different. But Shopify Rebellion with a level advantage on contracts. Push off Dignitas. Claim Tomo and trade Fudge.
Yeah, it actually ends up being so huge here. They get the chase down. Now there's no Galio ultimate. Bunch of flashes used. Doesn't look like they start up the dragon afterwards, but here's another look at the entry point. Of course, both teams are thinking right now, okay, Galio has ult, so be very careful there's kind of two ways you can play Burst Galio ult. Is like some very quick all-in and then you jump out, or you can just full commit and then go, you know what, we're just going to pile all in and kill the Kalista before the knockup gets here.
Yeah.
And they do just barely get that kill. Then the counter kill is exchanged, but a bunch of flashes are chased down because Palafox and Contracts here are stronger, as you mentioned, and popping both of those ultimates, getting a bunch of flashes off the side of Dignitas.
I am surprised to see that it was Fudge that was the one to actually commit to the play as opposed to one of the engaged tools, but either way, Shopify Rebellion do at least get a kill for that. Fudge going down, though, is now behind Photon sizably in CS.
And they need all that damage to kill the Kalista before the Galio actually lands. That's the critical breakpoint. If you don't kill Kalista before Galio lands, then you get knocked up into a taunt immediately afterwards, too, and don't know how much hopping around is going to get done, but these grubs getting burned down fairly quickly. Contract's going to head on over. Shaden got his level 6 and...
Yeah, the ultimate available now. Contracts does not have his ult off cooldown yet. Throws down the flag. Don't believe he got that grub. Yep. Put it in all chat. Shaden gets all 3 grubs for Dignitas, though, and it's dead even gold with 1 neutral objective advantage to Dig.
Okay, bot side Dragon is still available as well. So we're having Fudge laning down there versus Photon's Aurora with flash disadvantage still.
Yep.
But he's just letting it push into him, you know, letting Photon get that shove, and topside Dignitas also getting the push for themselves. So they get the early resets for themselves.
And something interesting about that top lane differential there. Ooh, Isles back is canceled. Something that was interesting about that, Photon sizably ahead in CS over Fudge, but as Fudge catches this wave, you'll see that gold actually doesn't amount to all that much because of the kill that Fudge was able to pick up as well, trying to equalize that. It's really mostly the XP. Photon was a level up above Fudge until that wave was claimed. Now Shopify Rebellion dropping some wards down. The Dragon is on the table. Neither team looked at this early on. Approaching 10 minutes, it's a Mountain Dragon, so let's see if Shopify Rebellion can find a pick here onto Tomo. He still has the flash from earlier, flashes the flag and drag, but now it does not happen for the Cataclysm. Tries to jump over the wall, does make it, but the damage from Palafox is enough. Contracts trying to get out. Isles might be able to land one more route here. Full range, max range, can he get it? No! Contracts does live as, Seos walked up towards the wave and Dignitas punish him. So members fall from both sides.
And Genghis, last time it was a jungle level 6 difference. This time it's a support level 6 difference. Isles has the Nico ult. Seo's still level 5. So Aftermath, they do kind of push them back out and immediately teleport to the bottom lane for Palafox, trying to quickly shove. But that discrepancy also kind of being a big factor here. Tomo, though, again, no flash here on the Kalista right afterwards. Should be okay at the moment, though, but the mid lane definitely fairly dangerous.
We had highlighted how explosive these fights could turn out to be depending on how the teams play them, and I'd say so far it's delivered. Only 5 kills in 11 minutes, but every time action happens, so many engaged tools to keep track of, especially for the carries. Tomo was able to get away from the flag and drag, is able to jump over the Cataclysm as well, but still just took too much damage from Palafox, who now pushes in that bottom wave, has a CS lead over Caney currently. So Palafox again having a decent game, especially in the early stages here. 1-0 and 1 on the victor.
Yep. Meanwhile, the top laners still have their teleports. So we'll see. Photon's about to tick over to 10 because he is pushing. And so if he can get his level advantage and then use teleport to go answer the Dragon play, then Dignitas could actually full send for it again. Otherwise, Contracts and Shopify here are doing some early work on the Mountain. This is very tanky for a Dragon, though. It takes a long time.
Fudge is going for the reset. He dropped the equalizer, so if he does TP down here, he will not have the ultimate available. He is not answering immediately. It's Photon ultimate coming down, and now the Pop Blossom lands, and it stops Contracts' is full engage. So Jungler down for Shopify Rebellion. B-Boy in some trouble. Photon gets on the backline, but he's taken out. B-Boy lives, absorbing the engage. Fudge flashing forward with the Flame Spitter. That's all the damage that he needs, but he's taking a lot in return. Dragon almost takes him out with the breath. Palafox has to be the hero. Flash from Isles to take out B-Boy. Engage from Shaden. Dignitas are doing it! Palafox trying to make the hero play, but is taken out at the tail end. Double kill to Isles. Seos in full retreat. Dignitas are about to win the team fight. Smite for the slow. Kill to Tomo.
Can't run very quickly with the Metal Horse. Dignitas, though, the re-engage after such big chunks out of so many Shopify members. Palfox was the only one healthy in the aftermath, so even though they got their kind of kill onto Photon, the re-engage from Dignitas is huge. So they start out on contracts. He decides, I'm just going all the way in with the full combo.
Yep.
Goes for his EQ into ultimate all the way in, and they do get the lockup there. But then Photon in the back versus B-Boy and Fudge gets burned down. He even invested his flash too. B-Boy, of course, used both barrier and flash. But then this re-engage, Fudge goes so early that they actually can full focus him on the front line.
Yeah.
So now it's not just B-Boy that's low, it's also him, and Shopify all of a sudden have no threat. And so Dignitas are like, fine, we go for the finish. Isles barely had any mana left.
Yeah.
He had just enough to go for his flash play with his Q. Very nicely done for him to be able to snipe that kill.
Control wards can turn fights. B-Boy did not see Isles in that brush looking for that play, and he was spotted on a ward himself. So Shopify Rebellion actually now losing gold. It is Dignitas with a almost 2,000 gold lead currently.
Yeah, big fight from them. Looks like, though, jungle being defended at the moment. Top lane being defended while they take the Drake themselves.
Reminder to check out. You can subscribe to the Twitch channel, get some of those awesome emotes. I feel like the Jan one was probably getting spammed a lot in that last series based on his performance.
Yeah, definitely had a good one himself. I mean, he's just been such a good performer for TL for so long. Regardless, though, back to this game, Dignitas looking to push us to our first, dare I say it, a 3-game series of the beginning of the split. It's very, very early on, but
that would be the blessed outcome here. Because again, a reminder that we will have the ceremony at the end of day today where teams choose their opponents for next week, but you cannot pick a team that you're tied with. So that means if it's all O2s versus 2 Os, you're not going to get a lot of options to pick, or at least not options that you're probably happy about. Currently right now, Shopify pushing in that top wave. Palafox gets that one, as now, what's the next objective? It's just dig. That's the tweet. Send it.
Well, their comp is full send. Their comp is for sure full send, so.
Dig reverse sweep incoming as well, so Dignitas got some fans out there. Herald is now on the table here, so it seems like that is where the next action could break out. Dignitas trying to make that action happen right now.
Ooh,
They're walking very far forward.
Palafox had no flash. They just please let me hit this Vi ultimate. They just wanted to.
Ooh, okay. Missing a couple of CC abilities on the island. If either of those landed, Shopify might have been able to find a pick right there.
Kaney is recalling at the moment. He's got 7 stacks on his Dark Seal. This Galio is pretty strong. He's teleporting right into the middle of the team.
4 members away onto the Herald, and now Kaney just goes in on his own. Now the engage here. They're getting onto the carries. Chain the CC, delete. Palafox, Dignitas find the engage. Contracts goes down. Double kill to Kaney. It's only B-Boy that can try and turn this one around. The taunt lands. That's a triple kill to the Galio pilot. Beautifully played by Dignitas.
All right, you are honoring Kaney after this game for sure. That was so good. He teleports immediately Justice Punches, so you get away from all the CC from Shopify, gets the perfect engage onto the Victor that had no flash.
Yeah.
Wow, he actually gets an execute.
Okay.
Nice job there from Seos. Delays long enough and does get an execute. So trying to mitigate a little bit for Shopify, but still, that was a huge, huge, huge team fight from Kaney. He landed everything after that too.
Yeah.
He snipes with his Q to find the other kill, and then barely gets the edge on the taunt too. So, okay, he Justice Punches away from the gravity field right onto Victor's head. They full combo Victor, and he immediately used his ult to re-knock up Seos and Contracts, and then he snipes Contracts with his Q. Like, this is actually just such a beautiful Galio performance from Kaney here in this team fight. Huge stuff for Dignitas and their hopes to push us to that game number 3.
And you can tell it's weighing on the members of Shopify Rebellion here. Ooh.
Yeah, hold up the Shopify side there as it's happening.
I think that was a grimace of pain right there. Isles might be caught out right now. There has to flash away. Weirding from Photon to slow down Contracts, get away. And Dignitas do disengage. Shopify for a brief window there, almost found something, but tail end Dignitas didn't get the Herald immediately after the fight, but they do get it in the long play.
Yeah, everybody from Shopify focusing bottom side. They will be able to get this tower, so get that money onto the Victor. Photon's here, though, so maybe...
Ooh. Bobs to Between Worlds to clear the wave.
Good job. Deletes the wave. puts a stop to that play. Contracts actually sticks around, though, for the long play. Since he's got a control ward here, he probably doesn't think that there's any vision, but of course Photon knows.
Oh, but Photon actually sticks around as well. Across the building, away, has to flash. Contracts takes 2 turret shots, but does still get out.
Yeah, and he got the flash, too. Wants to trade his Jarvan ult for the Aurora Flash. That's a worthy trade because burning the Aurora Flash basically protects Palafox in the future because you know they're going to be looking at the Victor, looking at those flanks. Dignitas, though, the answer is going to be even better. They've got Herald, so they can just delete mid-tower.
Shopify Rebellion now have less to play around in the mid lane here. Another charge onto the tier 2. That's down to about half health as Dragon spawns in under a minute's time. Dignitas, with this push in the mid wave now, can try and control access points to the Dragon to ensure that they can take it. But like you had said, Photon not having flash for a potential Dragon fight is one less dive tool available now to Dig.
Yeah. So far, Kaney and Isles have been making a lot of plays for Dignitas, though. Coming up pretty big. Seos is looking for his own.
Yeah, he's committing. Magnet Field goes down. Tomo's able to get away, though it's Isles that's focused, but Fate's Call will save him and re-engage. Arcane Storm does take him out with the true shot barrage. B-Boy snipes him.
Nice snipe, and the timing is perfect for Drake. The Isles death timer here is going to be too long. 12 seconds on the Dragon. They're going for a reset real quickly here for Shopify, though, so actually not going to rush into anything afterwards and just keep it at that extra kill. Go for the reset. What's he got?
And now Shopify Rebellion with that reset can now try and get back onto the map here, but not committing immediately to that Dragon. They're teleporting Seos topside, which potentially signals they're not interested in that Dragon.
Yeah, they want the money, Kangas. They got everybody up here except for Ezreal. 4 Shopify members looking to delete Photon.
Photon, very low chance of survival. Tries to engage here onto Fudge. Big damage onto the Rumble. Doesn't quite have enough, though. Now in comes Kane. He doesn't land the taunt. Shopify Rebellion pick up 1, and they get out of there. Cataclysm from Contracts, but now he doesn't have the rest of the team with them. He's in a 1v2 currently versus Isles and Kaney. Flag and Drag does buffer the Justice Punch. Taunt still lands it. Bought time for Shopify Rebellion to get around the Tribe Rush and save their jungler.
They got what they came for. They killed Photon. They're going to get the tower as well, and they sacrificed the Dragon to do it. The question is, what about Otacon spawning on the bottom side? It looks like they've got plenty of time to recall and reset here.
Ooh. Decent assist onto B-Boy in the mid lane. Has the flash available, has to commit it. So Summoner Spell down.
Okay, that's pretty good investment here. Vi ultimate for the flash off of the Ezreal. Maybe that will come up huge. Okay, but here's another look at the dive. Photon goes straight for the Rumble to avoid there. Contracts interrupted.
Beautiful.
So Galio ult interrupted, and then Contracts also is able to walk up and just bop him on the head.
Yeah.
Bopping the bunny foo-foo on the head.
And now, yeah, I mean, again, Contractors live for so long after the fact as well.
I mean, he put in so much work. You know, stacked up his Conqueror then, you know, kept the 2 other members of Dignitas occupied. But Drake?
Seos was trying to get some vision down and gets caught out on the opposite side of the river. Past the line of scrimmage, we're going to regret that.
Yeah, he's just dead. The Otacon is available, so maybe Dignitas push mid-wave and then go force on the Otacon.
Yeah, the only thing stopping them is Shaden doesn't have the ultimate, so maybe they think that they need that. But Kaney's about to have his, Photon as well, so with just a numbers advantage, they could look for the objective. Will they pull the trigger? It started up. Is it the magnet for the fight, or do they actually go for it? Contracts on the J4. Very solid jungler to look for 50-50s, and it looks like Shopify Rebellion are focused on that for right now. Equalizer is available. True Shot Barrage goes down. Fudge on the flank. Equalizer, and it's stolen by Palafox! Shopify Rebellion just say bet and take the Otacon. Now Pop Blossom in from Isles. It looks like Dignitas took that one personally. They'll delete Contracts, but Fudge and B-Boy answer one in kind. Now in comes the rest of Shopify Rebellion. Palafox with Seos in tow. Look for another shutdown on Atomo. Chasing down Kaney. No flash available. B-Boy over the wall misses the Mystic Shot. Max range not quite enough, but Palafox with the slows looks to continue the chase. Kaney is able to get out of there. What a steal from Shopify's mid laner.
Okay, we're going to have to slow that one down frame by frame. I think there was a Rumble ult burning it as well as like the laser goes through for Palafox.
But that is so big for Shopify. Kangas, not only did they delete the gold lead in the last couple of minutes, but they also steal the Otacon. That is 39 empowered pedals.
Ooh!
That is huge. That's probably like 3,000 gold or something difference.
Yep.
Just in value of the adaptive force, plus all the extra experience. Okay, let's take a look at here. All right, so there is a smite ready for Shaden. Palafox is right in there. The Rumble ult is burning it. Oh my goodness.
How did he even get that?
He wasn't even looking at it. That was so cool.
Cool guys don't look at Otacon.
He just turned it back around.
That was, I always want to see that again. That was,
let me tell you, it was something.
Yeah.
He was burning it with his Leandri's and black fire torch or
I think it had to have been the burn. I didn't see a Q. I didn't see a laser.
Been burning it, yeah.
Wow. What a play, though. That's a genius midfielder if ever I've seen one, Kobe.
That is truly genius move.
Yeah.
Only the most intelligent of players.
He didn't even, again, he didn't look.
Yeah,
he was
exactly.
looking away. He was like, I got it.
I already got this. I've seen the future.
I've ran the numbers in my head. Are we going to get another? Okay, so what?
Wait, it's gone.
Okay, no, it's already gone. Hey, I appreciate the attempt. It would have been cool. Okay, so this is a re-engage.
Yeah. So this is the one where Seos arrives just in time.
Yeah.
And that's all you need to know. The moral of that second replay was Seos arrived just in time. He got a really good combo onto Tomo that allowed them to get an extra kill. So now we're back in a world where Ezreal is on 3 item power spikes, Kangas, with a bunch of extra adaptive force, and we've got a Victor scaling up into the late game, even though the Galio is fed and been playing super well from Kaney. The Victor here now finishing that arm guard could be big for the team fight.
Ooh, I'll splash forward, engage onto 2, but not enough follow-up from Dig so far. Palafox goes into the stasis. Can they delete him out of it? Tomo's burning down. He's taken out. Now the rest of Dignitas push forward. It's Shaden onto the back line, but his team is dying around him. Now he's going to follow suit. Shopify Rebellion absorb the engage beautifully and will punish Dignitas for even thinking about it. 5 for 1 in favor of Shopify.
Okay, yeah, that's a 3-item Ezreal. And the arm guard, just as we finished talking about it, immediately used there from Palafox to buy some more time and allow B-Voy to just delete everyone else. Let's take another look at the engage. Dignitas here. They've got their sights set on Palafox, the Victor. They go for him. Ooh. It is the Nico combo into the root from Nico, into the Galio ult that is coming through, but he got his arm guard off. He arm guards the Galio combo, and that buys him a lot of time.
And Seos was a hero. He got onto Photon and Shaden. He's able to knock both of them out of the fight so they can't follow up and dive in to guarantee the immediate kill onto the Victor. B-Boy has so much space to then play with and clean up the fight. And it wasn't just the gold that they were getting from the Otacon fight, as Palafox popping off a little bit there.
Best money I ever spent. Just immediately buy that orb guard, then use it, avoid Galio combo, and
maximum
looks like
efficiency.
they got the dragon as well, so even the dragon's up 2 for 2. They keep getting petals on these kills.
Yes.
So 44 petals now for Shopify.
Production had confirmed after the Otacon fight it was 2.5K gold value from the petals that they picked up from that one. So shout out Big G, thank you for that information. Shopify Rebellion now have even more in the pocket, plus a 2,000 actual gold lead. Dignitas, they played it well early, Kobe. Did we curse them when we said this could be the game or the series to go to 3?
Yes, but also, you think I'm just going to let you slip in the Big G there?
Yeah, slipped in the Big G. Shout out Big G Graham.
Let's go, producer.
We're going to make
Graham.
him famous.
The full name, Big G, as he is known colloquially.
Yeah.
Baron is up, though. Big B is up.
Big B. The Big Purple. As that is currently controlled by Shopify Rebellion. They have the access points. Dignitas can use the Nico clone to face check at any time. But it's going to be tough. They're just committing onto the engage for B-Boy. He has the flash available. Not the wisest move. As Shaden now has to jump away. Straight into Palafox's waiting arms. Dignitas fought to the bottom right instead. Now they're getting cleaned up here. B-Boy free firing. They started the fight on the Ezreal, and he's going to be the one to end it. Picks up a double. So does Pala. Triple the B-Boy. That is a clean ace to Shopify Rebellion.
Yep, they're going to march this one in, Kangas. It is the victory lap for Shopify Rebellion after that fight.
Solid performance from Shopify Rebellion all around. They got a little behind in the early game, but little is not enough. They will still march into the base. Dignitas made them work for it in game number 2, but Shopify Rebellion were inevitable. All 2 woes across the board. Shopify Rebellion put the final touches on this game. Focus the Nexus. 2-0 victory, Shopify. And Shaden back into that chill position, but I think that one's looking a little more defeated, Kobe. They were making Shopify work for it early, but that Otacon fight turned everything on its head.
Yeah, Shopify here with another 2-0. So all of our first opening series of the opening weekend, 2-0s. Shopify proven that they are a permanent fixture up here in the top 4.
And that was the question coming into, I guess last split the question was who can break into the top 4. We had the top 4, bottom 4. Shopify smashed it. They made it top 3. And now starting off strong here in split number 3, saying they intend to stay in that position.
All right, B-Boys 10-1-5 Ezreal. Legendary here. Let's hear from him on stage with Raz.
I've got the victorious B-Boy after that banger of a series. Congratulations, B-Boy.
Thank you so much.
How did it feel in your perspective? That series was like a back and forth brawl, and I felt like the vibe was just gunning for you all the time. How is it? Because Ezreal's your favorite pick, it feels like.
To be honest, I don't really like to play Ezreal.
You don't?
I don't really like. Sometimes I should play like too much safe, so I don't feel Ezreal's that strong nowadays.
But I feel like you played. What is your favorite pick? I never actually asked you that question.
Nowadays, like Lucian is better, so I like to play Lucian, my favorite. And
sounds good. So like, tell me about just like your last split, because you guys ended very strong, 3rd place, and going into this split, it feels like you guys would have worked towards it. So first question for me is kind of just like, what was the scrims like coming into the split 3, and what is your expectations going into this split?
I think we improved well last split, but we are still hungry.
Yeah.
So we're gonna improve more, and we're gonna play way better than last split. So let's see.
That's what I like to hear, honestly. Like, what's something you specifically want to improve on your own game, or just something about the team play that you want to really focus on?
I don't know what to say.
No, that's fair. Honestly, you have quite a long run. Now, that being said, the banner ceremony is going to happen after this, which means that teams from the losing side are going to be getting to choose you. What team do you even want to? What team are you looking to play against?
I don't mind to play against any other teams. I feel confidence a lot.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's all it is. Any shout outs for the fans out there that's been supporting you guys? You guys got a lot of fans after the last split.
Thank you guys who supporting us and cheering us. We're gonna make a lot of fun games and good games. Let's see, yeah.
Hell yeah. All right, that being said, we're gonna send it straight back to the lounge, and we're gonna be here chilling till the banner thing.
The banner thing, Raz?
The banner thing, Raz, what?
The pick and play selection ceremony. Thank you very much.
We learned some things about B-Boy. The main one that shocked me is that he does not like to play Ezreal. When I think he's so good at it.
Someone likes to play Ezreal on that team. whether it's B-Boy or Revan.
Who is forcing B-Boy to play Ezreal?
Because they play Ezreal all the time. That's crazy. He's just, he probably got flamed too much for a couple Ezreal games where he was like 5-0 and didn't win, so it was like,
it's just like, guys, I don't want to play this anymore.
He plays it all the time.
I know. He's so good at it too.
Red's got to push back on that. Just so a reminder, the selection ceremony is the bottom teams picking which top team they'll want to play, because one of the tweaks of the pick and play is if you have to pick a team higher than you in the standings. But since we have a 4-way tie for last, all the last place teams are going to have to pick from the top 4 teams.
Would you full send it and just like, because I would still want to avoid.
Whoa.
Whoa, where'd you come from?
Razorback, the stage.
I would still not want to, I want to avoid FlyQuest and C9.
Yeah. We have player of the series for this series, though.
Ooh.
You just talked to him, I think.
Yeah, it must be him.
Yeah. Did you vote for him?
I mean, I voted B-Boy, so it had to have been him. 80 carry is kind of strong.
The day. Masu yesterday.
Ezreal connection, too.
An 80 carry meta.
2 good Ezreal games.
Wait, so Masu won yesterday, Jan and B-Boy won today. Who won the other series?
Ooh.
The C9 series was
Who
Thanatos.
did win? Oh, yeah.
Thanatos.
Okay, so Thanatos.
Playing against a sub, picking up easy W's.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
We take them.
I mean, a little surprising. I feel like 80 carries might be having a moment at in the LTA.
No, I think we should buff 80.
The Ezreal games. Jan had a sick Ezreal game.
Yeah,
Beaver
yeah.
had a sick
It was
Ezreal game.
two really good Ezreal games today.
Yeah. Masu, dude, the 80 carry position must be looked at.
No.
It has to be looked at.
No,
I don't think we're just nerfing Callista, guys.
Do not nerf 80 carries. Guess what? Let's pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5
Let's look at the 80
this
carry
week.
position for the
Let's
Samsung
not
SSD.
look. Okay.
Wow,
let's see.
Jan, fastest kills in 80 carry.
Yeah.
No, that's just the
Ben,
that's
Moxie?
just the way the stats work.
Yeah, it is.
So what stands out here to me? Honestly, not that many super impressive numbers this week. Thanatos is fastest 100th CS in his Player of the Week performance. River 616, pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean,
Staying at the top. That's all I need to see. That's all I need to see from this.
River, I actually thought had a few really good looks early on too in a lot of his games, but then 100 Thieves weren't able to close out. So.
Yeah. Big thanks to Samsung for the SSD Fast 5 990 Pro SSD on your screen right now. But I want to talk about this
banner
Let's do it.
ceremony.
Because honestly, man, with having 4 teams that 2-0'd and 4 teams that 0-2'd, it's gonna make it strange.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you want to pull it up, we can just start talking about
can we
the
bring
theory.
this up
I
on
think we should.
the
Do we have it on
Telestrator?
Telestrator? If we have it on Telestrator, otherwise I'll make it here.
And we can just yap about it because at least.
I just want to draw, you know.
Yeah, I'll give it to you.
So who do you want DSG to be playing against? Because they're going to be the ones.
Yeah.
to-
So are you saying like I'm DSG?
Yes.
Who do I want to play against?
Who is
Honestly,
the least threatening?
I would
Okay, we have it in front of
still kind of say.
All right, I have it on this as well.
The shakiest.
So here's how it works. 8th place gets to pick, but they can't pick anyone else with the 0-2 game record.
Right.
So we have the monitor up here, Emily.
Yeah.
You can
Oh,
go.
nice. Okay, cool.
All right.
Let's do this. So if I'm like, I know they just won, but if I'm DSG here, right, and I'm picking from these 4 teams, I feel like Shopify still look
Come to us on the camera so you can see what Emily's drawing.
still look the shakiest, right?
Yeah, so to me it's pretty straightforward. Disguised is going to pick either TL or Shopify. That's the only question mark here, but I think they probably pick Shopify.
I still think you pick Shopify. I think TL's game 2 was like really a lot cleaner.
So write the matchups of what we think is going to happen.
So if I'm if I'm DSG, and then I have first pick, like I'll say I'm going to pick Shopify, right? Sorry about the S. So that removes these 2 teams. All right.
And then Lyon gets the next
Raz,
pick.
you're a Lion. Who are you picking?
Ooh, I mean, I just have to pick Team Liquid, guys. I'm sorry, I don't want to pick either Cloud9 or FlyQuest.
I think is what's going to happen.
Yeah. So.
And then I think Dignitas would be picking next. And unless they had some crazy things happen in scrims against C9, Dig is going to pick C9, which is going to leave 100 Thieves with FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like the little crosses on 100 Thieves.
Okay, there we go. I've not seen that in a long time.
That's just my natural handwriting.
So the biggest thing is, I'd say Disguised having the choice between Shopify and Team Liquid and whether they think UG and Team Liquid's improvement makes them a stronger opponent. I don't think they're going to challenge the FlyQuest Cloud9. I don't think anyone's going to want to pick them unless absolutely mandated.
That is the concern here. And I think Shopify, at least what they've shown versus Dig, because Dig had a lead in game 2 at some point. Like, it felt like Shopify could and should have lost that game. So, almost assuredly, you're going to be going up against Shopify. That seems pretty doable. Unless if there's like a matchup thing that they want to exploit, but I can't see that.
Yeah, I mean, I remember hearing some things from like scrims previously where there would be times that even though they had that week where FlyQuest just absolutely destroyed them in scrims from Shopify, Shopify did feel kind of weirdly confident against FlyQuest, and they ended up then taking a game earlier in the split, and then there was this kind of weird relationship where they're like, yes, they're the top team, but also maybe because we know them so well. I don't know how much scrim time teams have even been able to have against each other.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of the teams are able to scrim at MSI. So this is potentially one of the best like summer split threes that we've had because we've had MSI in North America, and like I know Team Liquid was getting a lot of scrims. There was a limited number of teams that were at MSI, and as they get eliminated, they had to leave. But I think in terms of like the quality of players that were both in solo queue and scrims, it's been higher than it's been in a very long time.
Well, also depending on which teams you are able to get scrims for, if you're looking at the top 3 teams that were remaining, it was Genji, T1, and AL. Those are 3 really strong teams if you're able to get scrims.
That's true.
Them.
And even just the idea, because usually around the quote-unquote off scene, in between 2 and 3, you would see teams try and take as many, like, I guess like a boot camp to Korea, but because all of the teams were already here, they didn't have to go anywhere like you mentioned. So that's one thing. Another point, I guess we could start like kind of shouting out like our surprises for this week. I mean, like, Did still got O2'd, but I thought they were really competitive still. And I think for me, Photon looked really good. He looked very good on carry tops. He's willing to play a lot of weird carry tops. I know Aurora being a top laner is not weird, but we just don't see that in North America. So that's going to change a lot of people's thoughts on how to play against this team. And once they start to like really get to really play around him a little bit more, because we didn't get to run it, but like he didn't really get to play that much with the team yet, scrim with the team.
Yeah.
So he just needs to get more acclimated with the team, and I think they will look a little bit better.
Yeah. Going back to the pick and play ceremony here, if we're thinking about, let's do power rankings after week 1.
Oh god. Okay.
All right.
So I'd say DST's probably, most people would probably put them 8th, or it would depend on whether or not Lyon can actually get Zamudo.
Yeah, it's tough.
So
it's tough doing power rankings post this week because Lyon were playing with a sub, right? They're in kind of a weird, like, asterisk situation.
1-2. Went 8-7-1-2, and I think we need to fill in 3, 4, 5, 6.
I'm just swapping.
Dig versus 100 Thieves. Yeah, Dig versus 100 Thieves. Who do you think?
Yeah, who is better, Dig or 100 Thieves?
It's 100 Thieves.
Okay,
That's
still.
not even a question.
They did get 2-0'd.
Yes, they
Team
Look,
Liquid
we all got 2-0'd here, right? Team Liquid is just a little bit stronger than I had anticipated.
You thought they were 2-0.
Oh my goodness.
At the start of the
actually,
day.
Wait, Raz, you said that 100 Thieves were going to 2-0.
Look, am I going to be Kobe's representative here too?
But I mean, if you're going to say, if you're going to say Team Liquid 2-0'd the 5th place team, would that not make them the 3rd best team versus Shopify? It looks like we're waiting on a Cloud9 representative on the stage as well. Jack, get up there.
Where are they?
Someone just run, please.
One cool thing I do want to point out.
Oh, it actually is Jack.
Oh!
Wow.
Okay.
Let's go.
I love it. Where's the Dig player? Now we're waiting on Dig.
They just play.
Yeah. I know Dig is here.
Look, Kangas is down.
I know
Get
Dig
on
is
up
here.
Look, I'm Kangas. Get up here. My name is Kangas. Hey, Shane. There it is. Well,
I like
ruin the illusion.
Right before, as the Dig player is running up to stage, we're going to talk about our player of the week for LTA North week 1, split 3. It is Jan.
Boom.
Let's go. I feel
Good job, Jan.
I feel like that fight in Dragon Pit almost solo, like single-handedly won him the player of the week.
So impressive.
He played that very well. I mean, he had such a good Ezreal performance, so.
And that's why you see his damage per minute numbers
It is.
over 1K. It's like, oh, check the books. Was it an Ezreal? Yes. But I thought he had a really, really great performance in both games, right? Like, I know TL looked really, really shaky in game 1. Once they were able to separate out a lot of those fights, it kind of did become the Kaisa show where he was diving in the backline, assassinating key targets. This is just bonkers. It's so good.
I mean, there was this fight, then there was also the one at Baron where he was it might have been Baron or Rift Herald or something, but he was 1v3ing the whole team
he
and
was just
daring
sitting there
Ayla
being
to
like,
engage
you
on
guys
him.
want to go in on me, don't you? Don't you? Just waiting for Renekton to come up? Yeah.
It was like it was one of those things where we know how good Jan is, and it's just about like the rest of the team. And I mean, Core JJ also had a really good performance throughout, but we just needed to see the rest of the team come together, and they really did. So, that being said, we're going to be heading straight to the pick and play banner ceremony.
Welcome back to the stage where we've gathered representatives from each team alongside their team banners. Our victors have claimed pieces of their opponent's banners, but now it's time for the Fallen to choose their fight and also their opponent for next week. The teams have been stacked according to their match wins, game wins, fewest losses, and split 2 standings, resulting in the following rankings. The lowest ranked team will have first pick, and they must select a team with a better match and game record than themselves. Rematches are not allowed, and teams will move up the rankings until all matches have been determined. Everyone here at the Riot Games Arena feeling good about this? Feeling ready? All right. As the lowest ranked team after this weekend's games, Disguised will have the first pick. Please join me, XU, as the representative from Disguised. How's that feeling? Is that heavy?
Yeah, it's kind of weird to hold.
Well, XU, your eligible opponents are Cloud9, Kia, Shopify Rebellion, and Team Liquid. Who will you choose?
Shopify.
That was fast. That was a fast answer of Shopify. You've chosen Shopify. Please welcome Fudge now here on stage. Fudge, that was a fast answer on XU side. How do you feel about that?
I feel amazing, personally. I think DSG is probably the easiest team. No offense. No offense. No offense. I mean, no offense. I think they still can win, but like, it's the easiest matchup, you know?
He says no offense. Actually, you take a step a little closer a little bit here so I don't have to run to you. How do you feel about Fudge's words there?
I mean, they're the only team we can beat in scrims, so honestly, we're pretty grateful that we got them. And if you ask them about Thursday, they might have some horror stories, I think. They were mental booming a little bit on Thursday, so, you know, we're looking forward to doing that again on Saturday.
Fudge, what happened Thursday, brother?
Bro, I think every single day of the week was a horror story, I'm gonna be honest. Skirms for Shopify ain't too good recently, but we'll bounce back.
Okay, you'll bounce back. Actually, you got contracts ahead of you now as you chose this opponent. How do you feel about your jungle matchup?
He's like the only top jungler that I can actually beat. I've never beat Inspired, I've never beat Blabber, so, you know, I'm happy to play against someone I can actually beat.
All right. Well, there you have it. It's going to be Disguised versus Shopify Rebellion as the first matchup chosen. Thank you, guys. You can exit the stage now, and good luck next weekend. All right. Some fighting words already up here on stage. We'll see if that continues. But as the next lowest ranked team, Lyon, will have the second pick. Please join me, Adilan from Lyon. All right, Adilan. Your eligible opponents are FlyQuest and Team Liquid. Who will you choose?
We're choosing TL.
Team Liquid, all right. Please welcome now APA, representative from Team Liquid here. APA, now you know you're going up against Lyon. How you feeling?
I mean, it'll probably just be an easy match. I don't think they're that good right now. Nothing much else to say.
I feel like we might get a lot of that today. Adilan, so what made you want to pick Team Liquid, and how do you feel about APA's words?
I mean, right now, we don't even know what top lane is going to play. So we don't want to fight FlyQuest right now. So we just ready to fight whatever is going, but I think TL is the easiest one between the three.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. All right, well, there we go. That's our second matchup. It's going to be Lyon versus Team Liquid. Thank you so much. You can exit the stage now, and best of luck going into next weekend. Now, as the next lowest ranked team, please welcome representative from Dignitas. We have Isles. It's okay, we will fix that later. Isles, your eligible opponents are FlyQuest or Cloud9. Who will you choose?
C9.
C9. Now, please, a very special welcome as Blabber is stuck in traffic. So we have Jack from Cloud9. Jack, how you feeling about the matchup?
You know, we scrim these guys a lot. They got some great players, so I'm excited to see how they do.
And personally, how do you feel about Isles' play in those scrims and how those have been going?
He's an excellent player.
That's the most. You know what? Here, I'll shake your left hand since you're holding that one. That's good. First non-smack talk we've had. Isles, what made you want to pick Cloud9?
And me and my teammates, we have tremendous respect for both FlyQuest and C9. I think they would both be tough opponents, but it's always fun to play against the team I was formerly a part of and play against some teammates that I also played with before, and I think they're just the best choice.
All right, you have been on C9 before. I'm happy you bring that up. Did that add any extra stakes anytime you match up against your old org?
It's always the most fun matchup for me. Every time I'm always fired up to play against these guys. It hasn't gone well for me so far, but you know, maybe this time will be different.
All right, Jack, final question for you. Thank you for being here, first of all, for Blabber. Do you think Blabber would have wanted to say anything that you can recreate for us?
I have no idea what that man would say, so I'm not going to try to emulate it.
Okay, fair enough. Well, there we go. Our third matchup is Dignitas versus Cloud9. Thank you so much, both of you. You may now exit, and good luck next weekend. That leaves only FlyQuest and 100 Thieves remaining, which will be our final matchup for next weekend's competition. Let's welcome up our competitors to get their thoughts on the match. So, Sniper, please join me. It's heavy?
I mean, if I hold it with two hands, it isn't, but one hand. No, I'm good.
I thought you said you worked out. You were saying you're benching like 250?
This is actually like kind of heavy. I don't know how he's doing it, but like, I'm kind of struggling.
You don't actually have to hold it. Yeah, you can just...
All good now. All good.
All right, we've sorted that now. So now let's get our thoughts on the matchup. Sniper, you're up against FlyQuest. First feelings.
I just hope they sub in Gakos, because he's like the youngest top laner in the league right now, or the youngest player in the league, so he took that from me, so yeah, I just hope I play against him.
Yeah, he took your old flow. Have you gotten a chance to meet him and interact with him? I can only imagine what that would be like. I don't think I would understand anything you said.
No, I definitely got to meet him before. He's pretty good, so I'm just excited to play against him.
All right, cool. Well, we'll see if you have a chance to, as the six-man roster from FlyQuest has been the talk of the town. Inspired, I want to get your thoughts. You're up against 100 Thieves for your week 2 opponent.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the game. I mean, we already underestimated 100 Thieves a couple of times and we lost to them in the past, so this time we'll make sure we don't troll, and I think we should be fine.
Now, specifically, I remember you on, I believe it was a pros episode, talking about how you lost that split 1 match and saying, why was Sniper there on the Jax? He just does stuff that he shouldn't be doing. But you did lose that to him. So do you feel like you've downloaded 100 Thieves, you're prepared for them now?
I mean, I'm not sure, we'll see, I guess. You just have to expect the unexpected, I guess, against them.
Expect the unexpected. Final thoughts, Sniper, about Inspired and what he just said?
I think it's pretty true. We are a very like flippy team, so some days will be really good, other days not, but FlyQuest is a really good team, but I just hope they sub in Gakos. That's the only thing I'm asking for. Like he's 17 years old, you know, that's crazy. So I just want to play versus him.
Odds of Gakos or Bwipo?
I mean, if you guys make game 1 too easy, we'll see.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations on being forced to play against each other. I'm excited for that match. But that concludes this week's Pick and Play ceremony. Be sure to tune in next weekend to see how our teams fare in the next round. That's it on stage now. Let's get our thoughts from the lounge.
That was great.
I was just cracking up the whole time.
Well, if you make it super easy.
Yeah. I mean,
maybe you'll see Geckos.
It's easiest to be FlyQuest for sure. You know no one is going to want to pick you this entire time. So you're just waiting until the end of every single
Also,
phase.
guess who correctly predicted the matchups? That's right. We did.
But people. These are the matchups, by the way. DSG, Shopify, Lyon, TL, Dig, C9, and 100 Thieves, FlyQuest. Not in order yet.
Yeah.
They're going to be deciding that soon, so remember to check out lollysports.com for the perfect times, or we might have them before the end of the show. But let's talk a little bit about the matchups that we have ahead of us.
You want to do it? For me, the most exciting one is Lyon versus TL. Lyon is a team that just confuses the hell out of me constantly. Like, it's like, oh, I think they're going to be really good. And the C9 members are like, oh, we scrimmed them. We think they're very good. And everyone is like, oh, we think they could be a top 4 team. And then they just put out, like, you know, a bit of a dookie on stage. So I think I just want to see them play at the level they know they can play.
I mean,
and that would be a really close series.
For me, I just hope they have Zamudo in, right? Because
Yeah.
like that makes a huge difference in terms of actually getting their starting top laner in, starting to practice with him. We talked about how much the first like week
It's
matters,
true.
right?
Oh,
because
man.
with the loss that 100 Thieves had, which that first game was remarkably close. As you can see, look at that. We correctly predicted it. Didn't even do anything.
Bam!
We have the order right too. Look at that.
It's
Happy about
beautiful.
that
But yeah, like that game was so close until that throw right
Yeah.
before Baron, right? They get 2-0'd by TL, and suddenly they're facing the best team in the league in the second round.
Yeah, but the way this is going to work, so like, let's just assume, I'm looking at these matchups, right? And all the teams that lost this week, I don't make them as a favorite in any of these next series. We only play 3 weeks of best of threes for pick and play, and then we move on to the elimination phase, where the bottom 4 teams are immediately up for elimination. So like, if Shopify TL,
Can I draw on it?
well,
I don't know.
if DSG Lion, Dig, 100
It's like
Thieves,
here, we can clear it.
yeah, clear it.
'cause
If
now-
those 4 teams lose again, they'd all
yeah.
be guaranteed bottom 4.
Yeah.
But then here's one tweak, just since it's a new format for everyone to understand it. When you switch to the elimination phase, it's actually the higher seeded team in the standings that gets to pick. So even picking up a single game to get 5th place and be able to pick your opponent in the elimination phase, I know I'm looking all the way ahead to week 4 right now, would be very important. So obviously, winning the series for any of these bottom 4 teams would just be the best.
Yes.
But even if they're gonna lose, like being able to get that
To take a
sniper,
game.
lose game 1 so bad, get Gakko's game 2.
that's the strategy.
Sneak that win right in
Get
there.
that in there.
Sneak it in.
Sometimes
so
you have
they
to have
can
a
pick.
mid-series kind of goal, like a quest.
Yeah.
You have to play so bad, get Geckos in, then you get that.
But I really do think every game will matter, and this is the actual schedule for next week with the time of game being in there. So 100 Thieves, FlyQuest will be up first, followed by Lyon TL, and then on Sunday we'll get Dig, Shopify, and DSG. Dig C9 and DSG Shopify on Sunday, and then we will have that selection ceremony again at the end of show. So make sure you stay tuned for that.
Make
That's
the
it for week
banners
3.
lighter, apparently.
That's it. I mean, to Inspire's point, you can just hold it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
You
I mean,
could.
I would like rest it on the ground.
Yes, that's what he was doing. We'll be back next Saturday, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific, 400 Thieves for FlyQuest. See you then.
Woo!
More games.
The latest installment of a long-standing rivalry between these two teams.
What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? AD the flash, AD the flash. I will back line.
I'm going back line.
Keep looking. Well played.
We can. Hold minion, and then
GG.
I can chase on, GG. Yeah. Oh, I think it's all right.
They saw me.
Guys, they don't see us. They don't see us. They don't see us, guys.
Me and you are
Victor,
Victor.
keep chasing us. Keep chasing us. Still okay. We're behind them. Yeah, we're behind them. I'm fine. Victor. Yeah. Virtual flush. Yeah. Just in front for now. Drop it on me. No diras. Ain't no me. Drop it. They will low. I'm trying to. Set up flash.
Oh, yeah, my bad. I pushed it.
Nice, yeah.
My bad. I thought that was a mistake.
Team Liquid slams this second game and takes the series 2-0.
What a beautiful day for League of Legends. It's Dignitas versus Shopify Rebellion starting right now.
You should be willing to bait a fight here, no?
I will look here.
Okay, I will TP.
Yeah. Slow fight on Ellie. Look at Talia afterwards, okay? Look at Talia.
Yeah. Heard.
Looking.
I'm looking. Going into Talia.
Look at Talia, guys. Gwen?
Going on Gwen too.
Look, okay. Yeah.
Maybe be careful on Gwen. Gwen no flash.
Lucian needs to group up here.
Gwen no flash.
I have a Q in
Cool Gwen. Looks good.
Stag.
Nice.
Good.
Can we do
Nash? Can you Nash?
We have damage with
Yeah,
Lucian?
we do.
They have
It's
Talia
30
TP.
seconds.
They have Talia TP 35 seconds.
Play
You guys
Dragon
got it.
after.
Yeah. Good job, guys.
Nice.
Let's go to Synco.
This is
Right
Nico.
here.
Alright, I'll be there for the next mid wave. I'm coming over.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be that scared around banana, okay? Just
They're trying to look. They're trying to look.
Yeah, Vice running.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Kill an ult.
I'm gonna try to
Killing
kill
Kalista.
this.
This guy's
Yeah,
anything.
kill.
Yeah, 2 seconds.
Close is 1 HP. I'm going on right side, guys. Close is
I got
dead.
Arana here.
Yeah, looks good.
Final flash, by done.
Don't let me kill me.
Come in.
Coming in?
Probably, yeah. Yeah, 30 seconds, 40 seconds.
Yeah, Shopify here with another 2-0. So all of our first opening series of the opening weekend, 2-0. Shopify proven that they are a permanent fixture up here in the top 4.
So don't you tell